be the ones to push the initiative and to make these plays.
I mean, there's so much setup too for Doinb to go off of. Of course, Vi Galio, pretty easy point and click. If you need direction, I mean, whenever I see that combo, I always think back to the Broxo Pobelter, Bud Light Ace, CLG, where the pre-Bud Light Ace, they were able to play this combo to perfection, and then you throw the Alistar in there as well. The nice part is that Gwen, the Shroud, of course, going to get a lot of mileage against Corki and Varus, but it really is on that Gwen Vi to get through the front line so that Jhin can be useful because he wants to try and attack that back line. Not going to do a great job getting through that Sejuani and Bess off the bat. So definitely a couple of different factors at play, and we'll see how these drafts pan out as we're on the Rift Grapes.
Here we go. The first game of Group C in the LPL 2025 Split 2 placement matches. We've got 6 games here as we work through these 4 final teams who have not yet played here since the that infamous first stand tournament where it didn't go too well for the LPL if you're a fan of top esports. So we'll be seeing them later today, but first we'll be seeing these 2 teams who will eventually have to go on to face them as well. Quick look around the Rift. Again, no lane swaps, so we'll get relatively normal League of Legends to start this off, which I'm pretty happy about.
Actually quite surprised to see on the graphic that the double marksman comp has less odds of winning late against NIP. Was not expecting to see that one. I still favor the double marksman. It's going to be on hit for the Varus as we get a look at the setups. And of course the standard lanes coming on in. Mohamed Starry did a nice job to get up in this brush, and with the Renata, that ranged support into the Alistar, who's pretty useless early on. Should be a nice start to the laning phase here for OMG.
There's a nice ward placed there by the bot lane of NIP to at least spot Mohamed Starry out, make sure that they didn't walk way too far forward and end up having to for it. So still, of course, the double range is going to get advantage in this push. They're going to control that brush after actually taking it down. God actually going in again with the headbutt, but taking a ton of damage in response. There's already a couple summoner spells blown.
Yeah, I did not like how PP God played that one. Dropped the Ignite onto Moham as well. Didn't get a lot of mileage out of that. I thought the first trade they actually played pretty well. They won, but of course OMG. Bot lane is double range, gonna get push. Is worth noting though, mirrored starts for the junglers, so Sejuani, Hung making his way down here, but Vi gonna work their way towards the top side to maybe help support Shanji on this Gwen.
And as you mentioned, you talk about the late game assurance for OMG. For NIP, it's definitely Shanji on the Gwen in terms of doing late game damage, using that 1,000 cuts and the needlework to burst through the front line a little bit. That's something that maybe the Jhin or the Galio can't do as well once we get later on in the game. So it makes sense to see Aki forcing his way towards his top laner that has been his teammate for a number of years at this point. Previously on OMG, who is their opponent right now on the Rift. As right now, just a ton of little trades going back and forth, but nothing too serious up there on the top side.
That just looks to be as I will say, the Gwen and Bessa matchup's not one I'm fully familiar with. It's something where Ambessa, usually you want to push Gwen around early, but Ambessa, a lot of the strength comes from, getting that level 6 point, so you can get the passive on your ult going, which is really big for, having access to the Omni map and all the stats that Ambessa does get. So looks like Harry's doing an alright job, though. He's keeping the wave here. Shanji having pretty low mana, having a tough time getting this one all the way in. Meanwhile, Linfeng is going to be under threat.
Comes Aki. Actually, Vault Breaker is going to connect, but Linfeng is too close to the tower to make any sort of threat afterwards. So just a trade of those Scuttle Crabs. Nice little vision placed in the Raptor Pit there as well by Hung will mean that he will get spotted out as he likely heads back to base and resets altogether.
Oh, cute there from Linfeng. Valked forward in order to catch the Justice Punch. Did get the flash out of Doinb. He's going to do his best to clean up this wave, but Summoner Spell advantage in the mid lane here for Linfeng. Well played.
That's again the matchup that we were hoping could go the young
draft, cara, pô.
Again, a legend here in the LPL.
Temos ali de um lado Gwen e Galho contra 2 melee só, né, na real.
Currently Linfeng up about 10 CS.
O Gwen tá muito roubado, né?
Not bad, all things considered at this point in the game. Seems like Doinb going more.
Esse pau, o draft da MG não tá ruim, não. E aí, Davizeiro, bom dia.
I'm surprised that he decided to use
Bom
that
dia,
Silver Cell the way
CT
he did.
Luca. Bom dia,
Set off
Kervek.
the cannon minion as
Dando
well.
bom dia aí.
So well played from Harry. Shanji might actually have to head home right after TPing back. So a couple wins here from these OMG solo laners. We'll see if it means anything as we're spawning here shortly. At the moment, going to be Sejuani starting a very early dragon. Of course, range bot lane, keeping the push in against the Alistar. Should be the first Drake being taken, but curious to see if OMG decide to switch anything up to try and make sure these grubs go their way. Of course, once Harry gets back into lane on this Ambassa, will have a little bit of an edge against Gwen.
Depende de touch flash também. Depende. Eu acho que esse jogo ele tinha touch flash.
Pushed out behind on XP a little
De
bit.
Ghost.
Actually, it looks
Tem
like they're going to pull off the swap,
muito
though. So they're going to
ranges
send their
lá.
bot lane top. They're going to use that to try and contest the box, whereas a good response here from NIP. Bot lane base proactively walking mid to try and respond to wherever the bot lane at OMG shows.
And you see Doinb actually walking down to the bot lane as well, but you see he also just staying level 6, which means the hero's entrance.
A Gwen.
Of course, not as high range as you know you get when
Teve uma Gwen de Ghost ontem.
be able to join a fight if there is any around the grubs. Looks like that's not going to be the case though. As with Leave and PP God in the mid lane, will be Aki all on his lonesome up here, at least for now, with Hung currently on his way towards the
I
Raptors.
mean, if he
but
can get two.
Sky's Bloom going to catch him out.
Oh, yeah, Hong actually not going to approach. So, well, good swaps here from NIP. Really like how they put their bot lane mid. Had a chance to respond to wherever the bot lane at OMG showed up. And, yeah, they're going to switch things up even further. Send the bot lane top, put Gwen into the Corki, which won't be bad for Shanji. Able to catch some CS. And a lot of the matchup where being down flash against level 6 Ambessa can sometimes be a little bit scary. So, really like how NIP have moved the map around. Feels like they're getting resources on the people that need it. And giving Gwen some safety. The punish, though, is that OMG is going to get this invade off on the red buff of NIP. So good response here from OMG.
Da oração de texto.
Doesn't look like Aki knows that this is happening. Otherwise, maybe he does, actually. As sends Shanji down here to try to contest this. As 1,000 HP left on this red buff. Doinb going to be here as well. And now all of a sudden, Hung in a little bit of trouble here as Aki, since thanks to the leash, is going to pick it up and actually forcing Hung to flash away after Doinb showed a little bit of threat with that Justice Punch.
Yeah, another swap coming in too. Doinb going to sack a few creeps mid, which crash. As both him and Shanji were helping out. But Shanji going to press R. Harry now in trouble.
Needlework comes
Good
down.
job.
Public execution not going to connect. Going to be matched up with that cease and desist. Harry going to fall in its first blood over towards Shanji.
Really nice juke from Aki. Used the Justice Punch to get out of the public execution once he saw where that
Time
was
favorito.
very
Pega a Gwen,
out of the jungler of NIP.
começa ganhando.
That top side,
Que legal, vai ser muito divertido esse jogo.
And they're looking
Yeah.
pretty good so far, and it was a decent lead over towards OMG just in terms of laning stats, but as soon as those level 6s were hit, all of a sudden NIP starting to make some plays, and that's what they need to continue to do here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was clinical, too, from NIP. Like, what happened in that play? I mean, step one was force Hong to burn his flash to get out of the jungle. Guess what? Aki knows that Sejuani, even if that Sej is on bot side, going to be at a disadvantage, so able to go for that one confidently and flip the matchup between the Gwen and the Ambessa towards the Gwen's favor, who, of course, was down flash from the solidating of Harry's. So, really like the answer here from NIP.
And so that's where this snowball has to start for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Mas esse cara é
Now,
estéreo, acho ele bom.
of course, the big carries are the ones who are picking up gold, right, for OMG. Linfeng up about 400 with that CS advantage. And Generate also picked up a plate.
O Wuhan já é muito ruim de secar.
And Starry, of course, quickly working his way there as well. When you combine that with someone like the Renata and with a strong front line in Hong and Harry, that can be proved to be a dangerous late game team composition. But so far, NIP have been able to keep themselves in the swing of things. And I'm interested to see how they utilize this next use of Aki's ultimate. If they go towards the side lane, maybe allow Doinb to join them as well as part of that mid jungle that they picked very early on in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the target's just to go find Sejuani again. Sejuani down flash. I know it's the tankiest member for OMG, but at least with a comp like this, someone down flash, very attackable, especially at this time. I don't think Sej is tanky enough for what the game presents. That said, any focus towards this top side, like both Gwen and Ambessa And they scale off the resources that they have, right? So if you can deny one in the carry v carry matchup, could be a really big win. And for me, Gwen's just really important for NIP this game because that's your tank buster, especially with the build that we have Leave going for.
E água aí.
Check.
Seju tá. Seju nem continua a play. A pai tá ali também.
Back towards the blast cone and where his jungler is in Aki to make sure that there's no further aggression to be had. Dragon up in less than a minute, as right now OMG's bottom lane are the one who have that priority, so would be a decent opportunity for them to go up in this count, and NIP know that as they're going to send PPGod towards the mid lane to try to gain some prio of their own.
Couple interesting moves there. NIP, their bot lane hovered early, looking for a play on Doinb, then hovered down after, and now Doinb gonna have to get out as the bot lane at OMG make their way up here. Leave has been left in the bot side, doesn't have any TP to respond to an initial play. So NIP looking to maybe tickle and drag OMG around here a bit. See if Aki finishes this recall though. He already snagged one, that could be it.
One.
Yeah,
They're calling it. That's all you needed. It's
Drake time. Yeah.
That was definitely a timer that OMG had control over on that top side. So very nicely done by NIP's jungler. He gets a quicker reset off and could maybe contest this Drake, as they definitely don't want to give up that second neutral objective.
Actually, I don't love this TP from Doinb. I think that if he actually TP'd mid, might have been able to catch that wave and this one in the bot lane. As of course, Leave did have to recall if he was staying out of the map. After he was shoved in.
E olha a fight agora. Tem uma fight aí pra deixar o jogo animado. Olha lá, bigode. Alistar entra. Oh, meu Deus do céu. Eu ia falar Alistar entra e depois entra o Galho, né? Nossa, a Seju. Varus ficou ali ainda depois que a Vai tomou. Matou.
NIP just completely take over this game as, I mean, it was looking too easy. The fact that OMG pulled that dragon and they threw so much into PPGod, who of course pressed the R, got out of the chains of corruption and tanked a lot to start off that fight. That fight before it even started looked grim for OMG, and can't do that against a team like NIP. Is taking a look. Look what PPGod eats here. As, okay, yeah, we're going to headbutt the ground. That's okay. But again, Chains of Corruption, that's a big cooldown not available for a skirmish. And Dragon is hitting both Hong and Starry. And then, look at that. The ult from Sejuani tanked. Aki able to buffer it. Then, you know, Gallia's ult comes down. Too many people caught out. Made it look way too easy there as OMG were just completely split off the initial engage. Really, no hope, no chance to fight that one. While I'm getting sniped out at the end. Nice bonus there for Leave, but it's really hard to see, like, before that play even starts, what kind of winning angle OMG have, just because NIP were able to respond to everything.
And that's what the power of this composition possesses, right? Once you get to this mid game, you send PPGod in with the Unbreakable Will, you throw Aki in there as well, and by the way, there comes a Galio on top of you with that Hero's Entrance. It knocked up Starry, basically bursted him down 100 to 0 after they put a decent amount of resources in, allowing him to get strong here in this early game. Now just picking up that Rage Blade, didn't have it for that last fight. And it clearly showed as NIP able to take.
Fazer exame hoje, rapaziada. Vou ter uma saída.
Is this going to be magic damage?
Fazer lá o exame de sangue rapidinho.
Opening with Rage Blade, not
perto de casa, tá ligado?
A lack of magic damage for OMG, so I think we're going to get a Nashor's variant, which actually does pretty good damage to frontline too, with the AP scalings and the blight stack. So I actually like this from OMG. Didn't really talk about the lack of magic damage, but good adaptation I think coming out from Starry. This build actually scales really, really hard if you're able to pop those blight stacks. So definitely something to look out for there. Build that's not always as common on Varus, but it does a surprising amount of damage. Just a big key is making sure that you proc those blight stacks. That's where your AP scaling is going to go, as we're likely to expect the Nashers to come out there.
Pô, esse jogo aqui tá pai.
Varus is one of those that you sometimes see in like those TikTok compilations.
Dei pra isso.
Yeah, funny moments of
Só
like
estompar o outro.
a Malphite or something like that, but actually is very strong if you just. All you gotta do is press
Tem muita kill, né?
that automatically stacks up those blight stacks, and you land an empowered Q on top of him, and that could be a big chunk of the health bar gone, even from somebody like Doinb, who I think maybe was expecting a hit AD variant of the Varus, because he went straight for a Sunfire, which is not normally the build that you go here on a Galio.
Yeah, of course, you know, being in the quirky, looking at this one, I think it's the right call from Doinb, but also a good call from Story to change things up a bit. So, like game cat mouse seeing there, but unfortunately, OMG is still very far behind thanks to the first couple plays we saw from NIP, and they don't want to slow down Aki.
Wow, yeah, here comes that Vi Galio once again, knocking up Linfunk. He's underneath between his two turrets, and it doesn't matter. He's still going to go down. Makes it the 5th kill in the row for NIP, as they're really taking advantage of the strength.
That was chained up really nicely. Linfunk opting to save his flash, and the way that NIP chained that, really no opportunity for Linfunk to get out once that first Justice Punch.
Fuck, tinha que dar flash no...
Clean up.
Do que ela vai?
Threaten any potential dive that might come down from OMG, so we're seeing some good map play from NIP. I mean, even going back to that Dragon play, I know we talked about how Doinb could have TP'd mid to get that wave, then walk bot. But by TPing directly bot, allowed for the Jhin to walk mid and then leave, ended up being a big part of that skirmish as well. So, really like how NIP is playing the map. Feels like they're doing a nice job of just playing more waves than OMG at all times.
And, you know, maybe it's I don't want to say glazing here, but you know, is that the Doinb effect too anyway, right? Where he's somebody who's able to micromanage his teammates a little bit, allow for everybody to be in the right positions at the right time, and again, regular season is where he has shined, especially here in 2025. So looks like we're seeing a little bit of that magic yet again.
Maybe he just has the whole team, you know, putting their face in a full thing of water 3 times a day. Maybe it just really wakes them up for game 1 of the day. Make sure they're ready to go.
I was considering it.
Dude,
I really
you could have matched the timestamp before the broadcast started.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have worked because I stayed up all night instead of waking up early. But
and we definitely can't afford the brand of water. That's for sure.
Definitely not. Hey, volunteer broadcast. You can support us here on Coffee if you if you want to as well. Link in the chat here. But 4,000 gold lead over to NIP as the 3rd dragon is going to spawn. It looks like they're going to opt instead towards picking up this Rift Herald up towards the top side, while Hong and OMG will get them dragon most likely. The thing is here for OMG though, still a late game focused composition for them, but they need to hold the line for quite a while at this point. But getting a Drake like this will certainly help.
Yeah, it feels like a consolation prize though. I like the Rift take this game from NIP. It's not just the fact they have 5 grubs. I just think the Rift really goes up in value. Like when we have a matchup like Galio versus Corki, it's really tough to break mid-outer. And one of the few things that can help you do that is actually Rift Herald at this point of the game. So I like the fact that NIP took they were the stronger team right now. That's a conscious choice to take that over just a Chemtech Dragon. I feel like that's the right one in this game.
So it looks like NIP not going to be playing for any Dragon Souls at the very least, which at least gives OMG like one less objective that they're going to have to fight over like earlier in the game. So that's at least a small win in their book. Actually also seeing a Hearthbound Axe picked up for Starry as we're taking a look at the Varus build. Looks like that might turn into something like a Wit's End or even a Kraken Slayer depending on where we
go. What is going on down there? I was prepping for the Nashes, man. They have no magic damage. Actually, I thought it was coming. Yeah.
Let's see. If it does turn into a Wits, I mean that is some magic damage as well, but you'd get that anyway with like kind of the on-hit build that you're going to be going. We'll continue to process this as the items go down, but might be a while because right now it's been all NIP. They're really controlling the map, really making it difficult for the carries on OMG to pick up any gold or any resources as they send the Rift Herald now in the mid lane to try to break open the screen.
Again, I really like this from NIP as they're going to get close to taking down the turret. Again, you're playing Galio and Corki. It's really tough to crack mid-outer, and that turret, cracking that when you have a comp like Vi, Galio, Alistar, you want to dogpile in. That does give you more space to operate and try and pull off the combo to start off the fight. So you can see NIP going to continue their siege. Meanwhile, OMG sending Linfunk hitting Doinb in the side lanes and do the best they can as this Corki getting close to the Miramana, and you can see Linfunk's been doing a nice job of getting his as the highest CS in the game, and might actually be looking at dive for Doinb on Starry. OMG posturing towards the bot side. Yeah.
Down towards that dive, and now it gives another opportunity for NIP to try to reset here, send somebody down here to try to prevent this from happening. You see PP God and Leave making their way down. A teleport comes in as well. Looks like dive averted. And OMG still without a
Nossa, agora que eu
kill.
reparei que a OMG tá full AD, né?
A little bit hesitant to go for them.
Doinb tem Sunfire, Ninja Tab na Gwen. Nossa, Deus.
He kind of sniffed that one coming. Also the top wave they had to respond to, so Harry finds but now Otacon on the map for everyone to respond to. Definitely going to be the GAs that pop out of this one, as we only have 5 kills in the game. Grapes?
Pô, gente, laboratório é pra 6 da manhã. Tô achando que eu vou assim que acabar esse jogo mesmo.
I gotta say with NIP, this is
voltar mais rápido.
Baron spawns 5 minutes later. You have Otacon, still really strong point of the game for NIP with their draft, but we feel like they have to keep this game moving and make sure they stay on schedule, because the scaling of a Varus Corki can be scary.
Well, dive onto Moham could definitely help that as another hero's entrance comes through. That is Moham going down before he can even proc the bailout. Just so much crowd control locked onto that Renata Glass, meaning it's the 4v5 on the rest of the map for 25 seconds. Either Otacon could be a priority or just stealing away some camps, getting control of the enemy jungle.
And you know what? All 3 winning plays for NIP, it's come off of this Vi Galio combo. It's not complicated, but they have been executing it. They've been chaining their CC, which is like really, you know, the point of skill expression that is real with this combo. I think they've been doing a really nice job of it between Aki and Doinb, and that pick going to secure them mid-outer and a lot of control over the bot outer as well, as NIP push their gold lead to almost 4.5k, and OMG, there's no way they can think about starting this Otacon. I feel like NIP has to wait. Otacon still does a lot of damage at this point of the game, so it shouldn't be an option. But OMG, it'd be really scary for them to even think about pulling this thing, and all focus is going to be down on this bot side with the dragon spawning here too.
It's another instance of Hung being down here, but probably not going to want to go for this dive, as PP God and Aki are here. We also got our answer, by the way, on that second item. It's going to be a Terminus picked up, so a little bit extra defensiveness, as well as, you know, that on hit, obviously, and gives you some magic pen as well, so a little bit of that magic pen.
I will say, was doing some side monitor homework on potential builds with Varus. Riftmaker was built second by Paze in a recent game. I know that's a common appearance in the AP Varus build. So again, still gonna keep our eyes out to see if we have a Nashor's Tooth or a Riftmaker make an appearance in the inventory of Starry, as of course magic damage a bit lacking on OMG's side, and Varus someone with the white stacks that can supply a surprising amount of it.
Yeah, with so much base damage, so much scaling in both AD and AP, like you can almost ultimate bravery on this guy, and it will work most of the time. As we see now this dragon being started up by NIP, Hung trying to prove a stop to it, as it actually gets sent back out at 4,000 HP with Aki over the pit. Coming out here nicely from OMG. See if they want to. PP God gonna be the one to start it. A 3-man pull onto OMG. The hero's entrance going to force Linfeng to flash away, but no, so far no kills locked down just yet. And Shanji's and that's a shutdown picked up towards Starry. Linfeng gets knocked it up, but won't have enough damage followed up by NIP. Now Leave will suddenly be in a precarious spot. Hung flashes in onto PP God, who no longer has his ultimate, and it will be just 1 kill going over towards OMG, but they could be looking for more. Teleport comes in. Going to be Linfeng rejoining the party at full HP. He does a lot of damage under his belt. PP God does not go down just yet. Leave actually takes down Moham, but here comes the Valk. Can Linfeng do it? Can he do enough in this fight? He gets shut down as Aki just dies right on top of him. Leave is still alive. He flashes underneath his own turret.
Meu Deus.
Harry will fall. It's a triple kill for Leave as he saves the fight for an IP.
OMG, where though they flipped it, they get punished.
Tá menor a minha webcam aqui.
Directly, and that was a play that looked okay. They won the initial skirmish, up 1. They absorbed the Vi Galio really well. That was the first time that we haven't really seen the hero's entrance completely synced up with Aki. But at the end, it just doesn't matter, because the re-engage from Aki, it immediately found Linfeng, and Boam kind of threw his life away early, so no bailout available for Linfeng or anyone else on OMG. NIP win the fight. Going to take this Otacon, get the GA buffs, and continue the cruise in this game.
And I feel like that was the breaking point in this game.
Yeah.
That was where NIP maybe had a little bit of an opening there for OMG to take advantage of. I mean, gave away a kill early. A teleport came in from Linfeng.
It was a good start.
At those 2 items, I mean, it looked good. But it was the playmaking from Aki to keep his AD carry alive and Leave really going off towards the back end of this game.
I mean, this from PP God is great, but the hero's entrance is just that hair late. So the hostile takeover gets in, buys a lot of space, and this ult from Harry was fantastic. Found Shanji really reestablished the line.
Essa NIP aí no Forte, não estou acompanhando muito. Cara, tá. Tiveram um primeiro splitzinho até ok, legal. E a ideia é que vamos ver agora como é que vai estar o time mais encaixado e tal, depois de mais tempo de treino, mais tempo junto, né?
Like Moham just kind of throws his life away, and no one's really able to protect Linfeng.
Just underestimates the damage from Lee. Maybe even didn't see him on the map.
Linfeng Wing in there doesn't help either, so he's not fully guilty in that. Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised that Hung like flashed onto like the tank instead of going towards Lee.
Salve, Lupe. É o Doinb Boss, mano. Doinb Boss em campo. Pô, gente, só explicando pra vocês. Acabar esse jogo aqui, eu vou ir um laboratório aqui do lado aqui fazer um exame, né? Exame de sangue, só lá tirar sangue rapidinho. Já volto. Assim que acabar esse jogo, acho que eu já vou já.
Trying to get in there, it got to 48 HP, almost a steal for the OMG jungler. But Aki just has those diamond hands. He held strong and he smites away that
consegui assistir NIP contra Tess.
Lands a 3-man taunt. Starry has the stopwatch and will go golden, but he suddenly finds himself in the midst of 4 members of Ninjas in Pajamas. It's another 4 kills picked up for them. They are looking to close this game out sooner rather than later, Cubby.
I just went straight to Baron after the reset, after Chemtech, and again, OMG, they're behind, they can't fight. That angle from Doinb on the back half to find the hero's entrance, and that angle to wrap up the fight. Pretty resounding win from NIP.
Some opportunities maybe for OMG.
Deixaram o Aki jogar de vai ainda, né?
Every single time, NIP playing the margins and winning outright. They get that mid lane inhibitor with that Baron buff, should be able to turn their attention towards the top side. Not an end angle just yet, as the death timers are still very low, but you have to feel like OMG already starting to go back to the drawing board here.
Deixa na tela aqui falando que fazer exame, já volto. Deixar meu webcam aqui em cima.
Aki dashes back in, not able to find a target. Call going to be forcing OMG back as they will claim that second inhibitor in the top lane.
That's probably it for NIP. They're just going to reset and go find the rest. And yeah, I mean, going back through the pace of this game, early on, we had both Linfeng and Harry got flashes out of their opposing solo laners. That's a pretty good start. But again, I think the big difference just the map rotations, and then really Aki versus Hong for me was the big difference in this one. Aki just had a fantastic game.
Então já volto
Ends
assim.
up winning the smite fight. Hong actually did a really nice job actually just getting into the pit to give himself a chance. Was quite close, but not able to get it. And then the back half, Doinb, great hero's entrance, great angle. Make sure that OMG had no chance to play the back half of this fight.
And we missed the start of that, but Shanji just one shot.
Joguei bem clean da NIP, né?
Yeah, that helps. She was able to do anything. So yeah, that was your star mid laner that is gonna have to do some work against NIP if OMG wanted to have a chance here in this game. Just hadn't really bounced in. The ball hasn't bounced on in their favor as they're now with the Baron buff for another 40 seconds, looking to crack up in the final of these inner turrets and potentially inhibitor turrets as well, with the teleport coming in from Doinb to make it 4 members on this bottom side.
Yeah, unfortunately for Linfeng, again, this matchup, you are able to farm up and scale, but caught out by the Galio once in the side lane, and then I think played the last 2 fights pretty poorly. The Valk into the combo from Alistar is kind of a death sentence there for OMG in that last fight. Now getting caught as we have the engage. PP God.
Looks like Harry's going to be the primary target. Again, the ultimate doesn't connect, and so Leave will be able to pick up yet another kill for himself. Shanji dashing.
Rapaziada, vou lá fazer meu exame, tá?
That is very hard to take down a level 16.
Só tirar sangue lá rapidinho e já volto então. Deve demorar uns 30 minutos aí. Vou chegar cedinho lá. Beleza? Foi rapidão então. Já voltei.
Playing with their food a little bit. Hung dashing in to try to pick up something, but the rest of his team is headed right back to the fountain, where they will remain for the end of this game. Ninjas in Pajamas, a dominant start here for Group C, and they will run away with this one in 29 minutes.
That's what you wanted to see out of Ninjas in Pajamas, again, playing with direction. We set this one up saying that Doinb teams, they always seem to have this level of cohesion and playmaking that Doinb just brings to any roster that he plays with. And that Galio has played really, really well as they were able to find a really big fight around early grubs, and they turned that into a lot on the map, Grapes.
And I want to give a shout out to the top side for Ninjas in Pajamas as well. Yeah. I mean, Doinb obviously facilitating, but it was Aki on the Vi, as you mentioned, and then Shanji having actually a very solid game on that Gwen. He survived a little bit of that early game pressure and was able to take full advantage of that late game power of the Gwen, right? And so against their former team, it was Aki and Shanji taking that first one. And so they go up to 1-0 in the group. Again, a result that we potentially expected coming in, but in these best-of-1 formats, one little thing goes wrong and all of a sudden you could be in a pretty bad situation. So good job for NIP by starting things off on the right foot.
Yeah, no, for me with NIP, of course we always talk so much about Doinb and that direction. I think that the way that he plays the map and hovers is always really strong, but good to see, like, if you're an NIP fan, I think really nice to see some good moments there from PP God on the Alistar, and also Aki for me was the MVP of that map. Really played well in that first game. I feel like just that first play where, you know, Sejuani is trying to respond by taking the bot side after Grubs, goes in, defends with Doinb, pushes Sej out, and then immediately finds a winning kill for Gwen, like flips that matchup on its head, and then what we saw the rest of the game from Aki, just that direction playing with Doinb was really, really sound. So good to see from Aki and PP God actually doing some good work together and showing some good moments there if you're an NIP fan.
And you might say, like, oh, it's just the noob stomp, press R on all your champions buttons and your team comp works, but knowing when to find those engages and when to look for fights like that takes a little bit of decision making that has to be praised here for NIP. You know, you mentioned that they were down a little bit at the start of the game, but as soon as they found the angles that they wanted, they were able to pounce on it, take advantage of it, and they found wins in every single one of the engages that they went for. As for OMG, definitely back to the drawing board a little bit. This was a team that excited a lot of us going into at the end of Split 1. After that, you know, they took 2 series all the way to 5 games. They proved to be competitive against a lot of the teams in the LPL, but not this time against NIP.
Yeah, a bit of a roughie there on the flip side from Hong and Moham. I still feel like with Moham, when he's not able to engage, just doesn't feel like the same player. Again, this is a player that for me, I know that a lot of people tend to focus on the lows we've seen from Moham early in his career, given that those happened on a big stage, but he also found himself in that position with D+ for a reason. We have seen some high highs, especially when he's on engagers. I mean, his rel should be feared in the league, truly. But yeah, again, that really felt like he didn't have an impact on the Renata that game. It just found himself in some really poor positions and really didn't do much. So bit of a bummer. Definitely some signs of growth that we're still looking for from OMG that they can hopefully hit throughout the rest of the day today.
And still more opportunities to pick up wins. Obviously, the matchup against Top on the horizon for them as well, but actually first up for them after they get 1 game off is the matchup against FPX, which would be the 3rd game of the day as we go through some of the highlights here. That's the thing about these group stages, Cubby, where you play the full round robin in 1 day. You gotta fully reset, especially after getting stomped the way that they did.
Again, keep in mind OMG, they're a pool 3 team. We expect them to get out, and I mean either 3rd or 4th. I'd probably 3rd is where most of us had them. So it is important that they're able to at least put up more of a contest against Top Esports and FPX later on in the day, but we'll see.
We'll go through a couple of these highlights as well. I mean, I feel like everybody really on Ninjas in Pajamas played really well, and again, you could say it's because of the leadership of somebody like Doinb, but I think that's discrediting some of the solid performances we saw across the rest of the board. Now, this was the one opportunity in the game where we thought OMG might have had a bit of a chance, but just the slightest bit of outplays, I think, from Aki and Leave specifically in the back half of this.
I mean, that was a nice high-style takeover from Moham and a really good ult from Harry to really reestablish the lines of that fight. But then Linfeng, after the TP back in, pretty unwarranted Valkyrie into PP God, who does do a nice job of at least playing on the edge of this fight. And yeah, I mean, finds his opportunity right there when Linfeng uses W to try and clean up PP God. PP God gets the combo off, and trading himself for Corki at that point of the fight is well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, just really nicely played by PP God to cancel, you know, some of that engaging here from Linfeng as well. You know, pop in the headbutt pulve as soon as the Valkyrie went forward. But yeah, I mean, that seemed like the fight that OMG could have maybe done something with, and maybe that's where their scaling started to take over. But then it's the classic, the Otacon, get the Baron, and then eventually win the game.
Yeah, they snowballed it pretty quickly. So props to NIP. The way they put this map away and some of the stuff we're seeing from them on the map. Did really like some of those rotations to play around the grubs. Think it really opened up that opportunity around that dragon that OMG was trying to take. I believe it was the second dragon that ended up being contested at NIP flip. That is really where NIP got off to the races. And some of the fundamentals that we have seen them and Doinb teams do so well really paid off in that map against OMG.
Await our player of the game graphic as well. I feel like, again, you go towards anybody here because of how dominant and how clean that game was played by NIP. Taking a look at what they have next up, they get a little bit of an extended break. And then I think the most exciting, most anticipated matchup of the day will come in game number 4 when they go up against Top Esports. That'll be an exciting one that we will continue to preview throughout the beginning of the day. It's Leave coming away with the player of the game for this one. Definitely justified, had some really nice plays, especially around that dragon fight, picking up that triple kill that eventually really turned the game around.
Leaf had a nice one. Shout out to the Celerity and Gathering Storm, the Blue Tree Enjoyer. Very good on Jin. Get some bonus mileage out of that, given his kit. But yeah, shout out. I thought Leaf had a good one. For me, Aki was really the one that dictated and ran the map, but we did have some nice moments from Leaf, and I was pretty accurate with those snipes as well. So shout out to Leaf. And oh, we got question mark pings by Grapes. What's that for?
We'll get some explanation. Okay.
Producer Kai has some explaining to do.
He said it was a mistake. So okay, well.
Yeah, I mean he's getting pretty liberal. He's getting pretty liberal with those question mark pings. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna do it for our coverage of the first game of the day. However, we're gonna take a short break and come right back as we introduce our next 2 teams from Group C. Stay tuned for FPX versus Top Esports after this. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, one last thing. We have to do a little ad read here as well.
This is important.
We are extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments have gone into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays the on-air talent and content creators. Make sure to subscribe to our Coffee, which is linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique content interviews, which will be coming rather shortly here in split number 2. That's it here for game 1. We'll see you after this break for FPX versus Top. Welcome back, everybody, to the English coverage of the LPL. We're here with the placement games to go through Group C. We've got 2 new teams to talk about here, as we also have the return of our defending Split 1 champions in Top Esports. They're going to be going up against FPX here in our second game of the day. Grapes alongside Cubby here for this one. I mean, let's get right into the rosters here, as I think the players are getting ready to take the stage shortly. We'll start off with Top Esports, Cubby. Again, defending champions. They went on that big lower bracket run until things fell apart for them a little bit when they went to the international stage.
Yeah, no changes here. We're going to hope that, at least in LPL, that, you know, maybe Jakulov has a few more opportunities to play the game, as it really felt like in first stand, him and Crisp were under heavy target and focus from all the teams that managed to go there and get the best of Top, who, yeah, I mean, they had a pretty disappointing run, right? I think looking back, Top did not feel like they were contenders at that event, but again, seeing their form at that tournament and then the form that we saw from them as they ran the lower bracket gauntlet in the LPL, I think it's fair to say that it's a bit different, and we're hoping to see Top return to that form we saw them last showcase when they were playing domestically and hoisting that new Split 1 trophy in the LPL.
I mean, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for them, right? They made it to the Demacia Cup Finals, and they lost to, you know, they lost to AL in the group stage. They started the lower bracket and then went on that lower bracket run to make it all the way back and win the entirety of Split 1. So we'll see what they look like coming in this time around. I guess if we're talking about the ups and downs, if it's a continuous cycle, if they were down at first stand, maybe they're back up here for the group stage of Split number 2. But let's take a look at their opponents. It's going to be FPX, Fun Plus Phoenix. They did not do very well last split. They're actually currently riding a 9-game losing streak after winning the first game of the split. They then have lost 9 straight. But they have a new player. They have Assume coming over from EDG, going to be filling in that bot lane position that was previously held by Bot, and him and Jue will be the new bot lane here for FPX.
And a reunion for these two from their time in Rare Atom. They were eliminated in the first round of playoffs for summer of 24, but I guess good to see Assume here. I feel like he brings a little bit of experience to this lineup and maybe to this bot lane. But for FPX and this team, look, they're a pool 4 team. It feels kind of dire at times with this squad. There's not a ton of great things to say about FPX, Grapes. Like, if you told us going into this split that this would be one of the 2 orgs that we wouldn't see in Split 3, I don't think we'd be too surprised. But hey, with Assume now in, it is a chance for FPX to show us something different. We got some surprises at the group stage yesterday, and we'll see if FPX can surprise us today.
I mean, hey, going to bat a little bit here for FPX.
Yeah.
They, in their first, as the person who, you know, for some reason put them 3rd in my group predictions, right? Like, they, in their first series against RNG, which I think was the most winnable in terms of, like, strength of schedule, they had Sorrow in instead of Shadow. Now they're going to have their full roster come in, and also making that roster change here. I think maybe having that previously existing synergy with Assume and Jue can help out this team, especially in again, best of ones where things can operate very, very quickly. I'm very curious to see how this new bot lane looks against the OMG team that they'll be playing after this one at Top Esports. This one, definitely top favorite, I think most people would say. And then it's just about how FPX looks after this, how they can progress throughout the week and also throughout the entirety of Split.
Yeah, and again, for me, this is a team that, again, if you told me that they're not returning at Split 3, I wouldn't be surprised. So I want to see if we see something better from FPX. They didn't really inspire us on the Rift last split, so we'll see if that changes coming into a brand new group and a brand new split here.
Now, if we have some time, we do have some clips from the previous bot lane here of Assume and Jue. We can take a look at just what we can expect from these 2 players. Again, you see them here on Rare Atom, where they did have some decent moments.
Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing them go up against NIP here, as again, playoffs didn't exactly go the way that they wanted them to do. Rare Atom, it's not like they were a favorite by any means, but it is some synergy between these 2 players as they do return to be this duo. And of course, I will say that at least with Jue, the one game that they were able to pick up last split, he did play well. I feel like he was someone where it's sometimes hard to look good as a support on a losing team, but yeah, Jue did at least have a couple ideas or a couple angles that he took. As oftentimes, sometimes it's hard to look good as an AD when you are on a losing team. We'll see if that gets better or worse here for Assume as he finds himself on this roster.
I will say that Nico ult, that was resulted in the only win that FPX had the entirety of Split 1. So hopefully things go a little bit better for them in Split 2. Otherwise, they'll be ending their entire 2025 a little bit prematurely, as they would not be available for Split 3 if, of course, they fall down to that lower bracket and finish at the bottom to there. In terms of TS on the other side, though, Cubby, I mean, you almost have to think that the pressure is mostly on them, right? After what was a very disappointing LPL performance from the LPL first representative at First Stand, if they all of a sudden like lose to FPX, it feels like FPX playing with house money a little bit here. If Top lose this one, I mean, I don't know. It would cause some shockwaves through the scene as we're taking a look at some of the lowlights that they had at this international.
I mean, I didn't feel like Top going into the international, like they didn't really adopt with their drafting, and I feel like a lot of the way that Top plays is like when you are playing these MF comps. I mean, if things don't go your way early or anything goes wrong, you get outscaled, and it really felt like Top, like, we're taking early game comps, we're messing up early, not respecting teammates, and just looked bad. So I don't know if we're going to see a massive overhaul in terms of change of strategy or what they're prioritizing, but it's definitely something to look out for throughout groups today. Is again, it was a rather disappointing international performance from Top.
And hey, even lost to North America as well. I mean, nothing happened after this one play. The series ended, and nothing else happened after that. So
yeah, that's
had to throw that in there.
Yeah, I like that one. You know, you got a nice little win in there against NA. Even against the most disappointing LPL performance internationally we've seen it a bit, still find a way to make sure we score NA. That's nice, Grapes. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. You gotta. We're kind of dual allegiances here on the LPL English broadcast. We're casting this, of course, from North America, so just to give them a little bit of support here. But yeah, for Top Esports, they, I think, want to prove some people wrong going in. I feel like, as somebody like you going into the group predictions, like saw the underperformance from Top and was like, okay, I'm gonna predict NIP to make it out first in this group. I'm sure they want to prove a lot of those people wrong, prove why they actually made it through the entirety of that LPL lower bracket, because they took down like any and every top team. It's not like they had some easy bracket where they lucked into certain things. Like, they beat all the best teams in the LPL to get there. So they definitely earned it. It just, once they got here, didn't go as well.
Yeah, I think the one big difference maker that we're going to look like for as well, at least for Top Esports, is Kanavi. Kanavi is a legendary LPL player. One of the best junglers that we've ever seen compete in this league, and it really felt like he flopped internationally in a way that we haven't seen before. I think that in terms of them winning the split, we did see some good and bad games from Kanavi. It felt like he played, he definitely played good enough for them to win, but there were games where they were winning and losing just because of his performance. It's going to happen in the jungle, but it really felt like he was the weak link going international. So if there's any player to really put a microscope under, not this team needs any more focus. I feel like every LPL fan has been watching this team with the most critical eye that you can possibly watch them as they did go international. But for me, if there's one member where I'm really looking to see him, scale up or at least take away anything from a game today, it's can Kanavi put together some good games. So something he didn't do internationally, and we'll see if he's able to play better in Split 2.
Yeah, and while Top Esports, I'm sure a lot of their focus in terms of draft prep and practice going into this week is probably for that next matchup that they're going to play against NIP, but they got to make sure they start off on the right foot here as well, because if you immediately come off of dropping 3-0 to Hanwha and then losing to FPX, a team that has lost 9 straight games, that would not be a good look. So you just got to make sure you take care of business here, per se, before you go on to that task that you might consider a little bit tougher. And again, in a best of one, you can never count anybody out, because as soon as you make one mistake, things could suddenly go south for you.
Yeah, Top Esports back in the LPL. Of course, international time didn't go the way they wanted to, as I'm sure everyone knows. But hey, we'll see domestically. I mean, let's be honest, potentially a warm-up match here against FPX if things go the way that we expect it to go for later. So But hey, you know what? When you're going up against Shadow, he's always going to throw you some curveballs. It's always going to be weird. See if he gets any lead. You know, so Shadow never likes to play standard. Well, he's got some up his sleeve, so we'll see that's going to be the case tonight against Kanavi and Top Esports. Because, let's face it, FPX, if they want to find any wins, I'd be much more surprised to see them win standard going up against Top Esports than not. I feel like Shadow's in because they want to throw curveballs, and he is someone that is always going to throw something at you. So,
hey, I mean, why not, right? You're already the severe underdogs. Probably not going to win, as you said, in a standard play style. Let's go for something crazy. I mean, I can't think of anything super crazy off the top of my head. I know that Nefiri was around earlier, so if you want to like play a jungler that can really hard carry, you know, that could be a possibility here for Shadow. I don't know. Well, I'm excited to see Top Esports back in their element, back in the LPL, where of course they found a lot of success, especially towards the back half of the season. They took down another team in this group, NIP, 3-1 en route to winning that championship. But it's gonna have to start right here. Players are preparing for the draft, and you know, just another note here for FPX, right? Like if you win this game specifically, or if you come up with a win out of the ordinary against any of these teams, like that can give you a situation where you might have yourself a chance of not fully just being sent into that 4th seed, into that lower bracket, right? And so that is
the Fury band.
Okay. Well,
all right. We'll learn fast on that one.
Looks like actually it was FPX taken away. They didn't want Kanavi taking advantage of that potentially, as relatively standard bans all throughout. When that was B1'd in the last game, it's taken away on red side. It's going to be a very, very fast Jace lock in here for FPX to start things off.
Okay. For me, a lot of eyes are actually on Nidalee. It's been a really big pick for Kanavi and Top Esports. So with the Yone lock in here, wouldn't be surprised if we get a Kanavi Nidalee coming in as... Oh, okay, never mind. It's going to be Sejuani. So melee on melee synergy. Likely saving top pick for last. Maybe we get Ambessa being played into the Jace. And I feel like the only way FPX could even think about denying it here is going for like a Zyra or a Maokai, and then they really want to slam the Ambessa here. They could flex the Jace around.
Maokai here, probably towards Shadow. Kara's going to lock in that Corki. A little bit flexible here, but we've seen it more towards the mid lane as of late. We'll see what Top Esports have to say about it on the other side. Maybe the Varus locked in. Another, you know, as you said, very powerful champion, this time going into the hands of Jackie.
Yeah, so the Jace and the Corki, they can technically double flex this around if they do want to go for Corki bot, Jace mid. But at the moment, I do like the idea to take the Varus. I expect to see maybe a ban to protect the Jace on the top side. And if they really want to get rid of Ambessa, they can. I think that might be worth the idea, especially with the Sejuani can really help attack the Jace. But there are so many options up there that you could just have FPX go, hey, you know what? We just want to take away things that we're scared of. Nico being taken away at support. That's a big one. Nice wombo there for Crisp to help line up a Yone combo. No option anymore. But yeah, maybe Renata being taken away, or Nautilus. Okay. So not ban. Maybe looking to protect a potential Rel coming out from Jouet, or a Leona, been very popular. Of course, a lot of things on the table, but double support ban towards Crisp. That's Solomon. Oh boy, we have a Scion. So it looks like Top Esports learned something at first stand, you know. They're going to be playing Driver Scion up in the top lane here for 369.
That's true. It ended up working well for their opposition at that international competition. I will say, like, this would be an opportunity to maybe send that Jace to the mid lane. Scion does very well into the Jace. Pretty good neutralizer there. And there's a lot of good top laners that Sheer could play into the Scion. But it looks like right now they're hovering any carry. They're going to lock the Ezreal in and just play this, you know, long extended poke comp instead.
I was a bit surprised, like, now that we see Scion locked into the Jhin ban. I feel like Ezreal, not that he's going to do a ton of damage to a Scion either, but Ezreal's for sure slippier, like much more slippery when it comes to this front line. So, whereas Jhin, you know, doesn't really damage the Sejuani Scion. Leona is going to be locked in to round things out. So Crisp, yeah, likely just going to go for the Braum and play catch. So I will say that engage for Top Esports, they have Sejuani, they have Scion, they have Yone, but kind of an interesting comp here for top. It really feels like they're going to be a little bit more on the back foot, potentially against a Maokai. And if Maokai gets any control over this map, again, the scaling between him, the Corki, the Ezreal, there's a lot of scaling on FPX, so I think the onus is really on top esports to make plays and play this game quickly.
Good amount of poke here from FPX as well. You have the Ezreal, the Corki, even the Jace throwing out those accelerated shock blasts. And Leona and Maokai can both engage from very far range with their ultimates, right? And so if you are FPX, if you can get to a stage where you can start sieging these turrets without that big primary engage on top esports, that could be a decent opportunity for you to take advantage of the compositions that have been sorted out here in this draft. For the second game of our first round robin here in Group C, our first look at the defending champions, Top Esports, since their appearance at First Stand. We're on the other side. FunPlus Phoenix, they need to get something working before their season goes fully on the back foot.
I just love seeing the Scion here for 369 slamming that. He definitely going to be his job to eat a lot of that poke that you were highlighting coming into these objectives. So we'll see if Top Esports learned anything from First Stand outside of just the Scion pick itself. It was a common matchup that we saw into the Jace that the Flying Oyster used great success themselves throughout the tournament. So definitely a matchup where you get pushed around a little bit as Scion, but you each scale, and of course, if you get Scion to have good setups for those mid-game fights, I mean, those ults can be game-changing if they're able to connect. So see if 369 is able to really lean on his tank specialty that we've seen throughout his career, and maybe lean on some of the learnings he took from Driver at First Stand himself.
As we load onto the Rift, we'll see if they learn from their oysters here in this first game of Split 2 for them. A little aggressive opening here right now. That's a Braum already having that concussive blows onto Jue. Still has his flash. Really uses the Aftershock. Finally, not going to do too much to defend him. No summoner spells blown there for FPX instead, so they will head back to base just fine. But it got a little scary there for a second.
Yeah, it's going to be the poke setup for Jackie Love. Did start with the Q in this matchup, so Braum and poke Varus, you know, it's not the same abuse that you can have with the on-hit Varus, where you get a ton of attack speed to make sure those Winter's Bites proc quickly, but should we very much dissuade Jue from hopping in. As Braum versus Leona, it can be really dangerous as Leona. You go in, you wait out the Aftershock to proc everything as the Braum, and we've seen this matchup be really tough for Leona if it's played correctly on the Braum side. So we'll see if Jackie Love and Chris can start their bounce back now.
I know you have a lot of experience with that Braum matchup. I mean,
dude, there was a post on Reddit that was talking about Braum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was first page today. It was like, you know, Braum is actually a lot better or cooler than you think when it's played competitively at this level because of XYZ, and I'm watching this like, yeah, they aren't even talking about the good tech, man. Where's approach velocity and all this?
I mean, they certainly weren't listening to UCAS.
Yeah.
They were just coming up with that information. I feel like one of the biggest Braum preachers in our space. So
I mean, it's one of the very few feathers in my cap that I can put as a player that was perma-stuck D2+. That was rank 1 Braum in A.
Hey, we'll take it.
Got baptized by Core JJ a few times, you know. We'll take those.
It's a learning experience, and now you've used that expertise to help you here in terms of bot lane matchups in the LPL. As so far the Braum not doing too much, as actually was assuming Jue hitting level 2 first, but Jackie Love and Chris will match that. I will say overall, looking at the compositions, it seems like Top Esports, you know, we mentioned how maybe last game, like, you know, lacking damage and lacking the magic damage for OMG. It seems like with the poke Varus instead of the on-hit Varus, I might be seeing a little bit more of that this game.
I'm really concerned about Top Esports if this game goes late. But I will say Yone does bring a decent amount of magic damage to the table, and the focus is on the Corki earlier, but Cream, that Q was not exactly fired in the right direction where the Valkyrie came out. Good dodge from Care. Kanavi's going to return to his camp. I do like at least the unique timing there from Kanavi to try and 4-camp and go mid. Corki was kind of pushed up, didn't get as much as they wanted, but it was an idea. I didn't hate that one.
Yeah, and actually an early reset forced out of Assume, and that actually forced him to miss a cannon minion. Valk forward from Care, forcing Cream out just a little bit. As early game actually going okay for FPX, right? But I mean, maybe we're counting our chickens too soon, because we saw what happened after OMG got a couple of farm advantages in the first 5 minutes, then NIP happened for the next 25.
I mean, at the moment, though, Shadow talked about him throwing some curveballs. A dive on a Cream, maybe.
Yeah, but Kanavi's here as well, ready to try and make this a 2-for-2. Flash away from Care to get away from the Arctic Assault. And Shadow will use that phase rush to run away as well. Nice protection there from Kanavi.
I didn't like that look from Shadow. You saw Sejuani with a red buff. You know that she's going to be on the bot side. And just with the approach, a little bit too much time for Kanavi to try and respond. Did burn the flash, so they do get Kanavi's flash out of that. But feels like a little bit there was sacked by Shadow. He's going to get the super clear off, so it's not all bad, but didn't really get the time out of Kanavi that he wanted. I don't know. That was a risky dive. So that one doesn't connect, and now all eyes going to be on these the first Drake, first Grubs here, Grapes, as we'll see really what the choice is here by Kanavi. I feel like a Grub fight could be really good for top esports. They have 6 on their solo laners, so I think that's the goal.
I mean, right now, it's the bot lane for top esports doing really, really well for themselves. They are not too far ahead or in CS or anything like that, but they've already forced a reset out of Assume. They've already chunked down to half HP again. So they are getting their licks in with this poke Varus right now. As Care actually backs forward in onto Cream, try to get this wave fully crashed in. Looks like that will be a goal that is accomplished. As again, Assume and Jue forced away with their wave not in the best spot.
Yeah, Jaculov doing good work on the Varus, as always, pretty much. So, really tough for Assume to fight this early on. We've seen a lot of Varus versus Ezreal. Ezreal is a champ that can outscale the poke Varus, but you really need that, Miramana spike, and then the Shojins where you really hit your stride. If you want to talk about actually outscaling that pick. And poke Varus really scales about like how many good targets he has, which I'll say the targets for poke Varus in this game is not fantastic. The Jace we've seen this build, you get quite a bit tankier, but to see Shadow go for the Andres build, there will be a point in the mid game where Jaculov's going to have pretty much 5 good targets to hit before some of the tankier items come in for FPX. So top esports at least going to use this to continue to throw their weight around early. Maybe looking at the Grubs, but I got to say, FPX got 2. That's pretty big.
Yeah, because Kanavi tried to go for that play on Sheer and didn't end up having that work out for them. So even though top esports were first to top lane play, and with the bot lane that has been continuously taking advantage of Assume's way, it's actually FPX who get that little advantage down there in the Grub department. They go up 2-1 in a matchup into play that probably should have gone top esports as well.
Like this though, Chris trying to cut off FPX. They find Shadow. Maybe we'll toss around a little bit. Kanavi does have Smite if he wants to contest this, but the Q Smite does win for Maokai.
Oh, Kanavi ends up stealing that one away. So, a little outplay there from the top esports jungler. He still got those hands, of course. Looks like they're actually still continuing the pressure here on to Shadow and Jue. There's no red buff to fight for right now, but they're still in that pit.
Yeah, a little bit of wasted time there from top esports, but at least they get a Smite out of Shadow. They could go hit this dragon now. Pretty safe. Okay. Cream can't fully commit. Of course, Jue has sums, would be able to potentially lock Yone up onto the turret. Would be big trouble for Cream. That said, Cream getting Care to base now. Hero Mage minion. Well,
that's the real MVP right there.
Yeah. First dragon does go over to top esports, though, all that's going on. So, not all bad here for top.
And they find themselves up at 200 gold just through lanes, and right now that is opened up towards the bottom lane. Jaculov and Chris really taking advantage of the 2v2 so far. They find themselves up 400 gold. Everywhere else, though, FPX are kind of in control. You see Care opening up a 10-12 CS lead over Cream. Sheer doing okay in this Sion matchup so far, although the more armor that Sion's able to pick up, the harder and harder this matchup does get, especially if you aren't able to snowball with an early game kill. So Sheer's gonna be in trouble maybe in a little bit, but right now he's doing okay.
For me, Sheer is actually, really felt like we kind of set this up as be grim for FPX and their hopes, but Sheer has been the bright point for me on this roster. If there really has been any. So good to see, of course, Sheer, the Jace, very powerful pick. And this matchup, we do expect to see the Sion go down a little bit in terms of CS, but of course that tank Sion can be really useful in terms of throwing around your weight in the mid game. And that's where I want to see Top Esports again, just try and speed this game up. As this game goes on, we see the Corki, see the Ezreal, see the Maokai, the Jace. There is a lot of scaling on FPX's team, so I don't think that this game is a free win later on for Top Esports by any means. It's really on them to push the pace of this game forward, and at the moment, Crisp and Kanavi wasting some time, seeing some empty camps. The Shadow has done a nice job of hitting at it, staying ahead.
And it's the same thing that we saw last game, right? Where NIP against OMG were the team that had to push the initiative, and it was around this point where they really started to go for those plays, right? With the Vi ultimates, the Galio ultimates. The tools are available now for Top Esports to do the same. You have Kanavi, level 7, has had that Glacier Prison available for quite some time. 369 can follow up with Engage. There's heavy crowd control on all 5 of their champions' ultimates that they could use in succession of each other if they want to, but they haven't been able to find anything just yet, and they're continuing to allow FPX to scale. Of course, that could all change as soon as one play goes awry for FPX, and Top Esports can maybe start to take control there, but right now you have to give credit to a team like FPX who absolutely did not have the first split that they wanted to. Going up against the LPL champions right now, and so far not really making any crucial mistakes.
No, so far doing all right. Really tough thing though for FPX at this point of the game. When you go up against Poke Varus, you just do not get mid priority at this point. This champ and this build, you just absolutely delete every wave that comes your way. It's really hard to contest, so that's really the fact that they're just throwing Varus mid and kind of insta-winning that lane gives you the opportunity to move first to a lot of plays, including potential grubs, as Jaculov making his way back in here.
Yeah, Shadow can pick up 1. That would be really big. Try to keep up that count at 3, but instead it's going to be a full engage, actually, with that ultimate from Shadow. Jway already forced to flash away. There's a 3-man Fate Seal from Cream, but he gets knocked back, not able to finish off anybody on FPX, and Top Esports are forced to run for the hills. 369's at only 300 HP. Care Valks forward, force the Kanavi to flash away, use the Blast Cone defensively. That'll absolutely lock up that grub for FPX. They prevent any of those feats of strength from going over, and they keep themselves alive in this game, Cubby.
A 3-3 split is not bad at all. Jace able to TP bot to pick up the rest of that wave. FPX gonna be sitting kind of pretty with this one.
So all things considered, the gold's starting to slide a little bit more towards Top Esports, but they haven't picked up any kills. They haven't picked up a significant major objective other than that Chemtech Dragon. And now the grubs are even, right? And so this is that early game composition that we were talking about, and this is where Top Esports should have been able to find a win.
Yeah, the big thing for me, Jaculov's late. He based to get an item, so he's not able to put Poke down before the fight, and they got a lot done against the Sion. Shadow did a really nice job of buying space, buying time. They were able to absorb a really good Yone ult from Cream, who didn't have enough damage to get through any of the members of FPX, so nice job by them to absorb something there. And again, the fact that Jaculov isn't here early to set up to get the poke off, like how FPX just got the objective, they pressed the Maokai R, they said, hey, if we eat Varus Qs, we're not going to be in good shape. He's not here. Let's fight now. They locked up the Sion, and again, a grub split I think is a pretty nice, but like small but nice win for them. So good job, FPX.
You can see again, like for Top Esports, especially when Jaculov is not there, the damage really lacking, right? I mean, Cream came in with that 3-man ultimate. There was no follow-up. You can credit maybe the fact that they burned 369's ultimate a little bit earlier in the process, but it seems like a lot of things have to go right for Top Esports, or they have to just soak up all of the engaged tools from FPX first before they can follow up with the tools of their own. That's just the way that their composition currently functions. But right now, they're going to be able to at least pick up the second dragon and get some control in that department.
No contest there. Man, you mentioned 369 Sion. He's even stealing some of the tech the build that Driver had. So Top definitely learned something from the Flying Oysters here. As it's the Frozen Heart, and the Swifties was a big thing that I saw Driver using just to help better position yourself as Sion. It was quite important with getting your Qs off. I mean, of course, you're immobile during that, but sometimes that bonus in-combat move speed can be a difference maker, and just the slow resist, which would be pretty valuable this game, at least against you know, Maokai is a frontliner for Sion. Can help you close a little bit extra gap or maybe position yourself a little bit better to get a nice Q off. I like the fact that I know it was a bummer for Top Esports at the International. You know, you don't want to... going into the event, if you'd told me that Top would have lost the bracket stage to the Flying Oysters, I probably would have said you're nuts. But hey, at least it's showing they learned something from it, Grapes, you know? Improvement.
And let's see, they're going to find something here onto Care, just a little bit too far forward. The flash not successful either. That is first blood picked up for Top Esports as they finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, flash, but of course that Q3 on Yone is a bit janky. It kind of starts behind him. Still got caught, so the flash and death, that's going to hurt from Care. And giving Cream some free time at the side. Then plates have fallen. Yone is just going to be able to pick this one up, so that should be first brick, and that feat secured from Top Esports, putting them quite close to feats in general.
It's just that one little play that might allow for Top Esports to get back into this game. Let's take another look at this one. It seems like Care a little bit too aggressive. I mean, there was not really much to go for other than maybe the wave a little bit early.
I mean, he had a control ward in the Tri-Brush, and if you're going to flash, you just flash the Fate Sealed. I think if he flashes that, then he's able to walk on out of there. Or he would have to sidestep a Sejuani ult and then just hope that Yone can't DPS him down. But now you have Yone, and this is a very happy spot for Top Esports. Again, the Sion, Yone, like these two lanes, and Jaculov being mid, this map's pretty easy for Top Esports to play. It's just, okay, Varus has push. We're going to go help or funnel into the Yone lane and try and get him ahead. Now Cream going to catch a wave, has the Bork a little bit accelerated in this game thanks to that first blood and the turret. And the game plan pretty easy here for Top Esports is to continue to clear under the Yone and really pressure this lane that cannot be answered now for FPX given the fact that Corky's down to flash.
Yeah, now that Cream is a little bit more online, he'll be able to go in kind of on his own, find flanks on his own. And I think that's very crucial for how Top Esports composition wants to function. And so that opens up a lot of possibilities now for this team. It seemed like when Cream was a little bit further behind, you know, him going in, landing that 3-man ult didn't do too much. I think now it's going to hurt a little bit more as the Rift Herald is going to spawn right now. Actually looks like FPX is there first, but we'll see if Top Esports want to try to collapse on this or not. Tris gaining control of that mid lane. Looks like they're actually going to foreshadow, and the rest of FPX alone.
Yeah, I think FPX just kind of tickling it to make sure that can't be a free start here from Top Esports. Going to force that thing to reset. But again, this is where it's really tough to go up against Poke Varus because those waves get deleted. That said, Shadow, of course, going for the Andres Maokai build, being the magic damage on his team. Those saplings do hurt. Maokai does a lot of damage with this build. This FPX, see if they look for a fight, but that's a big piercing arrow coming out of Jaculov. Ult casted.
Nature's Grasp, in comes Shadow, he steals away the Rift Herald. Now what can the fight look like on the other side? Unstoppable Onslaught comes through. 369 will take down Jouet. Cream will go down though, and here comes Sheer. He flashes to the wall. He picks himself up a double kill, and Jaculov is potentially caught out. He flashes into the red buff pit, but Shadow is looking to close the distance, and it's a snipe from Assume to claim the Feats of Warfare, the Rift Herald, and the fight win for FPX.
Okay, now things get pretty interesting because that Rift Herald steal, the insta drop, that's going to be the outer that falls. And a gold lead now goes over to FPX at a comp where, again, they heavily outscale Top Esports in this game. So FPX taking a few steps to really set themselves up for success. And for me, the big difference maker in that one, it was Sheer being able to go over the wall and clean up the low health bars that Top Esports had. Big difference maker as Sheer is chasing the Sion matchup. You get your farm, but you know, it's kind of a lane for Sion where you're trying to absorb and lose gracefully. Sheer had economy and was able to use it really nicely here. As of course Shadow, the Q Smite lands true. Cream gets stuck in the back of the pit. He didn't have any impact on this fight being the fed one, and then a 369 of the Sion just kind of had to walk his way out, leaving the other carries for Top Esports rather exposed. Hanavi and Jaculov found, and a lot of gold now onto this Jace.
And shout out to Assume as well, the new addition for FPX. He ate the Sejuani ultimate, cleansed away. He flashed away from 369's ultimate. That's all the main engage tools that Top Esports had, and he was able to clean up the rest of that fight as well. I know it was a tough early game for him, but able to turn things around and allow for FPX to get back into this game just a little bit. Ends up being a trade of that top lane tower as 369 was able to pick that up, but FPX are able to prevent the whole point from going over, and they're feeling very happy with the way this game is currently situated.
Again, those double Miramanas going to be coming in here pretty soon for FPX. Shadow might have to walk his way out of this one.
And there comes the ultimate as well from Chris. Looks like Shadow not going to live through this one as the tank squad comes through for Top Esports and get themselves right back into an even playing state. Now 3 kills to 3 overall. Right back in the lead in terms of gold, although not by much at this point. So what's to do next? Not much to play around the map for now. We're waiting for those tiers to come through. They're fully stacked for both Care and Assume. This is where the scaling really can start to take control.
I do want to compliment Top on that play. 369 got top lane in all the way. So he rotated mid. The rest of Top kind of collapsed into Shadow, who probably shouldn't have been on those Krugs and got punished for it. So well played from Top Esports. But again, as you stated, this 500 gold lead is not what Top Esports were looking for, given the drafts that we have. And I gotta say that Infernal Dragon 2 being secured by FPX, it denied Soul Point, and it's a lot more abusable for their team than it is for Top Esports. So, I mean, you have everyone on the team, minus Leona, building damage with Maokai going for the Leandries. It's really gonna help against a lower damage team from Top Esports. Again, it's a Scion Sejuani topside, and that's why I was a little bit surprised to see the Poke Fair, especially paired up with this Braum. Is Cream gonna have to ult out and Jouer?
Solar Flare comes out, Cream to dodge it, and flash away from the True Shot Barrage, but it looks like the FPX want to keep going for this one, and this could be a bit of an overextension as the rest of Top Esports are able to collapse. Cream picks up the kill, Sheer will go down, and it's a 4v5 for the next 40 seconds on the map.
Sheer might have been able to actually threaten Cream there if he hit the Empowered Shock Blast, but I think he left the gate a little bit behind him, and then ended up being a one-way trip in. Mistake there from FPX again. Still the weaker team in this one, but yeah, this Top Esports comp, they do not do a ton of damage. So I am very curious to see if the Ezreal Corki can actually get through this really beefy front line that Top Esports has in the Scion Sejuani, because that is one thing. Like, you don't want to really build pen on Corki, and the pen you're getting as Ezreal is like, I mean, Sorel does later on. Hell, if he built like LDR or Grievous in this one, I feel like that's completely understandable, frankly, given how big this front line is for Top Esports. So I know Sorel actually went under a bit of a change or perspective change too with the last patch. So kind of curious to see when the pen does come in for Assume, because yeah, of course, Top lower damage comp, but a lot of tankiness on their side in exchange.
Yeah, and that's kind of the balancing act, right? Like, how much damage can Cream put out before his front line goes down? Jackie Love also going more of a defensive build. You think workings of a Edge of Night as the second item with the Tunneler picked up for him as well. So that's going to be a little bit less damage from him in addition, on top of what is already a relatively low damage build. But I don't know. We'll see how the rest of this opens up here. FPX, they're gonna almost have 3 of those Muramanas, which do a lot of damage to basically everyone, especially at this stage in the game. Otacon available, Dragon up in about a minute. Going to be another Infernal for these two teams to contest.
Really curious what the setup ends up being here for Top Esports. Of course, Jaculov going to make his way towards a blue buff. As with bot lane being in all the way, Scion does have the opportunity to walk up and really support bot river overtake here from Top Esports. And with Jaculov still being on this Poke Ferris, yeah, these waves get deleted. So he's going to do his best to just get the health bars a little bit lower here for FPX. Should be a lot of control for Top Esports, but curious actually to see Kanavi, who is getting pinged out here by FPX, potentially be found. Shadow should sapling that. Yep. So they're going to sniff out the Sejuani here. That is a nice little win for FPX, and good job by Shadow, of course, on the Maokai. The saplings kind of vision help you play forward line decently well. He's doing a nice job at least making sure that they know where Top Esports are setting up.
Now the question goes towards this Dragon. Solar Flare comes out. Jackie Love had the spell shield, so will not get locked down by it, and neither will the Nature's Grasp, as Shadow has that ultimate blocked out by Chris. Now comes the re-engage. Comes 369, he's gonna land the ultimate only onto the Maokai, but a two-man decimating smash is all that top esports need to get this fight off on the right foot. Care has to Valk over the wall into the Raptor pit, and top esports should have control of this dragon now in a 4v5.
I know, we talked about the scaling here for FPX, but that Scion, this fight, the first fight that we saw, top drop, that the Scion, you were able to get through it, actually kill it. Not that time around. That Scion was invincible. That is one thing about this this game. This Scion just went double armor items. Going to be really tough to deal with. Is of course only Maokai is bringing the magic damage. So who knows? Maybe 369 just kind of out tank the Corki Ezreal and these two champs that really don't want to buy pen. Going to be an interesting dichotomy as we go through this game. Just of course top being lower damage, but really tanky, and then FPX being full damage and Care.
No flash. He might be in trouble here. Looks like the Soul Unbound going to go back with a little bit too much help on Care's side.
Yeah, Cream missed a Q. That's all that Care needed to just barely get his way out. Top esports is putting themselves on Soul Point like that, and FPX still, I really felt like they weren't able to get in, and that's where Pokevarus is still so strong, with his ability to just delete mid waves, then dip into Vision or Fog, where you are walking through these piercing arrows quite tough.
And then you look at 369. I mean, you're talking about it, Covey, but I don't think anybody other than maybe Care at this point can do much to him. Not even a full accelerated shock blast can take down his shield at this point in the game. 1,000 HP already unlocked on the Soul Furnace, and now they could potentially look for something here with Crisp and 369. Really good position. Take control of this top side jungle. Try to steal away this blue buff as well. That'll be a big win for top if they're able to control that. Looks like FPX really want it. Oh, it gets barely picked up. I think that was Kanavi to steal it away.
I see top esports, they're rocking all the Baron empowered blue buffs, so goes to everyone on the team. And this game's really kind of thrown me for a bit of a loop, because I see Maokai double marksman. I'm instantly thinking like, oh boy, scaling, right? FPX is in good shape, but yeah, like that last fight, the last interaction we had, I'm like, do want to give. Like, I just don't want to put this in the champions. We're gonna get a replay.
Oh, we're bored. We're bored.
It was Crisp.
Whoa. Okay.
That's a powerful Q. Plus 90, baby. I'll take that one. And yeah, you're right. We are bored for showing that. But like, just the lack of damage that 369 took in the last fight, and that ult that he had was so good.
Oh man, Dwayne just gets caught out, has the aftershock, which keeps him alive for a long time, but he will finally go down to Kanavi. Now assume in a bad spot, has to shift over the wall to prevent from that decimating smash from coming through. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Cream just 1v1's Care in the side lane, and that means top esports can fully go onto this team fight. Shadow will fall. Blast Cone forces Sheer and Assume back, but is a 3-for-0 across multiple areas of the map for top esports, as they now can go towards either of these neutral objectives on the top side.
Yeah, I can only assume the all-in bot Cream was able to land his Qs this time around against Care, who went down, and again, 369 just gets to walk wherever he pleases. These waves getting deleted by the Scion. He's able to collapse, help the team, and just refuse to get pushed out. As FPX relegated looking for turrets, and Sheer relegated to fighting this 1v2. He's going to have to run for the hills. A little bit trickier.
Looks like he's probably going to just try to buy as much time as possible, as the Baron has already gone over to top esports. Looks like he does a little bit of damage, but Cream will get the help from his support, and the Krispy Kreme duo will be able to take Sheer down.
I wasn't expecting the Krispy Kreme duo to come out. As here we're gonna see. Okay, so he just sniped him in the brush. Wow, that's I guess just assumed he was basing, or I don't see a TP channel coming out. Oh, he dipped into the brush after he killed the wave, so that's how Cream was able to guess. Oh yeah, there was TP coming out, so he was locked up. Wow, that's a really big win. And then again, 369 gonna get a flash out of Sheer. Gonna connect with Shadow, still finds the 2-man. I know Assume was able to get out of there, but I like the idea of 369 even flashing forward to try and keep on pursuing that. If it's not Infernal Rift and they don't have access to that Blast Cone, I think Chase is for sure on for top esports.
That could have been a really bad thing for Assume if he ended up getting caught by that Sejuani ultimate, but looks like he will be okay. However, the damage has been done through this Baron going down, Covey. I mean, FPX were in a position where they were up in gold. They were maybe scaling a little bit, but now the gold deficit over 6K after that Baron.
It's Infernal Soul too, and you can see the kind of the head scratch of the FPX in, because Care is working his way towards an LDR. And again, you got to imagine that Ezreal is Shojin at the moment. It has to be. Oh, hold on. Have a fight. 369.
Broke a little bit, but again, 369 just taking up so much damage on this front line. Shadow does a nice job with the Bramble Smash, but he's 3 levels down compared to 369, and he will drop very, very easily, and so will assume. Here comes Cream as well. Fade Seal not going to connect onto Sheer, but the damage might have already been done. Care is level 16, but does not have enough damage to survive this in a 2v4, I would assume. Here comes Jue to try to buy a little bit of space, but it's a 5v2 opening up on the map. The health bars are low, but low does not mean dead here on the map for Top Esports. Care will barely survive, but he might just have to watch his base crumble in his own sights, underneath his own fountain. The Nexus towers are under fire. Still 15 seconds on Shadow coming back to life. Care will go down, and Top Esports come back with a vengeance here in the LPL and will win the game over FPX.
Well, if you can't beat him, join him there from 369, piloting that Scion damn well in this win for Top Esports. For me, I know the Cream found some big solo kills later on, but I'm probably going to honor 369 with the player of the game there, as Top Esports took a game that, as you called out, Graves, looking close for a little bit and made that look really one-sided in the end, and see some of the shortcomings of FPX. So with a couple of those, for me, the big one was that 4th Dragon setup, where after they got the Infernal Dragon, felt like they had some control over the game, and just the double ults being thrown out by the Leona, the Maokai, that reach that failed, really put them in a tough spot. And then we just saw Scion. I thought the Ezreal Corki would scale with the Maokai, but that game, it was, I guess, Scion just outscaling all, as he could not be dealt with, man. That was a big Scion from 369.
I mean, now we just need to see him do a little dance once he gets up on the stage. Looks like he didn't copy that part of the Oysters after the win on the Scion there. But hey, you know, the pressure was a little bit on them. Obviously, this was supposed to be, you never want to say warm up in a tier 1 league, but for Top Esports, well, they got that matchup against NIP.
Don't check NIP's Twitter after game 1. Yeah, talk about warm ups then, because may or may not have been their Twitter.
Lá tirei sangue, fiz meu exame.
With the scoreboard showing,
Hey, it sets up for some pretty interesting matchups over our next 2 games.
Resultados, né?
FPX going up against OMG first, the 2 losers, and then of course that big heavyweight bout between Top Esports and NIP, a rematch of a matchup in the lower bracket of the playoffs in split number 1 as well. We're getting closer and closer to that one, so I feel like that first set of games between these 4 teams kind of confirmed our expectations that this was really cut and dry in terms of a top 2 and a bottom 2. But seeing these, top 2 and bottom 2 teams, duke it out should be pretty interesting at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say I thought FPX showed some more signs of life than OMG, even though I have OMG over FPX, so maybe that makes for a promising bout later on. And we want to give some credit to Top Esports. Again, FPX, they're not the strongest team we have in the LPL, but I did feel like after the...
Vamos assistir TikTok aqui.
Tá, esse cara aqui é 2 vezes campeão mundial de LoL.
Mas quantos filhos o Neymar precisa fazer para que eles precisem trabalhar em regime de CLT? Então vamos lá. A fortuna do Neymar...
Calma, esse vídeo vai ser bom.
Quantos filhos o Neymar precisa fazer para que eles precisem trabalhar em regime de CLT? Então vamos lá.
Muitos, né? Pelo amor de Deus.
A fortuna do Neymar avaliada em 6,5 bilhões de reais. Claro que isso não é o dinheiro que ele tem parado na conta bancária dele. Essa conta aí, os imóveis, carros, os investimentos, você entendeu o raciocínio? Então, para que isso vire renda, para que ele consiga sustentar vários e vários filhos, ele teria que vender todos os ativos, transformar em dinheiro e poder passar para os filhos. Para passar os bens através de doação, ele vai pagar o imposto de 4%. Parece pouco, mas dá 260 milhões de reais. Então vai sobrar apenas 6,24 bilhões. Isso é claro, considerando que a fortuna dele não vai aumentar. Se a gente pensar no rendimento de 1% ao mês, vai dar 62,4 milhões. Segundo dados divulgados pelo blog do Serasa, em São Paulo, uma família de 4 pessoas tem um gasto médio de 14.661 reais. A gente vai considerar que os filhos do Neymar vão sustentar uma família. Então, se a gente dividir 62,4 milhões de rendimento por mês, 4.661, o Neymar teria que fazer 4.256 filhos. Mas tem um detalhe, nós precisamos aplicar um fator de correção, pois provavelmente o sósia do Neymar iria assumir 30% de todos os filhos que surgissem por aí. Então a gente pega 4.256, que é o que ele pode assumir, e divide por 0,7, que é 70% do total, já só que 30% só já vai assumir. Isso vai dar 6.080 filhos. Isso é basicamente metade dos filhos que o Mr. Catra teve. Se ele fizer um filho por dia, ele vai levar 16 anos e meio. Ou seja, em 4 mandatos, Neymar vai meter 6.000 pessoas no mercado de trabalho. Melhor que muito prefeito por aí.
Genial, mano. Esse cara é muito bom, velho. Exame de próxima plena terça-feira, Cat. Né, mano? Tô chegando em idade, velho.
Aí são essas coisas das elites e tal, que elas se unem pra deixar o poder na mão de poucos e tal. A gente é da elite. E a gente nunca foi convidado pra nenhuma reunião dessa de... Eu queria ser incluído, entendeu?
Podcast
É
do
porque
Posso
vocês
Fazer é
não
muito
são
bom, né?
de elite. Vocês são de classe média.
Não
Isso é
sou
uma outra
classe
classe.
Não, mas isso é a maneira como você tá... Você não vai botar a gente pra baixo aqui.
Não, né? Tá bom.
Você não vai botar
A
a
gente
gente
não
pra
vai
baixo.
descer na pirâmide.
Não é porque vocês não são elite. A gente é elite, sim.
Isso foi outra coisa que a gente pode culpar a esquerda, hein?
Vamos culpar a esquerda.
É a
Vamos culpar a
noção,
esquerda.
vamos. Bora culpar a esquerda.
Cortezinho.
Qual foi um tiro? Não foi nem no pé, foi na cabeça que a esquerda deu com esse negócio de nova classe média. É que esse cara que ganha 2 e 5 salários mínimos, ou seja, ele é pobre remediado, mas ele é pobre, né? E tal. Esse cara se acha de classe média hoje em dia. E o cara de classe média, como vocês, se acham de elite.
Sim.
Isso invisibiliza a elite
Mas a gente
real.
tem que
O
projetar uma
principal
imagem de
dispositivo-
sucesso, senão a
O
gente...
principal dispositivo de
Como é
poder
que a gente vai
de
empreender?
qualquer dominação é você se tornar invisível. Porque ninguém vai sequer pensar em você. Você mora em Botafogo.
Botafogo.
Né? Pronto,
Caralho,
um bairro
então esse cara
tipicamente
aí-
de classe média, etc.
Não, pode ser.
Ah.
Esse cara... Eu esqueci o nome desse maluco. Qual que é o nome desse cara? Tá falando desse careca aí, não sei. Mas, porra, ele falou uma parada foda agora, tá?
Ser melhor, mas é porque eu tentei morar em Ipanema um tempo, mas eu não
A
consegui.
partir do momento que faz o
Ipanema
cara
aí.
que ganha 30 mil, 50 mil achar que ele é rico, que ele é de elite, faz com que faz com que você não pense na verdadeira elite, porque você conhece pessoas que ganham 30, 50 mil. Agora, você conhece alguém que ganha 500 milhões de dividendos por mês e não paga imposto nesse dividendo ainda? Você conhece, né? Então, tipo assim, essas pessoas, elas ficam meio que reais pra você, né?
Elite?
Não, depende. É muito... É classe média mesmo. A elite é muito pequena.
Muito
Se
pequena.
você for montar, né? Se você for pensar nisso, não são mais do que 200 mil pessoas
No Brasil,
junto com as suas famílias.
Mas 200 mil pessoas dá um Maracanã antigo.
Que é elite, cara. Elite é você ter uma fazenda de soja. Elite é você ter a Rede Globo. Elite é você ter
Foda.
cadeias comerciais, etc, etc. A
não tenho
elite é
nada
isso.
disso.
É quem manda
Não tenho nada
no
disso.
país.
Eu não sou de elite.
Não. Não é uma
doideira.
novidade.
Sim, cara.
É uma novidade que eu tava querendo dizer a você.
cara.
Eu sou de elite.
Você é classe
Eu sou de
média.
elite.
Classe média.
Elite.
Classe média.
Elite.
Cara, esse vídeo é muito bom, mano.
Eu sou de elite.
Vamos dar de tempo.
Esse vídeo é muito bom, mano. Pelo amor de Deus, velho. Deixa eu copiar esse tipo. Nossa, velho. Meu Deus, eu queria pegar o link, eu acho que. Na minha cidade, a família mais rica. Tem telecom, agrotech, cidade de 700 mil habitantes. Ninguém nunca viu esse povo. Lógico, esse pessoal. Se o pessoal realmente é rico pra caralho, essa galera não estuda aí, né? Os filhos vão estudar na Suíça, pô.
A galera do Matuê, o Will, o Teto. Eu tô na reunião aqui sem fumar, tá ligado? É que eu parei de fumar cigarro, aí tô aqui louco. Pode até começar com esse valor aí, 400, por aí. Mas eu acho que a gente vai acabar chegando nos 500 aí, cara. Pensa que um clipe teria 2 minutos e meio. 3 minutos, vamos dizer. Um clipe de 3 minutos, 40 mil por minuto. Divididos por 2, 20 mil. Ninguém vai usar nosso telão vertical. Tô com uma faixa com o Derek pra sair no disco dele. E o Rian não sabe se vai incluir no disco dele. Eu falei, se tu não lançar no teu disco, cara, eu lanço no meu.
A gente pode criar isso e fazer, por exemplo, a gente já fez algumas vezes.
Lacrou. Ele lacrou. Olha que família, ele lacrou. Lacrou.
Muito vídeo, é muito bom.
Doutor, qual a sua opinião sobre pagamento de pensão? Bom, minha opinião depende. Qual das partes está me contratando? Se for a parte que quer pensão, aí eu acho que é um direito
Advogado é assim
na
mesmo.
melhor escola, ter o melhor videogame, as melhores roupas, e é o direito da mãe fazer uma harmonização facial com o dentista de Marechal Hermes, que é um amigo meu. E isso não para com o direito criminal. Cliente meu recebe pensão até parar de ver filme de herói e sair da casa da mãe.
Até para
Mas
de
agora,
filme de herói.
se
Agora, se quem que é meu cliente é o pai, né? É quem vai ter que pagar a pensão.
Quem tá comigo é a pessoa que tá devendo a pensão? Aí a criança precisa entender que na vida nada vem fácil. E o único jeito de aprender isso é indo a pé para a escola. É usando a roupa que tem e nada de videogame, que isso fode com a cabeça da criança. Então tudo é uma questão de ponto de vista e todos os pontos de vista levam para um só lugar, que sou eu. Dr. Renê confia que tem OAB.
Pô, fica lá com as like na propaganda.
Hey, y'all, what's up? Hey, catch Mike win prize. Yeah. Whoa. It's a prize, bro. It's a prize. I got a studio right across the street. The prize is a free studio session, bro. You rap?
Switch, nigga. Yeah, I do rap.
You want to run a free session real quick?
Hey, man, come on, let's go.
Back of the creep, nigga, get down when you see me. What I said, niggas gonna die trying to be like me. Damn.
Niggas be down to be like
There you go.
Niggas be down to be like neat.
Neighbors be dying to be like
No! Niggas be dying to be like neat. Keep that.
What if we did like bum 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 bum? What's that sound like?
Niggas be dying to be like neat. Niggas gonna die trying to be like me. Push over, don't look over, leave your brains in the street. I slang pipes,
Dizem, mas com quem tu aprendeu assim?
Here in the pit, but he just walks in the pit, sees, oh no, this is gonna be a complete, oh wait, Vilja does have smite, oh, knocks over the wall against the Elder Drake, Prime here is super low, also Handsome D is super low, Galio gets his good ult, Vilja one-shots Theogax, oh my god, everybody's boop, 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 boop.
He got it! Oh shit, big, Jano is gonna be big here. Holy shit, he just two-tapped two of them!
Goes. Hit to 2.5.
I ult MF.
Hit. No.
Ele jogou muito.
Nice. We can play it. Need the Drake. Nice. We can play it.
Slowly.
Go Skyrim.
Oh yeah. Victor and Sonia. Victor.
Oh no, they get Elder.
Vilja!
Essa play vai insana mesmo dele, velho.
Victor.
Oh my god! Let's go, okay? No,
Oh, they're going on Belgia. Okay, Belgia ulted it.
Need the Drake.
Oh, Belgia stole it! Or I don't know what to say, like he didn't like let them steal it or he stole it. I think this could be GG. Oh my god, Crowny! The sniper!
I ult MF.
É o...
Need the Drake. Play it.
O Pedro fica maluco.
Play the fight!
Victor and Sonia.
Gaia wins against Skarner!
Victor.
That's gonna be it! Can we play the end? Get some speed on that bitch! No flash! Come on, get him before the wave!
I got him.
Can we end mid? 40 seconds! Everyone shut the
É o fim do milênio, né? O milênio não deu certo, né?
Oh, MTV?
It's MTV.
The MTV.
This is the MC. Is this the Casanat?
Yes, it is. MTV. Say less. I'm here.
Oh man, why is MTV special for you, man?
Bro, MTV is so special because I used to watch Ridiculousness. I used to watch Martin. I used to everything on MTV is just MTV. Like I used to watch it growing up, crazy.
Você vendeu errado. O que tá acontecendo aqui, gente? Que isso?
Esse homem aqui é um herói!
Peraí, esse é o flanelinha que tava tomando conta do meu... O carro, não é?
Esse carro é
Vídeo
seu?
muito bom,
Sim, esse carro é meu.
Esse homem salvou o seu carro.
Como assim, gente?
Apareceu 3 assaltantes armados.
Ó, doutor.
Tentaram roubar o seu carro. Ele brigou com eles, levou um tiro de raspão, mas evitou o assalto.
Sozinho?
Eu disse que eu ia ficar de olho, aí eu
Fiquei de olho.
Muito obrigado.
Que a galera espera,
Depois
né?
apareceu 10 mendigos querendo usar o teu carro de motel.
Mentira isso.
Uma agressividade, todo cheirado de maconha.
Aí ele tirou um spray de pimenta, não sei da onde, conseguiu imobilizar os 10 mendigos e ainda chamou a polícia.
Meu Deus do céu, gente.
O senhor disse pra eu não ir embora, eu não fui.
Meu amigo, olha só, deixa eu falar com você. Eu não sei como te agradecer. Você tá bem?
Tô. Mas ó, não foi só isso não, tá?
Não foi não.
mais.
Os policiais prenderam os mendigos, mas aí perceberam que o carro do senhor tá parado numa vaga que não pode.
Ah, não pode parar aqui.
Não pode parar
Não
aqui.
pode.
Aí foram rebocar e o flanelinha aqui pegou o telefone, ficou fazendo umas ligações, 2 horas falando, desenrolando com os PMs aqui, até que conseguiu falar com o desembargador, que aí liberou, dizendo que podia parar aqui, mas depois disso tudo aqui, ó, caiu desmaiado nesse chão aqui, porque tá sem comer o dia inteiro, prometeu pro senhor que ia ficar aqui, debaixo desse sol, vigiando o seu carro.
O dia que eu fiz uma festa com 400...
Faltou o final do vídeo, né? Que ele vira e fala: pô, senhor, tem como dar um trocado? Aí ele, caralho, vagabundo pra caralho, hein? Flanelinha, mó folgado, hein? Porra.
Eu tô com medo de perguntar essa do...
Ih. Morning routine. Esse cara aqui tem uns vídeos de dieta foda dele, tá? Inclusive, nem tô seguindo. Esse cara manda muito bem. O cara tem um shape também, né? Cara, só na esteirinha. Toma. No. Que é isso? Ele é whey com que? Aveia?
Homosexualidad en el fútbol.
Bien.
Vamos a ver cómo se planteaba ese...
I like all... Okay. Brasil.
Entre bater o pênalti ou ajudar na briga, eu prefiro ajudar na briga. Quem disse isso foi Luiz Fabiano.
Faltou a aplicação matinal ali. Cara, esse cara é muito bom. Esse cara aqui. Esse cara é meu conteúdo favorito do TikTok, é esse cara.
Pênalti ou ajudar na briga, eu prefiro ajudar na briga. Quem disse isso foi Luiz Fabiano, atacante histórico do São Paulo e grande intérprete de um conceito sociológico na aula de hoje. Vamos entender? Anota que isso tem tudo a ver com trabalho em equipe. Presta atenção, aulas e curso, o professor Crônica de Jorge, a aula de hoje é a arte do trabalho em equipe. Importante para quem pratica esporte, faz trabalho, é dono de empresa, anota que o Luiz Fabiano tem muito a ensinar. No dicionário temos a definição de equipe, substantivo feminino, conjunto de pessoas que se dedicam ao mesmo objetivo. O que o dicionário esquece de narrar é que se essas pessoas tiverem um vínculo emocional, é mais fácil trabalhar em pró ao objetivo. Se eu sou o técnico do São Paulo e vejo uma declaração de um jogador meu falando que prefere ajudar na briga do que bater o pênalti, eu sei que eu consegui. Já não é mais um amontoado de jogador correndo de um lado para o outro e ganhando salário. Não, é uma equipe. Por quê? Primeiro pelo óbvio, né? É muito mais fácil bater o pênalti do que ajudar na briga. E outra que vale ser notado é bater o pênalti. Não é fazer gol. Bater pênalti eu bato. Minha avó bate pênalti, qualquer um bate pênalti. Agora eu quero ver ajudar na briga. Ajudar na briga é só quem é fechamento. Só ajuda na briga quem são os de verdade. Capitão do meu time, meu irmão. Não bate pênalti. Não. Dá cruzado no goleiro que tá enchendo o saco do goleiro do meu time. Que porra é essa? E outra coisa que é importante salientar. Ajudar na briga não é trocar porrada, necessariamente. Tem outras formas de ajudar na briga. Você pode atirar coisa, você pode ganhar tempo. Né? Você tá numa briga 3 contra 3 com seus amigos e 2 caras estão te dando porrada, que é o tempo necessário pro teu amigo pegar a cadeira, e vocês ganham a briga, você ajudou na briga. Pega o Real Madrid, por exemplo, o time campeão. Se um cara do Manchester United começa a encher o saco do goleiro do Real Madrid, o Sérgio Ramos atravessa o campo inteiro só pra dar uma muqueta no cara. Porque é o meu time, amigo, são os meus companheiros, em prol objetivo. O pênalti que se foda. No caso do Luiz Fabiano foi mais emblemático ainda, porque era contra o River Plate. Argentinos. No caso, na semifinal sul-americana de 2003, que empatou, foi pros pênaltis,
voadora,
começou antes da cobrança geral, uma confusão, uma animosidade, certamente algum argentino partiu pra cima do time do São Paulo e o Luiz Fabiano literalmente deu uma voadora.
Ele dá uma voadora mesmo.
Cunhando a segunda maior frase do futebol, que é: amigo de verdade chega na voadora. E falando em briga, é legal lembrar, às vezes numa briga é preciso saber ser Gandhi. Quem lembra da aula do Gandhi? Aqui, Luiz Fabiano foi Gandhi. Entrou com a voadora, quebrou o maxilar do argentino e parou a briga. Paz instantânea.
Acabou a briga na hora.
Então,
instaurou a paz.
Porrada? fica na sala.
Fica na
Ó,
sala.
a gente vai estar tirando todas as dúvidas dos alunos e alunas nos comentários. Se perguntarem como você detém tanto conhecimento, é só falar que você segue o Professor Crônicas em todas as redes sociais. Obrigado.
Cara, deixa eu ver isso aqui rapidão. Luiz Fabiano. River Plate.
Uma confusão com o argentino, jamais a gente pode ficar de fora, tem que ajudar os companheiros. Eu sou o batedor oficial, tô de fora, infelizmente, mas antes de brigar e bater o pênalti, eu prefiro ajudar na briga.
Sensacional. Bora.
Oh wow, that's a really early gnar coming out for sheer. Being narrowed down rather significantly in this one. Just curious to see that locked in so early. Of course, the Aurora showing for OMG, ability to make that one flexible. We assume it's going to be in the hands of Linfeng. Interested to see if Care actually goes for.
Nossa, que joguinho bom agora, hein?
That's a counter that we saw actually be really big in Fearless Draft.
Só eu achei que a FPX jogou um LOLzinho até ok contra
positive interactions and a pretty good matchup.
Protest. Eu assisti lá assim no exame lá, tava assistindo de levinho, de ladinho.
Just kind of curious to see if we see it again with Aatrox showing the game. A lot less likely to see the Vladimir. But yeah, curious to see what Care goes for.
So top side locked up for OMG. That most likely sends the Aurora towards Linfeng in the mid lane. Let's see what the response is for FPX on the other side. They have a matchup that they like into the Aurora, or if maybe they want to focus their attention elsewhere early on the draft, maybe pick up a support for Jue. Nope, gonna be the Ahri locked in. I feel like this is a champion that has lost a little bit of the priority. It used to be a very, very high prio pick across the entire international landscape, but now getting an opportunity here against the Aurora.
Alright, so FPX, I mean, they're showing via Ahri. Just get rid of the defensive ADs. Make sure that you can play attack. I think the big thing right now, if they are able to set Aatrox behind, I think that's big. Aatrox, of course, someone where if he's able to play out the fight, he lands those Qs, the sweet spots. We've seen the big heals, the sweet spots be really nice for Aatrox just sustaining his way through a fight. But there is a real ability to one-shot him early on. So I want to see if FAX is able to set him behind in any way, shape, or form with the Gnar and the Aatrox matchup. And then maybe sending the Vi Ahri up top to set him even further behind. I think those are really real options for FPX with what's showing in their draft right now.
So you mentioned defensive ADCs for Starry. Those are two of the big ones right off the bat. The Ezreal with all the dashes and the shifts over, and then you get Xayah can throw out that Feather Storm and dodge a lot of that crowd control. So the Charm, or sorry, the Vialty into the Charm combo going to be very, very strong for this mid jungle of FPX.
É que a gente tava pensando esses dias, aqui a gente tem tudo que o Brasil precisa para ir para mensar. As peças perfeitas para encaixar na Loud, ganhar Isurus, Flaquest, Dizame, Stream e Seal. Mas o Seal quer provar que ele consegue fazer esse time daqui de ganhar, então não vai acontecer. Cara, mas não sei se o Trimby também tem essa bola toda aí que tu tá achando, não. Esse cara é meio bagre até agora, né? Dizames é pica mesmo, mas eu acho que o Dizames não é o tipo de jungler que ia se encaixar na Loud, mano. Sei lá. Encaixaria, não sei, né?
Interested how we wrap this one up now as OMG, because if they do want to go for engage for Moham, of course, does have that access to the rel that I think that Moham is just really
Biqueiro foi horrível, né?
Of course, has other options, but if you go for something like Braum or Alistar, I think potentially get Braum here is very real by FPX. I'd actually like Braum.
Cara, time vai pica, vai Flash Pix, você vai ter que blindar os postos. É o MG baniu o Renato, por quê, mano? O MG picou a Trox ali cedo assim também.
You already have engaged
né?
Ahri, so that's usually where Braum's quite nice because he can't really act as main engage. But instead, speaking of main engage,
estaria numa lineup com 3 gringos. Com essa lineup aí, meu amigo, é meio que o salário dela paga o salário do CBLOL inteiro.
FPX a very easily identifiable win condition in team comp, right? It's, you know, team fighting, 5v5, throw out those ultimates, have the wombo combos come out. OMG is a little bit all over the place here, Cubby. I'm not sure really what to take away from this. You have decent damage in the mid and AD carry positions, but I don't know. Is this just another 5v5 team composition as well for team fighting?
want to see how Starry builds. I'm expecting it to be poke Varus, but if not, then I would like how they scale throughout the game. I think that Viari runs out of gas at some point, so for me, I think Onus is on FPX. I'm curious to look at them a little bit more so early on and see what kind of plays they make, where they go for. And I want to see them try and set this Aatrox behind. If Aatrox is, you set him behind, it can be squishy for the whole game. I think that makes a really big difference with the comp that FPX is showing. If not, if Aatrox is able to function in these fights, can really make life hard for MF to just, feel safe firing out off the R or getting autos off throughout. So definitely something I'm looking out for. I would love to see a game plan for FPX where they really go focus on the top side. I think that with MF plus Recon showing in the draft, for me, I see that.
Mano, Jojo Piolho.
Their mind towards focusing down this Aatrox.
Siga ele vir pro Brasil, velho.
And they'll have a lot of tools to do it, especially in that jungle if they can get Care and Shadow onto the map the right way. Big game again. Of these teams, they do not want to fall to 0-2 in.
Será que eu acertei aqui o local onde eu tenho que deixar minha webcam aqui?
As well as the fact that this is probably the most winnable matchup for both of these teams against each other. And so again, that battle for third place.
Montar uma panela mesmo, tem que ser panela aqui.
Suspect that Top Esports and NIP are going to be the first ones out of Group C, and we'll see who ends up taking this one here as we head out of the rift for game number 3 of the day.
Yeah, you can see there with the win percentage that FPX favored mid if it goes late. Again, Viari kind of runs out of gas throughout the game. Aurora has some really nice ratios that she can run on. Helps you with damage later on. Gotta say, Harry going for this Electrocute Aatrox build.
Okay.
Little interesting. As Electrocute did see some buffs.
Nem panela dá pra montar porque não tem nem a panela, né? Você vai falar, vamos pegar os melhores. Não tem melhor, né? Tudo ruim.
Burstier trades does make sense, but no green tree.
Fica esse feeling, não fica?
So, stuff like Overgrowth, Second Wind, or even the increased heals and shields, all stuff pretty abusable by Aatrox as a champion. No access to that, so I'm curious to see how this is going to play a little bit differently as this game goes on for Harry.
Hung to start off this game, which means that he's not too worried about how the early laning phase is going to go, right? Like range versus melee, you don't have that resolve tree. Things might be a little bit tough in terms of the poke early on, but looks like they just want to get Hung accelerated a little bit on clear, as it looks like both junglers starting on that top side of the map. And I guess in the early stages here, Cubby, we see Starry with that Arcane Comet, going to be trying to dish out a lot of that poke damage. We saw the Varus lane work very well for Jackie Love and Top Esports early on, as that's a
Bem Brains nessa cage, fica timaço. Não fica timaço com esse mid e com o suporte. Fica, mano. Biqueiro lá. O problema da arcade não foi... Não acho que foi tanto Boal. Assim, Boal não jogou bem também, né? Mas definitivamente não foi o Morteus, tá ligado?
It's like one of those, you use it so early, you might get some more uses out of it, Barry.
That's true, yeah. If you fight again,
it's a little cooldown.
Might be back up.
For a summoner spell.
Yeah, very. I guess it's just to keep the HP high up, as assuming play did hit level 2 first.
It saved him 50 gold. He didn't have to pop pot.
Cara, eu tô meio em dúvida pelas combos aqui. Acho que tá muito 50-50, mano.
That's the kind of mind-bending logic that we just might need for FPX versus OMG.
The passive income here for Starry.
Yeah.
Now, hey, look, he's full HP with Moam heal now, so maybe the barrier worked out.
Go Alistar, yeah. Big time.
Okay. Anyway, again, battle between these two teams, and that lost pretty badly in their first games. I think we can admit, right? Like. There were moments specifically for FPX that we were like, okay, they want to fight against Top Esports. Maybe they can do something with the scaling composition. Never ended up really working out, right? And so, bouncing back from a game like that,
toda foi muito mal.
You pretty much get obliterated. I'm very curious.
PC jogando, mano, bizarro.
Because, we didn't see too much of either of them in the regular season. They both did not make the Split 1 playoffs.
Shadow's gonna snag his crab a wee bit late. With the push that Linfeng has, might be able to get access to the respawn raptors. Of course, this camp's quite big. Cares low. Then Fung has not spotted Shadow though.
Invis, but
Nice.
still gets popped out actually here by Shadow. The charm connects.
Ó.
He gets the flash
Beautiful.
away, but he's going to be followed up by Shadow. First
Ele
blood
deu hang?
going over to FPX, but
Ele ganha ainda vai. Ele ganha ainda vai se ele continuar. Ué?
Finish off that
Mas é
kill
porque tá
on
um pé da torre ali, né, também.
Still two
Mas se a vai continuar
flashes
assistindo,
for
ele
one
ganha, tá?
in the end, and
Zal ali.
a kill goes over to both junglers. Ari is going to be able to get back and I think pick up most, but a bit of an interesting trade early on. I think importantly, Shadow also able to pick up the respawn camp. So overall, I'm going to say worth it here for FPX. Able to play defense and at least able to make sure that Shadow can keep on clearing. As it was well played by Shadow again. He's
Frost,
here.
né,
I think he
que-
should be wiser to this one. And
Frost-
Shadow is able to.
Frost meio mono-racão, mano. Eu tenho um sentimento assim. Estão doidos pra tirar jogador da red e botar na cage aí, cara. Que isso?
Not bad, and of course Hong are gonna flash, make sure that he cleans up the kill against Care.
Não é melhor pensar e o Tim na red?
So, overall, I think that play being taken
E o
by
Curi
Shadow
na
is
red?
not bad. Well played by Shadow to find that one, and 1 for 1. Hey, at least he got the respawn Raptor camp, right? That's what it all comes down to.
I feel like so many junglers on blue side die on that like red side Raptor invade. I don't know. I feel like that's like it's a lot of bait. but it looks like it's okay for Hung specifically this time around. He's able to pick up at least 1 kill.
Yeah.
Answer back here for OMG.
Brence vai.
We saw a preview of what
Loud
the
Brence
looks
2026.
like Cubby, and it becomes even better once Shadow hits level 6.
Podem me cobrar aí ano que vem.
Care has netted his. Shadow still working towards it. A big change though right now. FPX, they sent the MF bot. So this tells me they might not want to fight first grubs. Instead, look for the dragon. Vi to shred the dragons with her denting blows. Really nice early on against this objective, but looks like they're just going to be okay with the trade. Starry going to go back bot, and grubs actually not started by OMG. A little bit surprising, as I think FPX okay with the trade, but OMG's not. They want to fight.
See how spicy they want to get here.
Cara, vai Ari aqui. Será que vai Ari carrega aqui o combinho? Carrega esse jogo.
Wasted time.
So maybe a more even trade instead of trying to flip the game around this first dragon. It will be picked up easily by Shadow and FPX. Well, Hung's gonna have enough.
Tudo coisa, né? O jogo só melhora quando a média melhora,
A little bit of wasted time there from
Isso que a Coreia é pica. Bom jogador que sabe que nunca vai conseguir jogar lá, chega aqui e é campeão.
Honestly, might be late enough where
O Root viu que ele não teria mais vaga lá, não ia conseguir se destacar lá, não ia conseguir ter muita oportunidade lá, e aqui ele é craque.
Shadow's gonna make his way all the way in.
Coreia é pica, pô.
Priority is with Harry in the top side to TP back recently for that.
Mohan, a mesma coisa. Mohan não teria chance mais de ficar na LCK e tá aí jogando LPL.
The theme of the day, Grapes, has been slow and controlled, and even with our bottom 2 groups or teams in the group, the theme has not changed.
You know, we're talking about how 369 was like copying their opponent's homework. It looks like maybe they learned a little from the LCK as well. This first round, you know, they won the tournament, so let's try to follow suit there for them. Play out these games a little bit slower. As invade here for Hung. This might fight. Yes, he will. That's a nice win here for the OMG jungler.
Yeah, well played. The wind becomes lightning. That damage where Shadow was at after the Justice Punch could not match the burst from Hung. It timed up that W and Smite well to snag that away from Shadow. So no red buff. It's a bit on this clear, but again, Grapes, that's the excitement that we're talking about in this one. This is not my LPL. I mean, honestly, this might be just the best propaganda run that we could have possibly thought about for best of 3s and 5s, right? This is actually the real reason why our LPL teams have been hectic. Not because of not because of the fact they're LPL teams that throw down and try and break the game and we play fast, furious. No, it's just the fact that we always play with best ups.
The corrupt best of 1 enthusiasts. They want slow games. They want you to fall asleep watching League of Legends. Instead, go with the best of series. More
I mean, it's neutered the fun. Best of 1s. That's got to be it.
That's a choice of a term.
I feel like it's accurate.
I guess. I don't know.
Nope, no balls, just Bren.
Makes things makes things less exciting. That's for sure. 9 minutes into this one, 2 kills. I mean, you understand the stakes of this matchup, obviously. double round robin, but again, these are the two teams that are expected to be contesting those 3rd and 4th spots in Group C. And in the pregame, we went over the differences between being that 3rd seed versus being the 4th seed. And even though these teams play again in a few days, I feel like having that extra pressure of the team that ends up 0-3, or if there's a team that ends up 0-3 on the after this first round, is not one that you want to carry into week 2. We always talk about like the 0-3 going into week 2 at like the World Championships. I feel like that very much holds true compared to Worlds past this time around in this format.
I mean, if you're 0-3 after the first round, that's
a gente tava recebendo um e-mail importante.
6-month sign on.
Matou a Academy, tinha 2
I don't think it's the siesta that these teams are looking for. That said, I'm gonna wish he took a siesta before that wave.
Mano, eu não quero Pô, tô na preguiça de ficar discutindo isso, assim. Mas eu acho que com certeza o negócio é tá produzindo mais talento e tal, só que é um negócio que depende de vários fatores, tá ligado? Não é só, igual o pessoal fala, não é só vontade, etc. É ecossistema, é cultura, sabe? É como as coisas são feitas. Muita coisa, muita variável. Mano, será que a Aurora é muito quebrada aqui também? Será que vai não é uma merda aqui também? Que a Aurora consegue às vezes ficar invisível. Consegue às vezes dar...
The big win. 3 summoner spells burned for 2. You know, we'll take that at this point. That's a win for them.
Moham's back at home, man. He's playing LCK again.
That's true. Hey, you know what? You're right.
I didn't think of this.
Yeah, this guy, been a bit around the block. I will say.
Ah, mas quem faz isso é gente ruim, o Shaolin. Jogador bom, o time Academy recruta, pô. Você é quem quer melhorar no jogo e tal e paga, tá ligado? O Mohan. Gente boa, eu não tô falando tipo Chove não, o próprio Mohan. Mohan jogava no Academy e recebia pra jogar no Academy.
Make sure they don't make it a 6-0, so instead they find the buy engage onto Starry, flash over the wall for Shadow.
Aqui vai dar FPX pra caramba, não. Nossa, o Nar jogou muito, mano. MF tá soltinho,
And now Harry is the target with the World Hender soon to expire. It'll be assumed to pick up that kill as 4 go the way of Fun plus Phoenix.
É, não tem como, mano. Vai ajuda muito, né?
I wasn't sure about that angle from FPX. There was no ult yet on Jue, but Sheer made it work with that TP, the Meganar. Great entrance to the fight from him, got access to the backline immediately, and really made sure that fight went heavily in FPX's favor.
There they go, 1.5 gold lead. They aren't able to finish off that second spawn of the Grubs, but they get at least one to make sure not all 6 go over. Here's another look at the fight again.
Como é que esse Varus joga, né?
A lot of resources out from OMG before Sheer comes in for the party.
Yeah, again,
Pô, pega o Varus ficou fria, faz tudo.
But Sheer, that entrance, it was fantastic. It got Kara a reset, and Kara plays this fight out really nicely on the found a really nice Q that he repositioned to actually find the kill on Moham behind, and then good charm on the Aatrox to make sure that he fell for free as well. I said back half of the play, we're back out on the rip with potential action. And Jue gets canceled, and really trying to defend this Dragon take. They will get it for themselves.
Looks like Jue getting canceled there, getting chunked out a little. Means that OMG were able to pick that one up nicely for themselves. So still, a close-ish game. OMG having some of that major objective.
Hey, Starry.
Now it's gonna be Starry getting caught out here by Care. That's a ton of damage on the R.
Ele tem flash até agora, não precisou de gastar naquela play.
And it forces Starry to flash away.
Saudade, meu mano, joelho.
Well worth it. I mean, Dragon just.
Cara, MG. Opa.
There. Meanwhile, flash traded from Harry. As
I guess.
I think that Nar's flash is more valuable than Aatrox. I think that's okay. Harry gonna force that one for himself. Did rush the Shojin, so more Qs, more dashes, and a damage amp on those. If you're able to chain them together, feels good. Gotta say, it's definitely a first item that you don't usually see from Aatrox's, because like sometimes Eclipse feels like you have or Centered Sky feels like you have a bigger first spike, but I do really like the Shojin. I think this item is actually kind of slept on at the moment. The amp and the lower cooldowns really big for Aatrox, so see if Ari can make nice use out of that.
Se Aaron trouxe split, não. Já tava já antes.
Survivor. He He's seen some horrible things.
Acho que tem jogo aí pra MG ainda, tá?
I can spoil it. You know what the grub looks like or reminds me of when he like arches up
Acho
like
que o
that?
Gold ficou muito espalhado
The, like
também.
creatures. If anyone has seen Mickey 17, and it reminds me of like those like big creatures from there. There's lack hair, but like the teeth, how it works, it's kind of familiar. If anyone, yeah, definitely.
That's on my watch.
Nossa, ô Linfeng.
Finds it a Linfeng through the between worlds. Dash forward.
Caramba, o Linfeng não gastou TP. Mano, Care vai dar TP. TP, perdeu o TP.
His inhibitor and will go right back to base.
E a hora da TP top.
Most of the wave, not super worth it. Oh, we have a look on Starry.
Hey, Starry.
Top of the bullet time as well. Nice engage from Jue. Starry chunk very low, but Hog doing a lot of damage as well with the crescent guard. Will pick up the kill onto Shadow to make it a 1-for-1. Moham and Harry now maybe looking for a re-engage. No flash on Assume. Looks like he will get away here from the chains and make it just the trade of kills. Shadow going down for Starry.
Então, poderia ser assim, Lods, mas é franquia, né? Você não pode colocar isso em franquia. Obrigado, também concordo, seria bom assim. Sempre indo no sistema de rebaixamento e tal, né? Só que aí, se a gente volta com isso hoje, vai dificultar ainda mais investimento. Aí ninguém vai querer investir ainda, tá ligado?
Will be a DPS advantage later on for FPX, where we do feel like their comp gets outscaled a little bit. Like the Viari only has so much game time where you're super effective, but at least MF can be a nice... It's a weird game where she actually kind of acts as a safety blanket later on, just being a DPS marksman versus a non-one. So it'd be nice for FPX, who again could make some nice steps in this game. Jouet looks to be stuck, but OMG thinks he can help over the wall.
Maybe you're right. Shadow's right there.
Yeah.
Assumes in the mid lane as well after he picks up that mid wave. Rift Herald has...
O MF tá quase K na frente de aquela kill, né?
Side of the map, and actually was FPX to pick up the second and final grub that was available up there. That was the last one left standing.
You got to join his friends, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
no grub left behind.
Normally all 6 get taken. So it would have been a weird world for him to have to.
E o cara sem flash só morreu, o Leandro Hassum aí.
Remember, no flash from that earlier
Pro Varus.
and so Starry will be able to pick up the shutdown.
O Henk jogou bem.
Yeah, that's a tough mistake from some. I like just given he's no flash. You're up against a poke Varus. You just got to give the wave there. He didn't have the support to walk up and gets instantly capitalized upon by Hong, who burns his flash to get the kill. I think that's well worth it because guess what? Makes the space for a Rift Herald take, which OMG would love to have for themselves, and looks to be the case with Assume still in the.
Os caras vão querer fightar isso aí.
Just getting a little bit frisky. Hong still has ult. So
tem vantagem de TP no Nar. Ah, o Nar tá dando TP. Realmente fightar isso aí. Cancelou. Nossa. Nossa, a Vai ainda tentou. Opa, ult do Varus. A Vai morreu. A Vai morreu pra tentar roubar um arauto. Vai matar todo mundo. Matou todo mundo, não. Achei que o Kier ia morrer, ele também tinha flash ainda do Kier.
Immediately procs down that Rift Herald and tries to keep the pressure up.
I'm just really perplexed.
Cara, bem jogado esses últimos 2 minutos aí do AMG.
Even tried to go for that contest from FPX. You're down your marksman. You have bot outer. There was a dragon spawning. If you actually play for the map, you could have set some of these things up and hope to take it after the Herald play from OMG, but instead by contesting. I mean, you lose the Herald, you lose the man, and again, we're going to see Sheer hit Mega and try and TP there, but Harry, he was much wiser to it, stops that, and again, regardless of your TPing to be even, I just don't think that's super worth it. And once that gets canceled, like again, Shadow Justice Punch in afterwards, so even then, like you're opting into a 3v4, it just feels really weird and forced for really no reason from FPX, and OMG, they get a little bit of gold back, only now 1k now, and have the chance to play for the Dragon, and the objective was spawning.
Aquele joguinho de tirar o único mundo.
FPX could have set up instead. Again, they decide to contest, they lose, and now
como assim? Joguinho de tiro, você tá falando CS?
Right after FPX won that one fight, they haven't done much since then.
Yeah.
Currently, they are still up in gold by a little bit, but I think we both agree that the OMG composition with the Aurora and the Aatrox that can scale relatively nicely into the late game, whereas maybe the damage from the Ahri falls off a little bit more, as now OMG are the ones actually putting the pressure on. They take down that mid tier 1, and now we're looking for a fight on the bottom
Eita,
side.
mano, se o MG acertar essa play aqui é muito grande, tá?
Which means that there is no
Não vão
real
conseguir, não. Tem
damage
que
on
voltar, tem
FPX's
que...
side down here in the bottom side.
Eles vão jogar agora pro Drake. A Ahri tá puxando lá. Pô, a Ahri levar essa T2 aí pros caras pegar esse Drake.
Kair's hitting the inner and can afford to do so because he has TP up and nothing to base for from the looks of things. So OMG just doing their best. They cleared some good vision away from FPX.
Nossa, vamos esperar a Aurora chegar lá. A Aurora já tá dando TP já pra proteger a torre. Eles vão ter que givar. Cara, eles vão ter que isso, mano. Givar o Drake pra não tomar T2 justo. Mas que isso. Muito mal jogado ali pela MG agora, tá? Perdidinhos.
Having the TP to contest that just gives away the dragon for free to FPX and we'll secure a Cloud Dragon. It's not bad.
I feel like it could have been. It's a situation where.
Ah, dá nada não. Só entre amigos aqui. Sinceramente falando, acho que talvez sim, mano. Assim, porque tem propaganda de aposta, né? Isso aí muda muito o cenário, tá ligado? Tem times e tal. Camisas, times.
Objective. Sheer is able to get another tower on the bot lane, so that is even more gold kind of funneled into FPX's pockets overall. Things looking pretty solid for them at this point of the game. Mohan though, maybe finding another pick onto Jouet. Cancels the grand entrance with the stun from the E, and will force the Rakan to flash over the wall.
Right, that's a big flash to take. TP coming in though, Sheer halfway to Mega.
Okay, and here comes Shadow as well. He flashes.
Nossa, o Stairs só morre aqui. O Shadow vai morrer também, né? Como é que vai ser o resto da fight agora? O que vai fazer mais falta? Vai. Rakan low. Eita. Ah, o Shinza ultou no ult da MF. Nossa, MF tomando ali. Ah, um por um. É uma torre lá do bot lá da...
Kind of whiffed his first combo, which prevented really any follow-up, which could have been nice for OMG, because for me, like that initial play, yes, you found Starry right off the bat with this Vine R combo, but Sheer failed his hop over the wall.
Muitos flashes, né?
And Shadow was stuck with not even being close to team support.
Flash da MF, flash do Rakan,
Starry does
flash da Vine.
Has the E field, so gets the flash out of Shadow, and then yeah, that's Sheer. Mini hop into the wall, gets the attack speed buff, which helps at least get through the Varus. But again, Shadow just really stuck in Arnie. And then watch Harry here. Again, I feel like this could have been really big, but Hong uses his Q3, flashes on the Sheer. Harry goes around the wall and just misses onto the priority target. So I think at the top side of OMG is more synced up there. Maybe they're able to follow up and chase and get more, but that desync really hurt them in the end and made sure that it was only a 1-for-1 with now Summoner Spells burned on the poke Varus. So getting the Varus with the Vi Ahri, a very real scenario for FPX, and would love to see them hunt as Shadow, I think, appropriately tailing Care here and trying to make more plays, take advantage of some of these lower cooldown ultimates that sit on the shoulders of Vi Ahri compared to others. I do like this posturing from FPX.
And also, you know, taking a look around just the KDAs and the scoreboard right now as well. Sheer looking really strong on the Gnar all of a sudden. 2-0 and 3. I feel like he's had a couple of mistakes, like, you know, going for that teleport where it was very easily cancelled by Harry.
O Gnar tá com muita vantagem de gold, né? Que levou as torres. E dá um pique nessa área. Principalmente essa área, né? Tem que tentar pegar a MF sem flash de novo. Vai Shin, quem dá outscale aí. Não, depende muito, né? Porque a vai é muito útil, né?
These entrances to the fight with Meganar have been quite big for FPX. I think they've been doing a nice job of at least setting up to time things up with the Meganar and open up opportunities for Sheer to have angles and make plays. So something to look out for in the next couple.
Então, eu acho que pode faltar um pouco de dano pra matar a Shin e a Trox. Caralho, que soninho.
Throughout this kind of portion of the game, because of the fact that he can get out from a lot of stuff, especially with his flash available, also has a teleport if he needs to join a fight. And point. And right now, farming up very nicely for himself as well. Picking up those 2 completed items, working towards maybe a third now. As we've hit another bit of a low point here in this game, Covey. I mean, at what point do you think that this OMG composition maybe starts to take over a little bit more? And when do they get that skill?
I think it's got to be like 3, 4 item Aatrox. I just don't know if he can get bursted down. 16 is going to be big for Harry. But if he gets any sort of reset with his World Ender, we have seen the fights where Carry's able to get some resets and get going, but the World Ender reset can make like...
Talvez, mano, a Aurora, a Trox, ele fica muito forte.
At this point, I don't even know if they have the burst.
Cara, a Aurora tá forte, né?
The Aatrox. That's going to be something that is for sure tested around our 4th dragon of the game. It's another Cloud Dragon.
A Aurora tem burst bizarro com esses 2 itens aí.
Doing a nice job of using the Varus to maintain mid-prio and get to play off that vision. Meanwhile, FPX going to utilize the push that Care has.
O Trox vai ter que lá segurar o Nar. Essa T2 aí, mano. Aquela play lá foi muito ruim do OMG, mano.
Horizontal setup that we have right now with Shadow and Care trying to make inroads behind OMG, but Linfeng going to be able to get in here and at least try and contest this wave and push their own wave up to get some visions.
Nobody really wants to start this dragon up just yet. See Harry down at about half HP. Sheer has hit Mega Gnar, so it doesn't look like they want to start something up right at this point. So now maybe for OMG, their target could be Care, who again still has that ultimate and the flash, but a lot of members of OMG trying to take this Ahri down. Charm initially lands, and it looks like that is enough.
O Rush já vai. Que acho que eles já garantiram um Drake já. Só que os caras podem tentar levar a T2 ali, né?
The ultimate, but still will get followed in by Shadow, and
nossa! Se ele acerta aquela parada, mano.
FPX, but can they get out with their lives?
Nossa, o Linfeng errou tudo. Pô, os caras não fizeram o Drake. Eles não fizeram o Drake. Tinha ter feito o Drake, gente. Gente!
Honestly, for FPX, they get the play off. They're able to reset on the map, and OMG didn't answer with a neutral of their own. They're going to match the reset. So that's a nice win there for FPX, making the play,
tá perdidinha.
taking the inner. Again, when they sacked Kara's ult, I thought that would have been a free dragon.
Aurora, tu não pode ficar aí no topside, tá givando o Drake, então.
Play topside and get something for themselves.
Aurora,
Again, Harry,
o Atrox sem TP, deixa ele pegar o wave do top agora.
Stepping up and continues the trade against Harry, who a little bit disrespectful of the Mininar there, and that damage that the Hyperprocs get when you get 13 plus. Well played there from Sheer to find a big trade and set that up for Shadow.
Yeah, so FPX, their gold lead now above 3,000. They're going to pick up another dragon as well. This will be Cloud.
Isso abriu muito gold agora pra FPX.
Very good on a lot of the champions in their competition here.
Ná pegou muito gold na side.
Extra ability haste on those ultimates, getting the movement speed as well, going to be very, very beneficial for them.
E era pra Aurora ter matado o Nar, né, na play, mas ela errou aqui.
Looking up here for FPX. Remember, 3 out of the 4, you guys put them last in the group. But right now, they're looking pretty good.
Nice reminder there, Grapes.
I get to gloat a little bit, at least for the moment.
Who was the one?
Until they throw. I don't know. Probably some pretty handsome play-by-play caster, I would say.
Yeah, it has impeccable taste, and really hoping that the Yankees are at least end the year better, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's a deserved punch back here.
No, it's fine. You know, sometimes you know, you just gotta push some buttons where they're appropriate.
Hey, hopefully, FPX do not drop the ball on this game right here. They have themselves a good lead. 4,000 gold, 28 minutes in. Soul point on their side. And on OMG side, they got, you know, approaching that third item for Linfeng. I mean, I feel like
o Sheer é DG sim.
Yeah. Team fights for this team, and Linfeng's a player that we've been hyping up a little bit for OMG. We think he's one of the more exciting players from the roster, picked up directly from their dev system. He's gonna have a big fight, a big game towards the end of this if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, I know it took a little bit to set Harry behind, but now that Sheer's up in this matchup, the side lane is pretty tough for Aatrox at this point. So I think, again, the focus from FPX to make sure that the Aatrox falls behind and Again, this focus is continuing. Shadow's going to look for the point and click. Harry has a World Ender up, but no flash. If Shadow's able to get in here and connect with a Meganar, could be big. Here comes the dive.
I'd be surprised if they're able to burst him that 100 to 0. It just at least forces Harry back. But it looks
Pô, vai tá ali embaixo, eles só fazem um atacante aqui, pô.
Because Shadow is on the opposite side of the map.
Tem que bater no atacante, gente. Então vai, chega aí. Gente, vocês têm que bater no atacante. Meu Deus do céu. Vocês têm que bater no atacante, gente. Meu Deus do céu! Eles perderam o atacante. Meu Deus do céu!
Shadow has finally arrived to the fight, and Fun plus Phoenix are gonna run away with this team fight.
Coisa horrorosa, véi.
That is a huge win for FPX as they crack this game wide open, especially with the Baron bound to fall max.
Coisa horrorosa, mano.
Again, Otacon, this is an objective that does a lot of damage. The start of this fight, OMG was so low, and I really like how FPX, they knew Otacon was being taken, but down numbers.
Ou eles ganhavam a fight 5v4 ali, ó. Cara, ou eles jogam aqui rápido e ganham essa fight agora. Que era pro Atrox tá dando TP. Por que o Atrox tá dando TP? O Atrox vai chegar atrasado. Como é que o Atrox conseguiu chegar junto da Vi? O Atrox chegou numa play junto da Vi, sendo que a Vi foi andando e ele tinha TP. Tem ideia disso?
Yeah, the Otacon, I mean, that was a pure flip. They'll take that one, though, because regardless if the Otacon goes their way or not, that fight was always going to go FPX's way. So love the patience around the Otacon and that take from them. And now, good play continues. They can push. They find Moham, and keep in mind their GA buff is still on, so they can really force the issue against OMG now. A member.
And look at Sheer in this game right now as well. 4 completed items, and Care finds another pick on the Hog.
We're going.
He forces the Crescent Guard. Will be able to escape at least for now, but Harry now to target here for Fun plus Phoenix. Bullet time comes out, is just onto the Aatrox, but hold on. The damage is pretty good coming out from OMG as well. Care trapped in the base and will get sent back by the revive. But it is 2 kills.
Vou ali pegar um negócio pra comer, tá, rapaziada? O jogo acabou já, né?
Take the 2 real kills, especially before the Clown Dragon. So much control already in FPX's hands in this bot side jungle. Keep in mind, this is a Clown Soul that can spawn for FPX. Really valuable for a lot of the champs they have. Clown Soul always been slept on as Mininar going to work.
Sheer does so much damage on this Gnar, and he hasn't even procced Mega yet. Yes, now he has it, and uses the ultimate in onto Moham. Will at least just pick up that bottom lane inhibitor. Here comes Care. Oh, what a charm! Onto Linfeng. The Aurora's not able to do anything.
Deixa eu lá pegar uma marada pra comer, já volto aí.
Double kill picked up for the Ahri. Starry the next on the menu, and FPX just shut the damn door onto OMG. They pick up the ace. They will go towards the Nexus after they take down this mid lane inhibitor, and they should be able to close out this game and pick themselves up their first win of the LPL Split 2 group stage.
I mean, slow and steady game until it ended with a bang, and have to give a shout out to Sheer on this Gnar on the top side. Man, he blinded this pick and absolutely went to work up there against OMG. I think clear player of the game here for me. It really started with some mega TPs that he used to set up his team, had some great angles in that game, and then took over the game in the side lane later on. Start to finish, great performance from Sheeran. A little bit of a surprise here as FPX take down OMG today. Again, FPX Pool 4 team, expected to be last in this group by many, but that was a nice resounding win against OMG. Some good direction and some nice plays being made throughout that game. I thought they played out their draft quite well.
And I'm not like, I'm trying to, I don't have the full memory of the entire history of FPX this season specifically, but I think that was Sheer's best game that I've personally seen him play so far in 2025, right? Like, this guy had so much promise coming in as like this rookie last year, and, you know, now going on to FPX, a bit of a new opportunity for him to really get that full starting spot. Hasn't really, you know, worked out well for his team specifically, but on this game, on the Gnar, I think this is probably one where we would agree with the broadcast that he was the MVP, although I will say, you know, Care had himself a good game on the Ahri as well, but just really nice finds in the side lanes and then as well in those team fights for the top laner of Fun plus Phoenix.
Again, I'm pleasantly surprised by FPX there, and today I thought they showed some direction and a couple okay looks in the first game against Top Esports. It's not like I mean, once Top got things together, it felt like FPX did go down with a whimper, but they at least were able to win a fight and get a couple leads. But man, that game, I mean, again, talked early about how attacking the Aatrox could be important. Took a while for them to get going with that, but once they did, like the ability for Sheer to take that game over, that's something that we really haven't seen from FPX so far this year. Has been sorely missing as they look for their carry. And I gotta say, with the setup they have and assume bot side, maybe this is like set up for Sheer to just be a little bit of a breakout star here with FPX and have a nice run on a different team this time around. It's maybe something to look out for here as the season continues. It was nice from Sheer and FPX.
Yeah, I mean, you think about who on this team like has the most promise. I guess you see Kara's been in the league for a while, and things like that. And there we go. Hey, so far things looking good. Hey, okay, we have to wait until the next game. If NIP win, then maybe Cubby, you'll be in a good position as well. Then we can share the glory of being in good positions here. But FPX getting the win over OMG, a little bit surprising for OMG after how decent that they looked during the first split overall. Remember, they played that 3-2 against Prime, a team that is currently 2-1 in their group over in Group B, but just haven't really gotten any of it together at this point.
That man had a 36% damage percentage on Gnar. That's a pog if I've ever seen one, man. That's absolutely going to work. I do want to give honorable mentions, though, to at least Care. I think after this play, Care really got the best of Dinfong in the mid lane. Not what I was expecting heading into this matchup with someone that did favor OMG. So, again, a couple positives you can take away if you are FPX in this scenario. It's really, really nice game from Sheer. They had decent direction in terms of what kind of game plan they wanted to run. And for me, OMG just feel very flat in the two games we've seen them today. And they're going to have to change that against OMG or NIP later on. Or Top Esports later on. Third tries a charm.
So yeah, the way this works, single round robin today, another single round robin in a couple of days. Let me close things out. And so, for OMG, they've already they just have another game left on their schedule. But of course, the big one left up next is going to be Top Esports versus NIP.
Yeah.
We saw this game end up being pretty close, and so if that's a sign of what's to come, I think that this is the most anticipated game of the day and should be very exciting.
Again, the double round robin, you get a chance on each side of the matchup, quite literally, to see what you can do. And I think very fair to say with this group that the two extreme heavy favorites go toe-to-toe next. Whereas, frankly, with how the groups are set up and this stage, I find games like this quite interesting. I mean, this is a game that we could look back on and have incredible stakes in terms of what matters for the LPL. Keep in mind that if you end up in the bottom group, Group Nirvana, you are at risk of not being a part of Split 3. It is a potential sayonara until Demacia Cup in December or LPL in January of next year. That is pretty dire for any org that actually finds themselves in Group Nirvana. And this could easily be a game where, if FPX might be actually competing for one of the 3 seeds that get to move up into the top group, and we could look back on this as being like, hey, this is a big turning point, big game for FPX. So stakes, again, really high, especially if you aren't looking to get out of the group, because you want to dodge Group Nirvana at all costs. Losing a chance to play in Split 3 and compete for Worlds, that's dire for any of these orgs.
Yeah, and you mentioned in terms of teams that we could have expected it to be, FPX could have been one of those top candidates, but grabbing that win going to be very, very helpful for them as we go throughout the rest of this placement stage. Sheer finally got one.
That's an easy
line.
The
obvious player of the game.
You say that Sheer finally got one. It's actually me finally getting one. Because I actually got this one right. It was so easy. I couldn't get this one wrong.
Start off with this play, right?
Yeah, I mean, swinging Mega Gnar like that into a bullet time that was cancelled from Moham is still quite good. Very winning fight for FPX. And able to group up early on like that. Able to open up your own leads in the side lane later on with how strong the mini Gnar was doing. Again, 36% damage share as Gnar. Quite impressive from the top laner there. So props to Sheer. He blind picked that one for himself. And played damn well, so good to see.
Well, that's going to do it here for this game. Fun plus Phoenix getting the win over OMG, moving up to 1-1 so far in this placement group stage. And as we go over to our next game, that'll be all for me. We're going to say hello to Rafa as he will be picking it up for the last 3 games. It's been a pleasure to kick off this day with you, Cubby, and best of luck the rest of the way. We'll be right back with Top Esports versus NIP right after this.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have come in and filling in for the rest of the evening for the LPL English broadcast. Everyone, 07 The Grapes, thank you so much for casting the first 3 best of ones on the day. But now, we're going to get a little Rafa Cubby, Kaffa? Rubby?
Coffee?
Actually, no, coffee.
Support the coffee? Yeah?
Yeah, you know what? We always support the coffee, which is, you know, why I already am set up.
Oh, nice.
A little throwback to one of the earlier gigs that me and Cubby worked. Thank you, T1. Anyway, NIP, Top Esports. This is the banger that we were all looking forward to today in this particular group. Not only you have Top Esports, the reigning LPL champion after winning the first split and going and representing us at First Stand. We have NIP, who not only won their respective group back in Split 1, but also was a heavy favorite going into the playoff bracket before they kind of crumpled, you know, back-to-back best of 5 losses, and the second best of 5 loss was handed to them by none other than Top Esports here.
Yeah, Top Esports eliminated them from playoffs, and it's funny because this match is a little bit of redemption opportunity for both teams, as of course, you highlighted Rafa. NIP, they were a favorite. It was a Doinb MVP, Split 1 in the LPL. PP God was playing pretty well. I thought Aki was playing really well, and they went in the playoffs and played a close series against Anyone's Legend and kind of bombed out against Top Esports. So that was a bit of a bummer to see if you were an NIP fan, but an opportunity now for them to get revenge against the team that knocked them out of playoffs. And of course, for Top Esports, the hardest opponent that they have in their group as they look for redemption after a rather abysmal showing representing LPL at First Stand.
Yeah, I think the entire LPL community was very disappointed in what we got out of our first international tournament and our representatives from the LPL. And it's time to go over some tape. And it's not going to be just good tape. It's going to be some lowlights as well, because we just have to put the facts out there and show, you know, what was happening with some of our players representing us on the international stage.
You know, on the bright side, though, if you are a Top fan, that Scion build was actually stolen by 369 earlier. So they did learn something off that trip. But yeah, I mean, for Top, it just felt like they were playing these comps where, you know, if you're playing stuff like MF, like you have to play fast. And if you don't, and you fall behind against the best teams in the world, it's hard. And there were so many games at First Stand where, like, 3, 5, 10 minutes into the game, Top is just behind. And then they're not cohesively playing well. Like, their comps need to function from ahead, and they just don't. So it was a real struggle for Top. I felt like Jaguar was really focused. Kanavi definitely struggled at the tournament. Like, if I had to put one person, or like put my thumb on one person that struggled, it was Kanavi. But it didn't help that the bot lane was focused so heavily that oftentimes they were taken out of the game. And Jacob and Chris just didn't respect the opportunity for that. So it was definitely a game plan of attack that many teams brought in Top Esports, and it's what led to their rather disappointing exit when you go down to, APAC team like that. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every team other than Team Liquid, Kanavi was not really present, or at least playing at what we know this, guy is capable of playing based on, the many years he's been at one of the top junglers in the LPL, and even going to international, we keep bringing up, the 2023
Bom dia. Bora. Pô, tá a música tocando ainda dos caras falando aqui.
Bomb out against every other jungler other than, Umti on Team Liquid, and, put Team Liquid in the dirt. That was like the one redeeming factor that Top Esports were able to walk away with from the First Stand. But on the flip side, Ninjas in Pajamas, you have to put a little bit of another microscope on them as well, because as you called out, a lot of the strengths that they showed in their group stage play really faltered when it came to playing, particularly against Top Esports. But this is why this is an opportunity for revenge. A best of one, maybe that's the momentum you need to erase the results of the best of 5 loss in Split 1. You get to move on forward with a huge lead in this group.
Of course, this is a double round robin. I'm not sure if each team just gets, blue and red, or each team gets choice aside in the format. But we do have Top Esports.
I think it swaps.
pretty confident that you're going to see both teams on both sides, but do get top esports on the blue side, still paying the Doinb tax with not just the Rise now, but also the Galio, something that Doinb played to good success earlier in the day.
Caralho, é a música tocando, pô.
Opening win against OMG.
Eu tô pensando nisso também, eu quero ver o draft, pô.
So a little bit surprising to see him slink his way through this draft and get in the hands of 369.
Yeah. It's also just nice for top to snag it away before it does fall into Shanji's hands, who is such a prolific Rumble player even during a lot of his games last year when a lot of people were talking about Shanji around the world, but NIP are going to go for their fair share of solo laners. I'm curious that neither of them wanted to snag the Gwen, instead just
Rumble 369, Ambessa Aurora vai banida. Não vai ter Ambessa, vai Aurora, né? Caralho, velho. Liguei o ar-condicionado, pô, frio pra caralho. Uou! Canal de Nafiri. É isso. Caster, calma aí, Caster.
Every Nefiri hover in all the games that I was casting, but I never got picked until I left for my shift of the day. Thank you, Top Esports. I don't care what happened at first stand. In my eyes, you are forgiven. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this match.
All right, well, Rafa, as a resident jungler, we saw Nefiri get a mid-scope rework. They swapped her R and her W. What has Nefiri in the jungle right now for everyone else?
Bora, canave de Nafiri.
The thing that makes Nefiri so obnoxious is they gave her an untargetability in her W. It is a basic ability. Think about the annoying parts of Fizz and just put that on an AD assassin jungler. But now her ultimate, because it's swapped with her W, she's basically getting a rank 3 W, because if you think about how like old Nefiri worked, your W range would scale based on your ultimate rank, and at max rank it would be a 940 range. Now it's just a flat 900 as soon as you get it. So you have a decent range of being able to gap close. You get to cast it twice if you kill someone within the first 7 seconds of using that ultimate, so it's a decent reset. And the second time you cast it, you get a massive shield. So a lot of people are like sleeping on this champion. It's like, oh, this champion still seems pretty straightforward. No, this champion is just over-tuned. That is the problem. And the fact that she has untargetability just makes her so difficult to play.
You have some good synergy too with items like Cleaver, where I believe your dogs help stack that.
Cara, Brown aqui não.
The clear speed on the Fury right now, it's
Viego foi muito ruim aqui, mano.
Kanavi is usually on top of stuff. Hop on the Fury train. That said, on the flip side for NIP, big wombo showing here with the Aurora and the Viego, and Jin being blinded here by Leaf, who did find the Pog playing the Jin game 1 of the day, going up against OMG, and so he gets his hands on that one. I'd be curious to see if Jackiev actually responds with MF. Okay, that's locked in. That's the play with the Alistar, but a lot of early game and wombo showing here from each of our teams, frankly.
Yeah, I know I definitely got carried away by the Nefiri, but just to kind of round out a lot of the discussion around NIP's composition, they snuck in a Viego, which is a jungler we don't actually see that often anymore because jungle is so important to being more of a facilitative role, but you have great burst options paired up with this Viego to easily get resets. So I like that Aki is basically looking at this Nefiri pick from Kanavi and saying, I'm going to reset harder than you. I'm going to carry harder than you. Now, Top Esports, as you called out, it's a huge early game centric composition through the bottom side of the map. You want to get this Misfortune out of lane super fast. You want to make these fast plays with the Alistar. You want to be able to roam to either of the side lanes with this Talia. I don't know who really wins the later this game goes. I will tell you, though, the more ability haste that Nefiri gets into a squishy composition that NIP relatively has, she's going to...
Salve, Henrique Taufner. Bom dia, bom dia.
I think it's going to be a little bit of a skill matchup here later on.
Mano,
like, both teams have elements that can break the later game.
Desde o finalzinho do draft ali que eu bati DH bateu
aqui. The really big
aqui.
thing is, does Viego get a reset or not?
Mas tá, tem help pelo menos pro Viego, ajuda o Viego a jogar. Cara, Viego Aurora parece broken. Viego Aurora com... Preferi um Nautilus de one target, tá ligado? Mas Viego Aurora super engage parece forte. Porém, na Fury fica imbloqueável, pode ser um alvo chato. Né?
I think whichever team gets to make the plays first, given how explosive these fights are looking, and just the fact that if a Viego gets a reset, that sometimes is all you need to win a fight. It's kind of going to be overlooming the game here. Definitely think the map control and just first engage is going to be really important for these teams. So yeah.
God, I'm so excited. We're getting another Neferi jungle game. Oh, thank you. I don't know what I did to deserve this.
Dogs are out, baby.
The dogs have been let loose. Oh my god. For those that are just tuning in and probably seeing this Neferi jungle, it is not the first Neferi jungle that was picked in the LPL. That credit goes over to Junhao on Ultra.
Quando Viego que não acerta na Fury nunca com os lobos.
Insane win over
nossa, tem isso, cara. Tem isso, mano. Tem isso mesmo, velho. Boa análise, boa análise, boa análise. Os lobinhos bloqueiam o W do Viego.
Was it Thunder Talk? Was that the group? It was yesterday. So that group had Thunder Talk and man, everything is.
Mas sei lá, o resto do draft eu não sei se eu curto não.
This is what happens on the LPL.
Let's get off to a hot start here, Rafa.
Listen, man, it's always hot when I'm.
It's AL Ultra Prime, RNG Thunder Talk, yeah.
RNG is the team that they obliterated. That's right.
Well, that's not saying too much. Anyway.
Como é que é Ambessa vs Rumble?
RNG did turn up later that day off of the back of a Jachi Kaisa performance. That actually was insane.
Yeah, that was
the
insane.
Rift. We're on to the Rift. And I thought Jackie Love and Chris were about to get jumped by PP God and leave, but just maintaining bush control at the moment. First couple things I'm curious about what Kanavi decides to do is, as Neferi, you really just want to full clear this first rotation.
This we hate Ambessa vs Rumble.
Style junglers, you're just trying to get as much economy for yourself as possible. Your ganks pre-6 don't really exist. Like you need strong CC setup. And you need.
Caramba, Ambessa Rumble é bom contra Ambessa na solo coreana. Que isso, Crisp? Certo isso? Tá certo isso, Crisp? Que isso, mano? Que isso, velho? Crisp tá bêbado, mano. Que isso, Crisp tá bêbado, velho. Que isso, cara? Que isso, Crisp? Meu Deus, Live! Live! Meu Deus, o que eu tô assistindo?
Trades 1-for-1, but I think PP God is going to have enough damage to be able to take him out. But here comes Kanavi. PP God does finish him off.
Assistindo, rapaziada. Alguém me tira daqui.
Level 2 all in.
I mean, bloodthirsty start here as PP God picks up 2. A bit of a oopsie on the all-in.
Foi bom bater isso, não?
Jackie Love as Crisp is way too far in. That creep did end up dying, granting level 2 over to leaving PP God. But yeah, just too far in where really no way for Jackie Love to follow up on that one off the bat. Taking a look, again, 2 was hit, but that bouncing bomb, it got the creep low enough to hit 2 right after, and then a good combo here from PP God and Leave makes this one a little bit too easy to pick up the kill, and then afterwards, Leave's gonna try and do some spacing here. There are a couple iffy cancels that he ended up dropping. Like that, yeah, he canceled, it looks like 2 autos there. So Jackie Love got enough space to be able to actually get in and get the kill, but bit of a interesting / goofy start here to start off this game.
Ai, vem Crisp, vem pra LTA.
These teams met. It was of course the gentleman's sweep for top esports in the lower bracket of the LPL playoffs. I felt like the big difference maker in that series was the bot lane play. So for leaving PP God to start with the kill
Caramba.
Top side.
Mano.
Interesting that they had 369 take the turret. Since Kanavi, you can always just drop the turret aggro with W, but you know what? They got the kill, burned a couple of flashes out of it. Shanji forced to TP back to this wave once he respawns on the map. And 369 is up.
And that's the whole wave lost too, so that's a massive win for top esports in the top side.
These are the shenanigans you can pull off with Neferi jungle too. is like not only you can dodge certain abilities, but you can really.
Não sei assim se mudou muito, mas na cara o Jack Love tá de.
We'll see if Kanavi continues to.
Mudando na Naafiri, velho. Eu não sei o que a Naafiri fazia. Como é que eu vou saber o que mudou nela? Eu sei que ela fica invulnerável agora. Tô tendo que aprender sobre o campeão.
He's seen some action from Kanavi, at least trying to affect his top lane, and then trying to pick up the pieces on PP God when he was chasing Jackie Love. And Chris, Hex Flash, really wants to put the pain in onto Leave. Decent damage. Chris absorbs it really well. Last bullet.
Ó o Jack Love metendo bala. Toma. Vai acabar as balas do Jhin. Não, o Jhin tem uma bala. O Jhin pode dar a bala em um e pode dar a última no Jack Love. Nossa, ele deu no Crisp a última bala. Acabou as balas dele. Ficou sem bala. Acabou o jogo. Acabou a bala, rapaziada. Parabéns aí. Grande AD Carry, Jhin. Acabou as balas.
I think a big part of it was the focus early on. The Leave PP God, they were hitting Crisp during Aftershock. They dumped so much damage to him, whereas Jackie was just hitting Leave.
Famoso AD Carry Jhin que as balas acabam, mano.
I mean, get another look at this one. Again, the start of this, Jackie stays
Famoso caso do Jhin que vai trocar e acaba as balas.
There's an Aftershock that caught the fourth shot from Leave. If that
Caramba,
doesn't happen with the trap, maybe they're able to get Chris low enough to actually threaten this. That said, I mean, it just continues. Chris able to step in front, take that. Great trading of health bars here from the top esports bot lane, and the kill got Jackie with enough mana to get a double lift in. Make sure they wrap.
Mano, Tez is back, Top Sport is back. A Tez tá de volta. O campeão voltou. Que isso, a Tez tá passeando. O Crisp tá até parecendo bom.
4 kills for this misfortune. Already had a BF sword to his name. I imagine that.
Alguém sabe se o Creme terminou o namoro?
After being able to push in this wave, and this is a very fed, very accelerated misfortune.
This is a massive problem because when MF gets this far ahead, if you get an early BT in the game, that's one of the most oppressive items you can open up with. Yeah. If you get economy like this, your ability to throw your weight around when no other items exist in the game, it's unlike anything else if you're an AD in this one. And you're giving this to Jackie Love, of all people. The AD that loves this.
Imagina o mundo se a Tess é o melhor time da LPL mesmo, eles vão pra mensagem mundial fazer a mesma coisa que fizeram no First Stage.
How forward, how aggressive he plays when he gets out of this champion. So for this is a huge lead for top esports early on with MF having a lead like this and the first 3 grubs going over to top esports. Their ability to try and pressure the map, pressure some of these plates is going to be something that NIP is going to really struggle to deal with, especially with how far behind their top laner is Shanji is still kind of in the Stone Ages here.
Yeah. And if we look at what Kanavi has been able to do on the map while kind of managing his resource allocation and income, he hasn't dropped that many camps in order to get a lot of things done on the map. Whereas Aki, he's gotten at least 1 dragon now down for NIP. But if we're realistically looking at just overall impact, top esports have really done a lot to.
Cara, acabou o game já. Acabou o game, esse Rumble tá muito grande. O Rumble e a MF ainda nem completou a coletora. Mano, o MF tá muito grande. O MF tá muito grande.
How NIP are gonna really be able to deal with this because you try to go for chunks, he's just gonna heal off the wave. You really have to just make a Hail Mary play and try to all in the misfortune if you really want to get back in the game.
Ó, acabou muito o jogo. Olha o tamanho do Rumble, pô. O Rumble tem ult, tá? Ele só ulta lá e deixa na fila soltar os cachorros.
369 is up, healthy and Huff, and that wave is frozen. Shanji has to back up. He's just going bad.
O Kanavi, Aki, você não pode enfrentar os cachorros do Kanavi. Não pode. Vai, Kanavi, solta o cachorro pra cima dele. Ih, olha na Fury. Saiu vivo. Saiu machucado, né? Saiu. Ai. Como é que é o cachorro? O narrador também latiu ali agora. Mano. E meu cachorro aqui ficou. A Nafiri, muito balanceado o boneco. Muito legal, rapaziada.
He is legitimately up a level and a half, almost 2 levels now after that one. Again, things just really tough for Shanji to open up with this one. And Hitting replay, it's the flash to guarantee the stun from Aki. It's synced up well, but the
O que a ult dela faz, meu amigo?
Because of the untargetable from Kanavi, then the reset gives him the
Explica
shield
aí.
that's enough to make sure that he can tank his way
Curtiu a
out.
sonoplastia?
Flash over the wall. Kanavi put that one really well to get on out.
And if you think that this Nefiri is going to be already that hard to kill, with the Eclipse spot, it just makes the Nefiri even more deceptively durable and tanky. Now, Doinb successfully... Actually, they weren't able to...
Melhor jogador do mundo. Vai, algum lunático que falou isso, jogando com o boneco mais quebrado do patch. Opa, olha, tá achando que a NiP tá FK? Estão achando que a NiP tá FK? Então toma. Ela ficou vulnerável quando tá voltando, não? O vulnerável é o W agora, não é? Se eu não me engano. Ou não, invulnerável agora é o ult.
Pretty nice one to guarantee the play. Always feels like with Rel when you have flash up, the ability to have a super play, it's there, and that's going to be something that NIP will not have access to for the upcoming Grub and Dragon spawns. So Top Esports still the team ahead that has I mean, they're showing a lot of power right now. When you have a 10-minute Bloodthirster in the inventory of an MF and an Eclipse that was already in the inventory of the Fury pre-10, the world's kind of your oyster, right? And not the flying oyster kind that bit them in the ass back in first stand. It's a good oyster this time around.
Well, maybe they're showing the gumption that CFO shocked and impressed the world with over at the first stand tournament as Top Esports just really shift all their power onto the second rotation.
Ainda é muita vantagem, 2k de gold de lead aos 11 e num game assim de alto nível o jogo geralmente acaba, mano. A NiP vai ter que fazer algo bizarro ou os caras vão entregar.
And you've got 6 grubs fully secured by Top Esports. This is going to be really nice for their split push situation now. Cream still down a flash. Overextended on the top lane. Thought he was safe because the rest of his team was going for the grubs, but
calma que o Aki também tá jogando, tá?
Being able to sneak in like that, that's a way to punish it.
It is again false sense of security from Cream as you called out, but still like that play is being traded for 6 grubs now on Top Esports and a BT MF. It's so hard to move from the lane. Like what Top Esports can get in the next couple minutes, I really just want to see them throw resources into one of these side lane turrets, try and knock it down, abuse the grub lead that you have. As 369 almost has a second plate off the bot side turret. And, Kanavi actually going to take some time out of
it. 40 de CS top, sim.
He's gotten not that many camps to go for. Let the Raptors
but,
respawn.
PP God.
Okay, goodbye, PP God.
Não, PP God.
PP God not feeling too good.
Não,
right
PP God. Olha, mais que na fila.
Navi does take him down, as the rest of the Dragon should be going over to Top Esports. Shanji just getting marked and bullied by 369. Equalizer's going to deal decent damage. Maybe Kanavi. I think he still has the Hound's Pursuit to get in range for the second reset. Yep.
Nossa, olha o Kanavi.
Oh my god, I love this champion. Oh, it is a beautiful abomination and it's
toda vez que eu dou uma latida aqui brincando, meu cachorro late ali de volta, velho. Parar de latir. Isso foi lindo, foi absurdo. Olha o Kanavi. Super Tess. Tess is back.
It was 2 grubs and 3 dogs that spawned. Kanavi gonna get all the pups he can out of there, but I mean the siege is on for Top Esports again. The
Ai, mano, tentei fazer negócio
early on from Aki. Like it felt like neither grub was really contestable here for.
Eu acho, rapaziada, que esse jogo não terá muitas kills, porque eu acho que a partir de agora só um time mata, tá? Eu acho que estamos meio que nessa posição já, tá bom? É que vocês entendem? Eu acho que, mano, o jogo acabou, Tese não valou muito, principalmente onde tá o Gold, na Fury tá muito forte. Eita, no live lá, a besta tá matando. Houve uma killzinha pro Aki ali. Mas assim, na Fury tá muito grande. A MF e o Rumble tá muito grande, mano. Um besta fraca, é uma merda pra ela jogar o jogo.
Post plays or consolation prizes, and Top Esports are the ones with 6 grubs that are dictating the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they are. Where thankfully for NIP, we're not at the state of the game where pity prizes are online and you can really go for the objective bounties, but it's borderline close. I mean, Top Esports have what, a 4,000 gold advantage at this point. It's pretty hard to fight 5-on-5s against Top Esports given the state of a lot of these item spikes that they have online at now. Leave is still working towards his first item. Shanji just picked up his Eclipse, so now he's slightly stronger, but still, as Mbessa, as we've seen from multiple Mbessa games throughout the LPL season, you really want to be on 2 items before you get to do the Mbessa mod.
Na Firi tá broke assim mesmo? Parece que sim, cara. Tava vendo...
Yeah, and I mean, like, speaking of the race items too,
cara,
Kanavi with where he's at, he's gonna have Cleaver.
Só mutar aqui pra mostrar isso aqui pra vocês rapidinho, ó. Isso daqui é mestre mais só nesse patch na solo coreana, tá? A Nafiri pick rate dela 11.51%. Isso é altíssimo. Isso é altíssimo em solo coreana, tá? Tá sendo muito picada. Se a gente for pro patch anterior, 15.5, 0.65%. Simplesmente algo mudou no campeão que fez ele, no high tier, entre os melhores dos melhores, deixa eu ver se tá acontecendo nada, entre os melhores jogadores, né, da melhor solo kill do mundo, no pico do pico da melhor solo kill do mundo, a Nafiri simplesmente aumentou o quanto ela é picada, sei lá, 18 a 20 vezes aqui, né? Então, olha isso aqui, esse patch. De 0.6 para 11.51, deve ser quase 20 vezes, tá ligado? Olha aqui o pick rate dela, olha o gráfico, gente. Pum, pum. Olha o ban rate dela. Tá chegando em 80% de ban rate. Já virou pickle ban na solo coreana. A presença do campeão, ele era picado em 0.5 jogos e era banido em 1. A presença do campeão foi de 2% para 100, para 90 e poucos por cento dos jogos na solo coreana. O boneco está quebradíssimo. Quebradíssimo. Quebradíssimo.
What are some forbidden things that would just absolutely make this champion oppressive?
Line heal, untargetable, a global, and a ever scaling passive. Put him in the same champ.
Yeah,
the champ's not gonna be strong at all.
Put them all on a dartboard.
Vou até jogar isso no Twitter aqui.
Let one sail fly and yeah, that's it. Anyway, meanwhile, Top Esports secure Rift Herald without any real contest.
Yeah.
Consolation prize, the Scuttle Crab does go to the way of NIP, and the reason why for our little rant is just NIP don't really have any business in being able to contest Top Esports in even fights right now. They're just kind of hoping that Top Esports are gonna mess up in one of these rotations and they can try and jump on one of the squishier targets here, because that is the saving grace for NIP's game, is that they have a lot of burst damage. If they can hit those power spikes,
não, cadê o quantidade
there's
de
no
bans,
true
mano?
tanks on the side of Top Esports outside of Chris, and even then, if the Alistar doesn't have ultimate, he's not the hardest thing to kill.
A Nafiri sendo banido em 81.
The maps, as you're seeing at home right now, very difficult to play. You can't move the Rumble. Talia is able to clear waves and then fog to at least always threaten the fact that she can help the team. And now Cream going to threaten this corridor with any sort of rocks and flicks against NIP. They're wrapping up the siege on the mid-outer. Going to throw the ult out, leave.
Yep.
Sidestep.
Wall separates Lee from the rest of his teammates. He's forced to flash over. A bullet
Nossa, Deus.
That's your finals first split MVP right there. Completely eviscerating NIP.
Não, eu vou mostrar melhor umas coisas da Nafiri que eu tava vendo aqui dos números. Pra poder gravar um short content aqui legal aqui e soltar no TikTok e tal. Acabou o jogo, né? A Nafiri tá muito grande, tá todo mundo muito grande. Na MF ficou muito grande, mano. O maluco teve um split no MG e cavou vaga em vários times. Quem? O Aki, né? Que você tá falando ou o Shanji? Os dois. Essa duplinha. Essa duplinha aqui, mano.
Weaver's wall caster is going to secure the turret, threaten Leave. Good sidestep by Leave, but has to flash over. And then keep your eyes on Kanavi. The combo comes out from PB God, but got out of the stun from Diego. Missed out of the damage from the R as well. And then able to sidestep that hidden public execution from over the wall. Shanji.
Será que esse jogo dura mais 27 minutos?
Looking pretty calm, cool, and collected here in the Top Esports camp. Coaches are like, yeah, we can't even be proud.
Será que a NiP vai perder isso tão rápido assim?
Smack around with the wall. You said, Rafa.
Guy on the right is like, yes, we're winning. The first two guys are like, I mean, we knew this should be happening with the Fury Jungle guys.
The guy on the right was the uneducated dopamine enjoyer. Then the people on the left are like the sweaters like me, where it's like, oh, you know, we missed this ability, or W didn't hit. It could have been that. Could have moved like this, you know.
Hey, you know what? That is the right mentality to have, because, you know,
in a way, yes.
We can't just be resting on the laurels. I mean, yes, good to have fun, but also just to always find what can be improved upon.
I mean,
for top esports.
if you rest on laurels, then that's where you get like the disaster of winning a domestic split into flopping internationally.
Pra Naafiri ficar invulnerável, ela tem que ter acertado alguém e pular no cara. Ela só fica vulnerável antes de pular no alvo, é isso?
20 seconds away from the 20-minute mark, top esports should have full control of
Alguém sabe disso aí?
rip the Otacon whenever they want.
Ó, deu um peido aqui, não sei se pegou o microfone aí, você parece pegar aí.
Really go for it unless they are guaranteed no.
Fundaram um Rookie os dois. Não, esses dois caras aí também, mano. Acho que teve um hype muito grande neles ali. No split que, pô, o Creme jogou pra caralho e eles estavam jogando bem, meta favorecia eles, estilo de jogo favorecia eles. Aí todo mundo descobriu que os dois, tem 2 campeões na pool, 2, 3 campeões na pool, tá ligado? Mas antes era só apertar o R, agora é só apertar o W, o Aleph, é isso? Ah, ela pode não pular em ninguém. Aí antes o W era o pulo e o ult era invulnerável. Agora ele trocou. Vai lá, Naafiri. Olha os cachorros. Solta os cachorros.
With the reinforcements that NIP had to offer, and unfortunately for Jackie Love, got focused again. What else is new? But top esports still win the fight regardless.
What else is new? This time his jungler came to play, man. Kanavi's been wrecking this game and absolutely wrecked the backline of NIP while NIP was keeping Jackie Love busy. Shanji just way too far behind. I mean, again, top esports just continue to run away with this game, Rafa, and I mean, for me, this kind of throws.
Caralho, minha mãe mandou oração de bom dia aqui de terça-feira. Podia ter mandado essa, velho. Pô. Podia ter mandado a que minha mãe mandou. Fora que minha mãe manda mais tarde, velho. Se minha mãe mandasse cedinho, eu ia mandar as da minha mãe no Telegram.
Kanavi just went in 1v3, got a reset and took down 2 with them. As I will say, I think one of the big perks about the change made in the Fury feels so much less one-directional now. As a champion, you still really heavily rely on these resets, but you actually, it's not just a one-way trip every single time you pressure.
Pô, tá legal, né, Nip? Bora parar de matar, né?
Like you're a lot more flexible now, which I think is huge for the champion, and that on top of the untargetable being a mechanic that might have been a little bit overloaded for a champ like this.
De matar não, de morrer, né?
Pretty.
It's also the nature of how you want to build Naafiri now with these changes. You're not building full lethality, one-shotting a person and then.
Ó o Canavi! Solta os cachorros, Canavi! Solta os cachorros! Solta os cachorros! Meu Deus, os caras. Eu ganhei o jogo sem Baron do jeito que tá, pô. A Tess continua brigando, velho. Mano, olha só a Ambessa quando ela tá. A Ambessa ficou fraca, é uma merda de jogar. Nossa, olha o ult do Rumble. Cara, ele é inib aqui, né? Pá, GG? Não sei se é GG, porque tem clear wave ali. Meu Deus, olha o Liv jogando low.
The flash forward not going to make magic happen today. Top esports, a full side ace. I'm gonna push into the base. NIP, this is over.
They've accepted their fate when you see flashes like that. You know, that felt like a speed up one, but man, what a performance from Kanavi, man. This brand new pick, his highest level in the game, I believe, after this fight, and we're gonna take a second look. Doinb. One too many bunny hops in.
Andei 33,5 que eu tô.
He was trying to the E backwards into the wall might have been a little bit of a mistake there. He was trying to
não pode ser. Máximo 33 kills, por favor. Meu Deus, mano. Já tá no limite já, eu acho, tá? Deixa eu ver quanto tá. 26. Puta que pariu. É só voltar agora, os caras já tá no Baron. Que aí, mano, é Baron GG, né? O Baron vai nascer quando? Nossa, falta muito pro Baron ainda, mano. Dá pra dar GG sem Baron? O Liv flashou pra frente, cara. Que isso, velho?
Using a Viego composition, you really want a majority of your team focusing the same target so that you're guaranteeing the reset. But there's like different flanks happening. Shanji's like trying to occupy Jackie Love on one side of the fight. I feel like, I don't know, in a different world before the gold lead balloon to this massive 11,000 gold, maybe NIP will look back at the VODs and look at the earlier fights and say,
Isso. Aguenta mais 30 segundos, Nip. Ai, não. O Xande vai morrer. Não, isso, Xande. Mete pé. Não. Os cachorros buscaram ele. Meu Deus do céu. Eu preciso de Ace Clean, Tess. Não, Tess, vai pro Baron, Tess. Vai pro Baron. Baron, Ace Clean, GG. Por favor, sem dive na fonte. Sem dive na fonte.
What happened to give away the first 2 grubs for pretty much for free? And by the time the second grub spawned, it was already kind of doomed, but I still think that like I pitched this early on.
Cara, a minha análise tava muito certa. Eu falei, a partir de agora só um time mata. E isso exatamente aconteceu isso. Só tem um time matando, só que esse time tá matando pra caralho. Tá ligado? Pô, esse time tá matando muito. Pô, faz Baron, gente. Tá, Recal e Baron, então. Ah, mano, alguém vai se matar. Vai matar 2, tá ligado? E não vai acontecer nada, só. Aí, mete o pé, Xande. Boa. Faz Baron mesmo sem ult do Rumble, não faz? Caralho, a Tess quer humilhar a Nip, tá ligado? A Tess quer ficar torturando a Nip. Tess, tortura não é entretenimento.
calls over the entire bot side of top esports to just further put that matchup into the ground. And now Kanavi just gets to have fun on the map, man.
Ah, o Kanavi vai soltar os cachorros.
This is like peak Nefiri solo queue gameplay where
o Kanavi quer soltar os cachorros. Gente, tem Baron, porque vocês estão dando TP pro bot side, velho. Que isso, Tess?
He didn't even go for like the max delete build. It's a death stance. It's going to give him some survivability, but no
here's
Shojin.
The beauty. The fact that Call of the Pack gives you bonus AD, you still are hitting like really high damage levels.
Meu Deus, o Pipigode já se matou. E aí, GG sem Baron, eles querem humilhar. Eles querem humilhação, mano. Eles querem humilhação. Cara, ou que louco pra acabar o jogo, tá ligado? A Nip quer se matar pra acabar o jogo logo, porque ficar aí morrendo... Ficar morrendo 35 minutos é meio humilhante demais, né? Olha o Jim, pô. Olha o Liv, velho. Isso, vamos lá, gente. Não morre ninguém, hein, Tess. Só vocês matam. Só vocês matam, hein. Não morre ninguém da Tess, por favor. Isso. Nexus. Sem entrar na fonte. Não. 369. Bate no Nexus. Beleza. Doinb, não morra. Bora. Solta o cachorro, caralho. Solta os cachorros. Solta os cachorros.
To quote a very famous, iconic esports moment, brutal, savage, wrecked. That is what happened.
O Jack Love metendo bala. Ah, tá, ele tá falando.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's go, Kanavi. Superstar performance on the Nefiri.
Ficou ano guardando a 4ª bala e lançou ela no Alistar.
Is when he's playing at his highest form. Hey man, someone had to go for the
double best
NIP.
around robin. All right, I still feel
good
about the NIP pick.
We'll see what happens in the second round, in the second matchup.
Yeah.
You know, the copium for you is that Nefiri can't be played again the next time these two teams
Okay, 25.
so they don't have
Is that
to
actually how it works?
I think that's how Fearless Best of Ones work. Like, the second time they meet around, you cannot pick any of the champions that were picked.
I don't think that's how it works, but hey, that'd
Ah,
be
tem
funny.
BO1 de Fearless. Meu Deus do
If
céu.
it's Fearless Best of Ones and that's not how it works, then why are we calling it
Isso
Fearless
é
Best
que
of Ones?
horrível. Que ideia horrível.
Because everything's fearless now.
Put down the question mark. I'm right. Like, even if there is, like, if there's
Question mark
Fearless
ali
Best
que
of Ones,
pica.
and that's not how it works, then why do we call it Fearless
Tess
Best of
contra
Ones?
quem agora? Não, agora foi Tess contra Nip, né?
It's because it's a meme. Also, I don't think that Nefiri's getting played again because they're gonna ban that next time. I think Kanavi's earned that ban.
Okay, well, you know what? I was fed wrong information because I was told that we are having Fearless Best of Ones in a double round.
Ah, é. Falaram, não existe isso. Pô, Fearless Best of One, meu Deus do céu, cara. até mutar esse cara aí. Ah, não. E eu já tava maluco já. Vamos falar sobre a Nafiri rapidinho? E é bom, faça um corte aí pro canal de corte e já lança um short content disso aí também. Ai. Vamos lá, a Nafiri, pera aí. Eu tenho que mostrar um... Tenho que mostrar um tweet do I Will Dominate. Ó, o I Will Dominate simplesmente falou: eu realmente acredito que a Nafiri pode ser o campeão mais broken de solo kill da jungle na história do jogo nesse patch. Então, olha o que o I Will Dominate falou. Depois eu vou comentar sobre isso aqui no meu Twitter lá. Mas vamos lá. O que aconteceu com a Nafiri? Quais foram as mudanças, tá? Do último patch aqui. Mano, simplesmente nesse último patch, a Riot trocou o W pelo R dela, né? Então, o W agora é o quê? Ela vai pra... o W agora virou Rounds Pursuit, né? Ela começa a carregar e ela fica untargetable. Ela fica, tipo, vulnerável. Tipo o E do Fizz, tá ligado? Então, o W dela é isso agora, né? E agora, o que era o W antes é o Ultimate, que é quando ela pula no cara, né? Ela vai e ela ainda fica untargetable de novo, indo, né, pra cima do alvo, né? Mas é meio que, tipo, a vai indo pra cima também. Então, cara, antes isso era no ult, agora mudou o ult pelo R. Eu gostei da mudança, tá ligado? Eu gostei da mudança, né? Olha só, o cooldown antes dela ficar invulnerável pelo W, você apertava o W e ficava vulnerável, que era do ult, era 120, 110, 100. Agora é 20, 19, 18,5. Beleza? Que é surreal. Que é simplesmente, pô, é um cooldown muito baixo pra você poder ficar... Ela não fica invulnerável... Ela não ficava invulnerável antes, Eric? Tá. Pera aí, antes ela ficava também, não? Ah, tá. Então, antes ela não ficava invulnerável na hora que ela tava carregando. Perdão, saquei. Viajei, então. Saquei. É, porque eu vi que tinha mudado as skills. Agora ela tá ficando invulnerável. Então, antes não tinha isso. Eu sendo bem sincero, né? Então, pera aí. Caramba do rodo. Então, tu tem essa Nafiri. Eu falei pra galera que eu não sei o que esse boneco faz. Não sabia, né? Então, deixa eu ver aqui rapidão. Ah, é um New Effect mesmo. Não, no pulo dela, ela já ficava vulnerável antes. Então, vou até começar a gravar de novo aqui pra meu vídeo ficar legal, né? Vou gravar duas versões. Vou gravar só o short content, beleza? Gravar só o short content, rapaziada. Primeiro que a gente fala rapidinho, ó. Olha só, pessoal. A Nafiri simplesmente tá com um pick rate de 11,55% em média desse patch, mas se você olhar nos dias, o pick rate dela chegou a 16,9% nesse patch. Antes, o pick rate dela era 0,24, 0,19, tá ligado? Ninguém jogava de Nafiri. Tipo assim, o pick rate dela era simplesmente 0,19, foi pra 18, 17. Cara, isso é surreal, sei lá, o pick rate dela ficou quase 100 vezes maior aí, sei lá, né? E o ban rate da campeã na solo kill coreana antes era, tipo assim, cerca de... Às vezes chegava no 1%, mas 0,3%, 0,4%. Já tá no último dia 81,31%. Então, se você pegar dia 24 de março agora, na solo kill coreana, apenas mestre mais, ela teve 81,31% de pick rate, beleza? E ela foi picada 15,08%. Então, isso é uma presença de 96% dos jogos. Então, simplesmente, na melhor solo kill, na solo kill de nível mais alto, o campeão, ele foi... Antes ele aparecia aqui, sei lá, 0,5, aparecia em 1% dos jogos, ou seja, a cada 100 jogos você jogava na solo kill coreana mestre mais, você viu um Nafiri. Agora ela tá aparecendo a cada 100 jogos, você vai ver ela ou na fase de bans ou nos picks em 96. E mais de 80 vezes vai ser nos bans, então o campeão tá totalmente quebrado, né? Tá muito forte mesmo. Eu acho que a gente provavelmente é o campeão que tá com uma das maiores presenças, né? Se a gente olhar aqui, cara. Se Se a gente olhar o ban rate aqui... Mano, aqui tá pegando tudo, eu acho, worldwide, tá ligado? Mas olha só, o ban rate ao redor do mundo já é da Naafiri. É o campeão mais banido já ao redor do mundo. Simplesmente tá bugado o boneco, tá muito forte mesmo, né? O Will Dominate comentou ali, ó, no Twitter dele, que ele acha que a Naafiri pode ser o jungle mais broken da história do League of Legends agora, no momento que ele tá pra solo kill. Né? E a gente tá tendo ela sendo muito picada. O que mudou na Naafiri? A Naafiri simplesmente, cara, teve uma série de mudanças, mas trocaram o W dela pelo R. O R dela era que ela começava a canalizar e tudo, aquela parada lá. Trocou pelo W, aí o cooldown dessa canalização, que antes era tipo 100 segundos, 120, etc., foi para 20. Agora, essa canalização, ela fica untargetable, né, que ela fica invulnerável, igual o Edo fez, por exemplo. E fora uma porrada de outras mudanças que teve nela, tá? Em status básicos, etc., que realmente, tipo assim, eu conheci muito pouco do campeão, porque ele quase não aparecia. E meu foco muito é em competitivo, etc., eu quase não sabia, não assistia, porque quase não tem Naafiri, né? Então, assim, cara, as mudanças simplesmente deixaram a Naafiri completamente quebrada. Já teve um nerf já de hotfix dela, mas não adiantou. O boneco tá quebradíssimo. É isso, né, rapaziada? Sai do fake, Joko. O que ele tá falando? E da Gwen? Vamos falar, pô, já falei bastante da Gwen já também aqui do Rodo. Vou gravar até um vídeo longo pra Gwen. Mas eu acho que vale a pena fazer, às vezes, um vídeo pra esses dois juntos, né? Gwen e Naafiri, tá ligado? É, ó. Os dois bonecos mais fortes do patch. Sim, também acho. Esses dois bonecos viraram meta na LPL. Cara... Não, temos que falar isso aqui também. Vamos ver o preview do próximo patch, tá? Aqui só tá falando mais ou menos algumas coisinhas que vai acontecer. Ah, a Naafiri vai ser nerfada. Já vai ser nerfada no próximo patch. A Gwen também já vai ser nerfada. Já vai ser nerfada. Lilia vai ser nerfada? Lilia precisa de ser nerfada? Deixa eu ver aqui. A Lilia tá tão assim? Cara, 51%. O pick rate dela alto. O ban rate até que tá baixo, assim. Um rate ok, assim, pra alto, né? O pick rate dela aumentou muito aqui. Eu tô vendo que só o coreano é mestre mais. Eu sempre me baseio aqui, tá ligado? Pra ver se o campeão tá broken ou não. Obviamente, às vezes o campeão pode estar broken num elo diferente e tal. Mas tá, Lilian, Darius nerfado, sei lá, né? E Darius é aquela coisa também. Às vezes tem um Darius aí... Às vezes o Darius tá bagunçando no... Não, eu gosto de Lilia, adoro o Lilia campeão, mas não sei se precisava de nerf, né? Às vezes o Darius tá bagunçando no... Sei lá, no Gold, tá ligado? Eles, porra, vamos mudar esse campeão aí, ninguém pica isso mesmo. Rapidão, olha só, tem umas coisinhas assim, a Gwen. As mudanças da Gwen vão ter um efeito que a gente queria. Ah, as mudanças da Gwen já tiveram um efeito que a gente queria. Especialmente trazer ela mais efetiva pra top lane em high skill play, ou seja, né? Eles queriam trazer a Gwen pro competitivo, tá? Eles falaram isso. Mas foi efetivo demais. Não, pera aí, isso aqui é muito bom. Isso aqui foi muito bom. Cara, o Igor tinha falado, né? Nossa, vamos fazer a Gwen ganhar o matchup contra todos os melis da top lane e ver o que acontece. Nossa mudança foi efetiva, mas acabou sendo efetiva demais. Ai, ai, velho. Genial, cara. Muito bom. Riot Games, né? Riot Games. Nossa mudança na Gwen foi efetiva, mas acabou. Deixa eu ver o que ela falou da Naafiri aqui antes. Espera aí. Ele falou da Naafiri antes. Naafiri continua muito forte, mesmo depois do micropatch, então a gente vai tentar jogar ela pra baixo um pouco agora, né? Tá, até agora... Esse skilled aqui, qual seria a tradução disso daqui, hein, velho? Ela tá falando que ela é muito fácil de jogar, esse skilled aqui. E do Brand, ele quer deixar o Brand mais fácil de jogar. Ele tá falando isso, que a Naafiri tava, tipo, meio que fácil demais de jogar? Vamos ver a Naafiri... Vamos ver o win rate dela... Vamos ver o win rate dela no overall aqui. Aqui tá mestre mais. Vamos botar Brasil. Se a gente quer ver se o campeão tá realmente... Brasil... Brasil... All ranks. Caramba, o win rate aumenta, o win rate aumenta, é. Ela é mais forte nos patch, em low elo mesmo. Tá. Então, até agora, o dano dela é muito alto. A gente tá querendo deixar ela, mas fazer com que seja mais difícil de ter acesso a esse dano. Ou seja, pro próximo patch, o que a Riot vai fazer? Vai nerfar a Naafiri como? Vai ser necessário mais skill para jogar com ela. Ou seja, essa bagunça que a gente já viu a Naafiri fazer até agora no competitivo, vai continuar. Porque tu acha que deixar o campeão um pouquinho mais difícil pro Canave vai fazer o campeão ficar muito ruim para ele? O campeão vai continuar bom para ele, porque ele é bom. Tá ligado? O Canyon. Ah, agora Canyon. Agora isso daqui é uma... Agora isso daqui você tem que combar certinho, no time certinho, que você ganha mais dano. Ele vai combar no tempo certinho. Tá ligado? Agora essa mecânica aqui você tem que fazer depois de um CC, sei lá. Né? Geralmente, como que a Riot, às vezes... Quando a Riot quer dificultar um gameplay de um campeão, o que geralmente a Riot faz? Né? A Riot às vezes fala que você precisa de acertar uma skill para outra dar mais dano. A Riot coloca que, sei lá, uma skill, quanto mais longe você acertou, maior é o dano. Você coloca trigger baseado na distância, ou trigger baseado alguma coisa de janela pequena, tá ligado? Quando esse campeão tiver com o slow, ele toma mais dano. Quando esse campeão tiver stunado, ele toma mais dano. Então, tipo assim, geralmente a Riot faz mudanças baseando-se em coisas assim, tá ligado? São dois casts. O primeiro marca e o segundo estoura a marca. Tipo assim, uma coisa boba que a Riot tinha feito, que a Ahri tinha, por exemplo. Você causava mais dano no seu alvo depois que você acertava o charme. A Ahri tinha isso. E era uma parada foda, porque você recompensava o jogador que acertou o charme, né? Aí o que a Riot fez? Tirou isso da Ahri, porque todo mundo acertava o charme depois que a Vai ultava, sei lá, então a Ahri dava muito dano. Aí, pra recompensar, a Riot teve que aumentar o dano das outras coisas. Aí a Ahri voltou a ficar broken, todo mundo jogava, e aí chegava a Ahri e te matava de malevolência lá, ele só apertava R, W e te matava sem acertar o quê, né? Porque tudo aumentou o dano. Então, aí tem que nerfar isso de novo, etc. Então, tipo assim, é meio complicado. Quando você faz mudanças, às vezes, só pensando em high elo e em jogadores para deixá-la mais difícil e dificultar pro jogador low elo e tudo mais, às vezes o tiro pode sair pela culatra e em alto nível o campeão ainda continuar idiota, tá ligado? Né? Sobre a Naafiri, eu não sei o que a Riot vai fazer pra deixar ele necessitando mais de skill, porque eu não conheço as skills da Naafiri até hoje, tá ligado? Direito, velho. Vamos entrar num custom aqui, deixa eu entrar no custom aqui com ela. Eu nunca... Só jogo arena agora, né? Treinamento. Não, pera aí. Tutorial não, caralho. Nossa, se dá gol nisso aqui é uma merda, né? Falando de Naafiri, minha cachorra latina aqui, porque a Duda foi passear com o Fred. Tá. Nunca joguei de Naafiri na minha vida, velho. Eu tenho as skins aqui por causa do negócio da Riot, né? Vamos ver. Quase. Mano, tá ligado? Quando você entra nesse tutorial sem querer, já era, né, mano? É uma merda, né? Mano, eu não sei o que as skills dela da Nafiri faz, velho. Sendo bem sincero assim, eu não sei direito o que as skills dela faz, velho. Nossa, eu saí upando... Eita. Travou meu LOL. Eita. Bom dia, bom dia. Tô level 18 aqui já, foda-se. Vamos ler as skills dela. A cada 10 segundos ela cria um companheiro de matilha que atacará os alvos da campeã. Então, opa, como é que eu crio um bichinho aqui mesmo?
30 segundos para a liberação das tropas.
Nossa, Shift S. Não, Shift S é teleporte. Cara, não tem... Shift. Não. Shift B. Caralho. Tá, beleza. Então, se eu atacar esse cara... Cachorrinho. Caralho, calma. Os cachorrinhos estão level 18 também. Eu tô level 18 aqui, é foda, né? Mas a cada 10 segundos ela cria um cachorrinho. Qual que é o máximo? O máximo é 5. Isso aumenta como? Como que aumenta esse máximo? De cachorros? Tem algum status que aumenta o máximo de cachorro? Agir campeões. Conduta. Por nível que eu já tô nível máximo, né? Tá, beleza. Então, tá, atingir campeões e monstros com habilidades, reduz o tempo carga. Tá, então beleza. Se eu crio os cachorrinhos, eu ataco. Os cachorrinhos atacam. Se eu usar uma skill, esses 10 segundos aqui diminui, né? Beleza, aumentando pra 26. Ah, e meu cachorro causa 20 de dano aqui, do jeito que tá, né? Porém, aumenta mais ainda depois que se eu tiver acertado uma skill. Então vou dar um Q aqui, ó. Os cachorrinhos deram mais dano, né? Na real, deixa eu fazer o teste, ó. Só dei um auto-ataque aqui. Caralho, beleza. 400 de dano. Se eu usar um Q aqui, porque eu teve dano do Q também, né? Deixa eu ver quanto dá o meu Q. 36 de dano, é. Dá um daninho a mais ali também, né? Beleza. Na filha arremessa lâminas, causando tanto de dano físico e sangramento que depois causam... Ah, tá. Ela causa... Ah, não, porque tem um sangramento. Então, ela causa 76 e depois tem um sangramento. Na filha pode reconjurar essa habilidade. Se os inimigos atingidos já estiverem sangrando devido à habilidade, ela causa o dano restante do sangramento, além de... Saquei, com base na vida perdida do alvo. Legal, dano em vida perdida também. É uma mecânica também que dificulta o campeão na teoria, né? Mas, às vezes, foda-se, só vai batendo. Então, e na filha cura. Então, beleza, eu tenho que fazer isso aqui. Ah, e tem um segundo cache. Beleza. Agora o W. Ela fica inalvejável. Nossa, isso é... O segundo cache e tem dois... Ah, não. Pera aí, tem dois caches ou eu tô com cooldown infinito? Tô com cooldown infinito. Ah, que susto. Ela fica inalvejável e ganha velocidade de movimento. Beleza. Tipo, né, sei lá, o W do Vlad ou do E do Fizz, né? Ah, e ela faz surgir também, né? Mano, isso é meio bizarro mesmo, porque o cooldown é baixo, ó. Saca só. A build dela é Eclipse. Eclipse. Você pode fazer, às vezes, essa... Vamos supor, se você faz essa bota aqui, se você quiser, dependendo do jogo. O outro item é Shojin. Qual que é o outro item que geralmente ela pode fazer? Black Cleaver, sei lá, vamos supor, você faz esse item aqui, que é uma build meio que de cooldown reduction, né? Aí você tá ali, sei lá, bater, eu nem sei o que eu fiz. Mano, que isso? 9 segundos já posso usar de novo, tá ligado? Se eu apertar só o W aqui, ó, sem usar as outras skills, 10 segundos, cara. Pô, a cada 10 segundos você fica invulnerável. Fora que com a Shojin, né? Se eu causar dano com habilidade, blá blá. Ah, não, Shojin. Ah, Shojin não tem mais a parada, né? É isso. Draft rodando, tô indo lá já. Deixa eu ler aqui o E dela. A Nafiri avança. Qual que é o cooldown? Ah, que é skill shot também, né? Meu Deus, o dano disso, velho. Que isso, mano. E Tem o dano 2 vezes, né? Tem o dano do avanço. Dá pra pegar isso em área? Não, pega. Quem pegar primeiro toma a explosão, né? Pô, a matilha fica inalvejável e volta pra Nafi, velho. Caramba. Restaura 100% de vida da matilha. E o ultimate dela é que ela solta os cachorros também e avança, né? Que eu vejo assim. Ah, e é point click essa porra? Ah, mano, a Riot vai fazer, sabe o quê? A Riot vai botar skill shot, velho. Não? Justo, não? Isso é skill shot? Acho que é essa mudança que a Riot pode fazer. Que deixa o campeão... Porque, pô, olha só o campeão hoje, velho. Tipo assim... Chega aqui, aí, pô, sei lá, acertei essa parada, acertei de novo, blá. Peraí que eu tava sem os cooldown, né? Vamos aqui pra cima, aqui, ó. Você encontrou o campeão aqui. Aí você, beleza. Aí você faz isso aqui, ó. Pá, pá, vai aqui nele, acerta de novo, vai acontecer alguma coisa. Aí esse cara que tava aqui, ó, ele, sei lá, ele flechou pra cá, tá ligado? E você consegue ir atrás dele com seu ult ainda, depois do flash, né? Flechou daqui pra cá é foda, né? Mas ele flechou pra cá. Você tá aqui, esse é só, pô. Você continua indo atrás dele ainda depois do flash, né? Cara, e o ult causa muito dano, né, velho? 530 de dano, causa lentidão. E se ela conseguir uma eliminação em até 7 segundos, ela revelará inimigos próximos por 4 segundos e poderá reconjurar essa habilidade mais uma vez em 14 segundos. Ganha shield. Beleza. É isso, né, gente? O boneco tá quebrado. Vamos lá pro draft lá. Nossa, deixa eu puxar minha cachorra. Ah, falando em cachorro, minha cachorra tá lá. Tá desesperada aqui. Cacau, vem cá. Vem cá. Pô, tadinha. Você não tá sozinha, não. Tadinha dela, velho. É a Cacau, gente. A gente resgatou ela semana passada, mais ou menos. Tá um pouquinho mais de uma semana com a gente. Acho que tem quase 2 semanas já, né, Cacau? E é linda. Tava na rua, toda machucada. Aí já, deixa eu arrumar aqui a câmera. Tava toda machucadinha na rua. Aí levamos ela no veterinário, cuidamos dos ferimentos dela. Já sarou os ferimentos. Aí estamos esperando um pouquinho pra ver se ela não tá com nenhuma doença incubada, alguma coisa assim. Vamos vacinar ela e tudo. Né, lindona? Né? Muito linda. Só que ela é muito carente, né? É muito medrosa. Deve ter apanhado muito e tal. Deve ter 1 ano e pouquinho, mais ou menos. Aí ela tem... Aí, tipo assim, quando a gente sai de casa, ela fica meio maluca, tá ligado? Fica desesperada. Principalmente que a Duda saiu com outro cachorro, que é o Fred, né? Aí ela fica desesperada. Ela tava lá latindo. Se eu soltar ela aqui, ela vai voltar a latir lá, fica chorando. O que foi, Cacau? O que foi? Tá no meu colinho aqui, aí você fica bem, né? Fica de boa aqui, ó. Parou de chorar, né? E aí, rapaziada, e o draft aqui? Pô, Gwen muito forte aqui, não? Gwen muito forte aqui. Você quer descer? Você tá falando que quer descer? Aí se eu te boto aqui no chão, aí você vai começar a chorar. E aí? Ficar fazendo carinho com ela no chão.
A play onto FPX's bot lane, not able to find it. Actually did force Awesome off of a little bit of creep XP as Aki gets.
Pô, a Gwen não carrega muito isso aqui, não?
This was spotted by the ward you see in the rivers, so FPX aware of what's going on and aware that Aki.
Eve não tá tomando bot gap do Assum, não. Ah, mas é normal, né? Ele mete up, pô. Eve é melhor que o Assum, mas, pô, o Assum é platina também, não, é? Esmeralda. Para de chorar, vamos parar de chorar. Vem cá. Aqui, ó.
The fact that he got spotted on that invade, he has slowed his overall level 3 clear.
E
Shadow's
ué?
gonna try to at least take full advantage of this, but he needs to wait for Awesome and Joy to be able to push out their wave first before he can go and complete the invade. So Aki takes Grace in that. information, goes for the Krugs first, guarantees that Shadow cannot stop him on that. And at that point, Shadow knows that there's no more time to make the evade happen.
I gotta say, though, I love what Aki's done. He set himself behind a little bit from this, but not really. Like, Vi's not gonna go take any camps away from him in the end. It is gonna be a choice of a Prio Crab, but look at the experience between the ADs. It's even right now, but that wave...
Match virou já. Qual match? Do bot? Caramba, pô, é essa? Como é que o cara tá...
It's a big experience disadvantage now for the Kalista, and that hurts a lot in that lane, especially as Kalista... obviously, you want to try and push your weight around.
Eu subir na mesa. Não posso subir na mesa assim, não, menina. Vem cá pro meu colo. Deita no colo, tem que aprender a deitar no colo. Fica assim, ó, deitadinho assim, ó.
No. Do I think that he set up a better map for his team?
Ó, coisa boa.
Yeah. It's just a great adaptation by NIP's jungler to recognize the volatility of this bottom lane matchup and just saying, hey, you know what? I need to make sure that...
Pô, parado que vai a Aurora é roubado, né? Mas...
completely snowballed on.
Pô, Shinzal é muito difícil, é muito bom contra isso também.
Right? Or at least it's one that you can at least control a little bit better. You have this Gwen on the top side. You should feel pretty confident that Shanji's just going to win that by himself. Doinb, you don't really necessarily need to protect that lane because Doinb is going to try to facilitate the rest of the map. So Kai'Sa's the one egg you gotta coddle until she comes online.
Yeah, the only bummer for Aki is that he did lose his respawn Raptors. That's an expensive camp to lose.
Foi um Maokai dos top laners. É, tá meio picou, ganhou, né?
Back up, but still, I like the choice coming out of Aki, and actually curious to see what is
Oi, Cacau.
Kind of an interesting mix of items here that we have. Aki really going for the ruby crystals and the health, not the damage. We're not used to seeing that out of Xin, so kind of curious actually from him. We got to keep our eyes open to see if there's going to be any other changes or strays away from the usual when it comes to this.
Because you can still build Sundered Sky with these two ruby crystals. But I wonder if just by going for the extra ruby crystals, you're going to make yourself a little bit more durable in a skirmish scenario.
Cara, esse jogo vai ser bem paia mesmo. Sei lá. Acho que a NiP só é possível. Impossível não é, né? Mas eu não sei como a NiP perde aqui também. Só que, pô, tá meio paia os preços ali, né? Quer companheiros, mas CLT, salve, Leonardo. Tamo junto aí, meu mano. Rapaziada, exclamação YouTube aí, ó. Quem quiser acompanhar a live no YouTube, tô lá também. E mesmo quem continuar acompanhando aqui na Twitch, se puder entrar nesse canal do YouTube e se inscrever lá, porque eu recuperei um canal antigo e tô... Recuperei um canal antigo e tô... E voltei a fazer live lá, um canal bem antigo, tipo assim, deve ter uns 8 anos que eu não posto vídeo lá. Então se puder chegar lá, deixar um like na live, seguir o canal, deve ajudar o YouTube a começar a entregar mais o canal, tá ligado? Eita, olha o First Blood da FPX.
Nice bit of burst damage. Uh-oh. Looks like Shanji was just overestimating how fast Doinb was going to come in.
Ai, Cacau, você tá chato. Agora, ó, se ficar chorando, eu vou só fechar a porta. Eita, do nada FPX, ó.
You know, they did nerf the R. That's like the one thing they kind of nerfed, right? That's gotta be it. Yeah. That was a bit interesting from Shanji, I gotta say.
Solado, maluco.
You know,
Shanji aí, né?
On the broadcast weren't familiar with Sheer's game on this Gnar. I don't think Shanji was either.
Yeah, I don't think he was familiar with his own game on the Gwen there, actually.
he might need to take a little respect away.
6?
Aki has flash.
Okay.
Yep. Immediately burned. Comes at the cost of the Between the Worlds from Care. That's going to come off cooldown a lot sooner, and we'll take a look at the replay on the top side.
He's just out of mana. For me, I think casting the R, a bit of this is getting the wave in, but the commit afterwards too, and not just walking away, and then Sheer flashing out of the combo, quite nice, but just...
Como a Gwen foi solada, porra, deu ali, né?
Looks like a play that one of us would make here in the booth.
Mano, pior que se o Shanji der mole ali... Gente, eu tava explicando ontem, a galera acha que o counter de Gwen é melee porque vai ficar dentro do W dela, né? Só que a Gwen é boa contra melee. Counter de Gwen é range. o forte do W dela é o fato dela, quando ela tá indo pra cima e durante a teamfight, ela consegue bater em quem ela tá nos melees e os rangers que estão do lado de fora não conseguem bater nela, tá ligado? E até vários melees tem skill de longe também, que às vezes o campeão usa uma skill ali do lado, tipo assim, sei lá, ult da Leona, por exemplo. A Leona é melee, só que ela consegue dar um W no ult da Leona, tá ligado? É um chute pro gol só, o Kevin, que o Vini tem que dar? Cacau, meu Deus do céu. Nossa, Deus, cara, tá foda ela, velho. A gente precisa fazer ela se acostumar quando sai de casa, ela não ficar assim. Nossa, Shanji. Meu Deus do céu, vai-te embora, carniça. Coisa feia, né?
Shanji might have just made an oopsie in that first fight, but now paying a little bit more respect to the cooldowns and the trade potential that Sheer has on the Meganar form. Seems to have regained control.
The big one, that chunk was still enough. Sheer's gonna burn his TP. It's not empowered yet, so it's slow to get top, so he misses a big chunk of that wave off the chunk from Shanji, so he didn't connect on the kill.
Vai, hein, ô Kevin, acho que é uma boa, hein? Tô esperando umas novidades aí, que eu consigo falar com vocês aí já já.
Small win for Shanji, and at least nice bounce back up there against Sheer.
Yeah. Still gonna keep our eyes on this Gnar. Of course,
Cacau. Aí eu boto ela no meu colo, ela fica tentando subir na mesa. Vou pegar ela no colo de novo aqui, gente.
Leverage that further once we get to those item breakpoints. Still working towards what I believe should be Trinity Force rush for the Gnar. And I want to point our attention towards this bottom side matchup because
acho muito foda que Shinzal também tá meio que se tornando. Acho que já tem um tempo que a galera usa, né? Mas tá ficando cada vez mais popular assim de eles verem Shinzal como counter de Vi, né? Gosto muito da ideia de ser um campeão que absorve muito dano, né? Isso é o maior jeito de você lidar com a Vi, né? Aí, pô, Gwen é counter de Vi também na minha visão. Oi, Cacauzinha. Cara, a gente acha a Duda que talvez ela tenha sido jogada na rua muito novinha. Ou que ela nem chegou a ter dono direito, talvez até nasceu na rua já, sabe? Porque ela não tem noção de nada, assim, do ser humano, assim, tipo, ter contato com outro humano, tá ligado? Ela não tem noção de nada, tadinha.
First item power spikes are coming in on side of NIP, Riftmaker, and Yuntal for Shanji and Leaf, respectively. This doesn't necessarily mean NIP are now, Thanos on the map, but the fact that they've been able to scale up at this point, at this pace so far, and FPX haven't really been slamming the gas.
Game alguma coisa conseguir matar essa Gwen, então acho difícil mesmo.
Concerns are starting to creep up.
No, I think that's a good point because there comes a time where the Vi kind of runs out of gas. Kalista needs a forever fight, but I just think it's really tough to play Kalista into the comp that NIP is presenting you.
Yeah.
Pô, meio foda, tá, Lords? Eu não sei dizer também não, tá?
He has the kill.
Porque
he's not necessarily up against the Gwen, but it still feels like Sheer's been one of the better performers, and at least he's more up than other people on his team.
Meio complicado mesmo. Eu acho que assim, tentar começar a fazer trabalho mais de analista, etc, com alguns times menores, sabe? Um time Tier 3 hoje, assim, né? Dá bastante jogo. Talvez criar conteúdo do jogo ajude bastante também, né? Porque consegue às vezes ganhar um pouco de autoridade com isso, tá ligado? Ah, vai voltar ali alguém agora, não? Nossa, o Shanji só morre aqui agora.
Off a nice kill credit off the top of
Cacau.
Shanji's head.
Nossa, foi ruim isso aí pra Nip. Jogaram mal demais.
Hey, nice for FPX. They
Gastaram muito flash ali também. A
They were able to pick up the dragon, so
FPX.
that's a perk.
Jogar alto.
That's definitely the bigger win.
Rakan é muito bom pra jogar contra Vai também, né?
Oh, Shadow
Nossa.
doesn't have flash anymore. He used it for the Vault Breaker combo, and now even with the bailout, still gonna go down. NIP.
É, fazer conteúdo também ajuda, tá ligado? É, fazer bons conteúdos e quando você se aplicar pra trabalho, você consegue mandar alguns conteúdos seus também e tal. É, se especializar em algo pode ser legal também, tá ligado? Tipo assim, mano, se especializar bastante em jungle, sei lá, tá ligado? E aí tentar pegar, às vezes, um jungle do Tier 2 e tentar oferecer uma ajuda, tentar levar algumas coisas pro cara, sabe? Tipo assim, fazer análise de padrão, né? Mostrar coisas pro cara que pode ajudar ele a melhorar o jogo dele. E aí, às vezes você ajuda um jogador, tipo assim, sei lá, você ajuda o Drake Hero, tá ligado? E ele acaba, ele te chama pra estar com um coach no time. Aí do nada você entra, aí a partir do momento que você entrou ali no ecossistema, se você começar a fazer um bom trabalho e tal, e jogadores te reconhecerem bom trabalho e tudo mais, você vai ser indicado pra jogar em outros locais, tá ligado? Porque não tem como, o coach ele precisa de reconhecimento do jogador, né? É difícil ganhar isso, tá ligado? Ainda mais quando você não é ex-pro player, por exemplo, né? E é foda, tá ligado? Como é que tu vai falar pra um player... Como é que tu vai falar pra um player coisa que ele tem que fazer se o player pensa, moleque, esse cara é platina, sei lá, tá ligado? Esse cara, ou às vezes você é diamante, tá ligado? O player só pensa assim, mano, esse cara é diamante que ele tá querendo ensinar a falar alguma coisa do jogo comigo. Mano, eu não sei o que fazer com essa cachorra, gente, tá foda, tá? Nossa, Deus.
Looks like it's going to be a reset after this wave, and curious to see what FPX chooses to do. It feels like Vi can play towards both the Gnar and the Aurora.
Cacau, vem cá.
Shadow has options.
Tem que ficar aqui fazendo carinho nela. Não consigo chegar aí no chão onde você tá, não.
Purchased. That probably for me is the best path or best.
Eu vou sentar no chão aqui pra assistir esse jogo do chão. Vem cá, Cacau. Consegue me escutar daqui? Opa, olha o Live. Mas tá dando ruim ali pra Nip? Não, só o Bigode morreu. Tá divando ali o Aki? O Aki tá divando uma vai sozinho ali. O Live tá sozinho mid, batendo mid. O Aki não precisava de morrer, né? Tinha ter sido 2x1 pra Nip, foi 2x2 porque o Aki foi meio idiota ali na play. Vai levar a torre ainda. Teve Arauto já ou não? Arauto tá vivo ainda. Cacau, agora você não vai ficar chorando não. Tô aqui no chão. Tô aqui no chão pra ficar com você. Se você começar a chorar, eu vou ficar chateado.
So Aki just kind of gives himself to trade as much as he can. Like if he held the Crescent card and was able to maybe use it on Shadow, could have actually been double kill because yeah, Shadow snuck out, and then on the flip side.
Ô Felipe, eu vi a mensagem sua lá no Telegram. Não sei se você tá na live aqui também. Mas a gente já comprou uma porrada de brinquedo. Ela não sabe brincar, ela tá aprendendo agora, mas não é muito sobre brinquedo também aqui. Tipo, ela tá. Opa! Como ela tava abandonada na rua, sozinha e etc, ela se apegou muito a mim e a Duda, né? Então, cara, a Duda saiu com outro cachorro, ela fica desesperada aqui. Ou se eu saio também e tal. Mas a partir do momento que eu tô dando atenção pra ela aqui agora, ela já não fica mais, sacou?
A little bit of extra gold injection for them as they're trying to maintain competitiveness with NIP in this game. They're going to get the third dragon, and they are going to be on soul point. So if NIP is not at a all-time, you know, breaking point by the time we get to that dragon. That is
E
FPX's
nona.
It is.
Aí, tipo assim, se eu paro de fazer carinho nela aqui, ela começa a chorar. O que a gente tá tentando fazer, às vezes, quando a Duda sai pra passear com o Fred, eu dou petisco pra ela. Só que hoje eu não fiz isso, né? Na real, eu vou fazer isso. Vou entregar um negócio lá pra ela que ela gosta. Vamos ver se melhora. Vem cá, Cacau.
Even with the soul going over to FPX, it's a nice backdoor opportunity to maybe win. But the goal of the Rift at this moment is for NIP to stack up so much gold that FPX can't fight them in the next break.
Yeah.
PP God gets jumped on, but then he turns it around with the quickness.
Eita, mano, a NiP tá trollando, hein? Ou não? A Aurora chegou ali. Oh, o PP God, que isso? O PP God tá vivo ainda. Não, o Doinb vai pagar o pato. O Doinb pagou o pato. Mano, tá estranho, hein? Pior que não tá estranho, né, mano? Tá estranho meu...
Actually, this could be big if Aki is able to cancel some bases. Did manage to stop all three. Because again, the push is on. This is 5 grubs, and NIP can even use this to take some topside camps away.
Tá estranho, hein?
FPX2 is, yeah, with the Raptors will fall the hands to leave. So,
ah, mano. É, assim, tá estranho só, pô, a quantidade de kills e os Drake, né? Só que a NiP podia estar com gold muito melhor, pô. A NiP levou muita torre, velho. A NiP joga o melhor mapa, mas tá comprando umas fights erradas aí. Nossa, o PP God jogou bem ali.
The Aurora combo and then to actually get out, Doinb dies for his sins. Not exactly worth it. I feel like PP God would rather go down than Doinb, but hey, a smooth criminal on his way out. Not bad.
At least PP God was able to buy a decent amount of time going in for the re-engage. And it did call the attention of majority of FPX members on the Rift, and I'm going to use the term that you called out before, expensive. Another take to get.
Sim, o gold já tá melhor pra NiP, mas é porque a NiP levou 3 torres, né? Agora, se a FPX conseguir fazer uns trades sai, conseguir, pô, puxo aqui enquanto você tá se preparando pra sei lá o que, pra pro atacante e tal. O gold pode ficar bom pra FPX, né? Bom que a Kai'Sa tá muito grande, a Kalista tá meio inútil, né? Mas a... Cadê a canetinha aqui pra poder fazer os desenhos? Nem tô fazendo hoje.
We did see with the LPL flu, there was a graphic so that FPX actually, if this goes really late, have a decent chance to win. It kind of swings back in their favor. I'm going to assume that's based off of the current mid-lane differential and also how late game Aurora slams really hard. Speaking of slam though, dropped in top lane.
Caralho, bugou meu PC. Bugou meu Windows aqui. Mas só fight. Fight nada, né? NiP tá fazendo atacan. Cara, o cara vai conseguir roubar! Meu Deus do céu! Aki, o que você fez? Mano. Meu Deus do céu. O pior é que eles vão matar todo mundo ainda, mas... Nossa, a NiP... Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus, esse TP aí só pra matar esse cara? O Doinb vale? Vai tirar, vale, né? Ele flechou o Care, mano. Meu Deus, cara. Alguém ainda tem a parada? O Nar? Meu Deus, o Shadow. Ele sai de boa. Cara, 50 segundos. Isso foi muito grande, tá? Porque é 50 segundos pro Drake. E é Soul.
The fight in the back half that was somewhat even is still a big win for FPX because these death timers are going to jail an IP. It buys FPX some time to actually take all the standing turrets they still have on the map.
Aí, ó. Leva isso aqui, o Gold já fica... Já vai pra FPX agora, mano. Cara, tá estranho esse jogo, velho.
At a 2-item, 3-item breakpoint across their star carries here. Shanji does have 2 items, but, you know, Leave coming in 3 items, but no summoner spells, using that flash aggressively, getting punished. FPX I have to imagine they're painting a giant target on this Kaisa in this fight.
Flash da Kaisa ainda, né? Meu Deus, mano. Meu Deus, e agora eles vão ter que entrar no Rio, que é muito pior, né? Pô, quem que tá dando o recal ali? O Shanji? Cara, muito cedo isso do Doinb, né? Foi só pra ganhar tempo pro TP da Gwen. Nossa, o Mega vai ter Mega. Eles têm que sair. Eles não podem fightar agora com o Mega. Tomaram a alma. Meu Deus do céu. Eu acho que a Gwen tá free na fight, gente. A Gwen tá free na fight. A Gwen tá muito free na fight ou não? Não tá mais não. Tá. Tá free ou não tá free? Mano, acabou o jogo, hein? Será? O Liv ultou, né?
Observers playing around with the vision info that we have a little bit on the screen, but a big win for FPX again. Infernal Soul secured and a good fight coming out from Sheer again on the Megadar. Got in the mix of everything and really controlled the terrain. As we take a look at the replay, first off, good combo to secure this one.
Ah, eu acho aqui, cara, que a NiP tinha que ter jogado pela fight, pô. Eles não podiam ter deixado o Drake ficar tão low, né? Eles tinham que ter tentado jogar pela fight.
Some time. It's a good between worlds that came out as well, but Shanji was really big during this. I thought he might have been able to carry this one on the back half, but no. Assume was actually able to drain tank through that one with the wit's end. That's really big difference in this game.
Só que é muito difícil entrar em Renata ali daquele jeito, né? Cara, te falar que esse pai de jogo acabou, tá?
A fantastic job for a majority of the game, funneling resources and giving Leave a natural gold advantage over the marksman. But if Leave is getting pressured in these fights and Awesome isn't, it doesn't matter who has the gold advantage. Your Kai'Sa's not able to freely hit while the other Kalista is just, you know, raking spears left, right, and center. Now FPX...
Levanta a câmera, caralho, tá a câmera no meu pau aqui, velho, cara. Eu tava no chão, boa. Valeu por lembrar, velho.
But Infernal Soul on your side, you have given yourself the best tools to succeed and pull this off.
I mean, the real concern now is, does it come down to an Elder flip or anything like that? Because I don't think that's a scenario that FPX would exactly love. Oh boy, Doinb is pulling the trigger.
I mean, Awesome is on the right side of the wall.
Opa, nossa, pior que o Kier só toma ali, não? Quer tomar K aqui. Nossa, olha a Gwen batendo. É, eles têm que ir até o final aqui agora. A NiP. Pô, a NiP só é melhor, né? A NiP só é melhor, né? Podia ter sido um pouco. Podia ter sido melhor o jogo todo, não só agora, quando precisa serem melhores, né?
FPX are just way too far deep if they want to actually pull this off. Care wasn't able to hit the between worlds instead.
Podiam ter sido melhor o jogo inteiro, não só agora, né?
Really started the rough and tumble nature of FPX in this one. That on top of the fact that Shanji on the Gwen, he might have been 0-3-2 entering the fight, but he had 2 items and was doing some shredding in the back half. As again, I was a little bit surprised about this one from Doinb. I'm just also surprised that Care sat on his ult for that long. He could have used the between worlds to at least buy some space, get out. Instead, stands right next to Doinb, so it makes for an easy engage from PP God as he popped the charm.
Não consegui entender como usa o hub do Mais Sports, não achei o jogo. Ah, tem lá o jogo, pô. Só que LPL não tá. Esse jogo é esse aqui, ó. Cadê? FPX. É. Aqui, ó. Tá aqui embaixo agora. Só que, ó, tá lá sim. Aqui, ó. É porque o nome é Shenzhen Ninjas e Pijamas.
If you're just tuning in, by the way, this is hands down the best game of the night, and we don't know how long this pause is going to go, but if possible, it'd be great if we could maybe run the group standing real quick, just to see, you know, where we stand within the group. We are 4 out of 6. Shout out to producer Kai for always rolling with the punches.
This is our, So this is with 4 of the 6 games already tallied up in Group C. Actually, we haven't gotten a chance to tally it up. So we'll give you the numbers. Go ahead.
Verbal hits. Here we go. Top Esports 2-0, NIP 1-1, OMG 0-2, and FPX also 1-1. So this is a big game between two 1-1 teams, and if FPX were to win to find a 2-1 on the day, that'd be honestly kind of monumental. No one expected them to.
Caramba, deu. Será que foi algum bug? Chrono Break? Ai, meu Deus. Do nada os caras estão botando tabela na minha frente, na minha tela. Por que tem uma tabela na minha tela e não um jogo?
It has proven to not be the case tonight, which has made for some interesting games.
Yeah, I mean, I think a majority of us on the desk had FPX penned for, fourth, ending fourth, and we just had a little bit more faith in OMG overall based on kind of the credibility of OMG taking 2 games off of what was the #1 seed out of their respective group during the first split against JDG.
We're all getting clowned on.
I mean, it happens, man. We did not,
Sightseer grapes, man. You guys got some superpowers.
We weren't familiar with FPX's game, clearly, and,
Oh, I was, and that's why I had them last. I just didn't know they had this game in them.
Well, exactly.
It's been different.
Now, the big thing to note is FPX winning Infernal Soul, but then being caught in a fight that they clearly were not really prepared to take.
Sim, tá pausado o game, a parada é... Nossa, tem um delay gigantesco aqui, ó, na API da Riot, tá? Pra LPL. Mas isso só na LPL que rola. Pô, Murilo, foda, mano. Não sei se é Chrono Break, será? Mas deve ter tido... Tomara que seja só problema no PC de alguém.
I'm kind of grasping at straws for how FPX... I mean, I had so much confidence in after the Infernal Soul game, but it just feels like you're just giving whatever structures NIP will take as long as it's not the base, and then hoping the Elder spawns as soon as possible.
I mean, because they're...
O Aki e o Shanji estão afundando o Doinb, né?
Curious to see what they're able to prevent from being taken here, but back in the game.
Back in the game, vambora.
We are kind of stuck on a private island.
Vambora, vamos ter um monte de skirmish, com a NiP ganhando as skirmish, mas não pode acabar o jogo ainda, pra ter mais uma grande teamfight no Elder. E não acaba o jogo ainda, pra ter um segundo Baron, aí pode acabar o jogo. Com a NiP ganhando tudo sem morrer ninguém, só matando. Aí eu topo. Nossa, mano. Tô muito ferrado aqui.
Quickly eviscerate the tier 2 turret. Care taking a base now after he pushed out the top side. Will they look for that TP?
Preciso de 11 kills.
There's options here.
Oh boy, here we go.
There's the Between Worlds. I think NIP just immediately disengaged from that one.
Yeah.
There's gonna wait on the next minion wave. Kind of a fizzle ulti from Care.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer there. As we still got a decent chunk. He's not someone that can base and TP back. Doinb actually.
Vamos lá, FPX. Morre um pouquinho aí alguém, mas não perde o jogo ainda. Morre uma galera aí, mas deixa a Aurora. Morre uns dois aí, mas deixa a Aurora viva ainda.
Decide to stick around and push for another one, or if they head for the hills, get TP God's health back, and then just do the same setup that they just did, except instead of bot mid, top mid will now be the setup.
Yeah.
Agora, vamos matar o Sheer. Ah, o Doinb. Não, o Doinb deu recado.
Doinb immediately sectioning him off.
I lied. You don't want to play top.
Não, já deu ruim já.
It's all about the Elder Dragon, man. It's an early Elder that's spawning, or 29 minutes into the game, and Elder is 40 seconds away, Rafa. Shadow's done a nice job of at least getting some space through the bot lane.
Yeah. He's trying to set up some deep vision. There's still teleports available from Sheer and Care. The Gnar bar has been built up. Not to Mega quite yet, but in range.
Tem mais jogo ainda? Hoje tem.
Deep flank from Shadow. I don't know if he got spotted at all.
Mais um jogo da Tesa ainda, se eu não me engano. Deixa eu ver. Meu Deus, o Doinb.
Immediately flashing back to the safety of his teammates. Care throwing out the weirding. Buy some space for the rest of his team. Shear's Mega is popped. And that's going to be running out soon.
Tem um MG Tesa ainda.
Will pull the trigger on that Elder Dragon once that Mega Form is gone. Care trying to retreat back to the base.
Ó, o Doinb jogou legal aqui, tá? Vai cair a T2 lá.
That forces FPX's hand.
FPX is, yeah, they're lost. They're responding to the waves. And keep in mind, there's a super wave that's hitting the top.
Pô, por que o Bigode não ultou ali no...
And Shanji pops Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, FPX just have to
Nossa, Shanji perdeu o ult, cara.
Already knowing what kind of strength they can use to brute force FPX out of the space here. Shadow, still no flash. As he used it after Doinb.
Só um pick-off aí. Pick-offzinho. Mata 2 e a FPX volta. Meu Deus, vocês vão flipar? Vocês vão flipar, Nip? Vocês vão flipar depois do seu jungle perder 2 smites? É, legal, vai flipar o jogo. Opa. O Ark pegou o ancião. Mas aí acabou o jogo. Ai, ai.
Lighthearted chuckles and smiles and a pop-off from Doinb as he knows that was a hell of a fight. FPX, damn, they try, but NIP are going to take this game in style.
I mean, this really didn't feel like an NIP win until the last 5 minutes. Then NIP.
Tem mais jogo hoje? Tem mais um, já respondi isso, né? Vou só pegar um café, rapaziada. Beleza? Deixa eu aumentar aqui um pouquinho, vou lá pegar um café e já volto aí. Quer mais água também.
Really seen from them here in this one, Rafa. So something to look out for with the rest of the group at least, and FPX showing some fight in this group against our 2 top teams, and beating OMG I think is also great, but overall still just kind of surprised at least some of what this group is presenting us with, and also surprised about the fact that NIP, it did take them a while to get going in that one. It's good to see FPX actually show some signs of life. It's something that we haven't seen from them all year, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, these 3 games from FPX are already marketable improvements over everything that we got out of them in the first split group stage, right? So, good in terms of overall improvement. Like the awesome roster swap coming in place of Bat, thinking, is this really going to change that much? I don't know if that is what's causing the difference maker, but you know, sometimes a change of personnel on your team can change up the vibes. Maybe FPX overall feel a lot more confident in going for plays. I mean, that Infernal Dragon fight, that's something that you can walk away from this game at least content with, saying, hey, you know what? For a moment there, we were beating one of the best teams in the LPL.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta see how you can turn those into wins on the scoreboard, and not just wins at some point in time for the game that ends up being a loss. But for a team that, again, coming into the day, they were on a 9-game losing streak. They won their first game of Split 1 groups and lost out from there. I think the change to at least have Assume in, and some of what we have been seeing, looks like Shiran Nar. That's something where if he plays that champ, it feels like FPX, like they played a couple decent games. But yeah, the man, the strength of Gwen is something else. Seeing Gwen get first picked and then like go 0-3 and 2 to start the game, and then just like 1v9 a fight. In a way, it's Gwen, so I'm not surprised. But in another way, like when I list it out like that, it looks and feels so disgusting to see.
I think it's just further confirmation for the rest of the LPL teams that Gwen needs to be higher on the priority list when it comes to banning. If not, you know, if you're going to give away the Gwen, you should feel like you are getting a better trade in the 1-2 on red side. And I mean, what did they get? It was Aurora Vi in exchange?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I think that Vi's like decent. Again, you can try and find a way to make plays into Gwen. It just feels like the changes that they made, like Gwen is still the same champion late, but is able to get there so much faster and so much more consistently with the extra power they put into her ENQ early on that she feels really, really, really strong.
Yeah. I will say this, couple other exciting moments for FPX. Smite Steal on the Otacon from Shadow, you know, at least that was cool. A little bit of an oopsie on the early smite from Aki. But on the flip side for NIP, one of the big win cons that FPX were trying to leverage was going for the Kalista Renata lane that you were very skeptical about from minute 1, because it's just very hard to try and like actually get that advantage rolling. And they made an honest attempt at it, you know, going for the heal summoner spell to get that extra movement speed and forcing the all-in. They got close. They burned 2 summoner spells off of leave, but the fact that Aki adapted his pathing to be more defensive and protective of leave, and it wasn't something that Shadow could like get an advantage off of in response because he is playing a Vi. He's not playing like this super oppressive power farmer. It was a great call by Aki, and it prevented leave from getting completely put in the dirt.
No, I mean, frankly, I think that really helped warp the game, at least in favor of NIP early on. Because when you know, your Kai'Sa, you have a lead into Kalista, your passive does a good chunk of damage. If you're able to get that out into Kalista, again, you don't want to take super extended trades where you can't burst her down until she puts, you know, 50 spears in you, gets the kill, but still getting ahead early on I think that champion in that matchup was really important for NIP.
Yeah.
And we're going to go through the rest of this again. This wasn't a good game for NIP. This wasn't played clean mechanically. We had a lot of moments where NIP weren't on the same page, but all it took was one pick later on before Baron. They turned it into 3. They turned that into an inhibitor. They turned that into an Elder Dragon. And sometimes, if you want to be a great team, even on days or games where you don't have your best stuff like that, you got to be able to pull off sequences that NIP just did. So good to see them really show up and show out for that later on.
Yeah.
Hey, even Otacon Yoinked, man, like a lot of unfortunate things happened at NIP. The Otacon Yoink was a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah. That actually gave FPX a shining hope. There was, you know, suddenly light at the end of the tunnel, and it was like, oh my gosh, we can sequence this into the Infernal Dragon secure, and if just for a glimpse, I was the biggest FPX believer in the
I was
entire
too.
world.
I thought they might be able to take that one home, like legitimately. I just, yeah, a bit of a bummer.
Well, to kind of put this game into TLDR terms, the favorites did win, but not in the way that if you are fans of the favorites, want them to win. It was not the most convincing win, but, you know, still good for NIP and their standings to just, you know, recognize, hey, sometimes we don't put our best performances on, you know, the day. They did get pretty rocked by Top Esports just before this game. Maybe overall, they'll be able to recover, as this is the end of their first round in this double round robin we have. Maybe the next time we see NIP in this group, they'll come to play a lot more cleanly, a lot more dominantly against the rest of the competition they have to offer, since NIP, we have big expectations based off of what we saw from them in the first split. You know, the impressions that we got, and it made us really excited about this squad.
Eu voltei. Tem mais jogos hoje? Tem. Ah, respondi isso pela terceira vez. E aí, meu chat, cadê vocês? Falam comigo, conversa comigo aí que eu tô sozinho. Hoje não está sendo um dia tão legal.
Quick hit, Matt. Who's getting...
Cara, então, do circuitão, provavelmente eu vou poder fazer live hoje, tá? Só que eu vou jogar bola 8 horas, então não sei se eu vou conseguir fazer todos os jogos, mas o jogo das 5 eu consigo. Ah, eu queria fazer o jogo do Dopamina. O que de Kabum consigo fazer o jogo.
Good for Doinb, man.
Doinb did not play well in this game. Notice how they aren't running any highlights until, like, Otacon, you know?
I'm
tired.
Yeah,
we have another game.
Anyway, you know what? Grifter Doinb secures a...
Japão com gelo em Itajaí. Tava em Itajaí, mano. Fui aí esse ano, né? Mês passado, né? Meu amigo mora aí. Gostei da cidade, é uma cidade legal, simpática. Vamos ver TikTok aí. Enquanto não volta o jogo.
Minerva, você quer saber uma informação, mano?
Até 2.
Sabe por que a Azul está ganhando?
Sim. Por quê?
Porque não tem brasileiro no time. Mano.
Ai.
Não. É, guys.
Dói, né?
Agora tem que tancar, né, esse tipo de comentário. Vamos fazer o quê?
Caraca, aqui. Caraca, aqui. Uma pochete.
Anos que eu não vejo uma dessa.
Por que a gente tá guardando isso aqui?
Ronaldo, essa mulher aqui casando com você?
Faço a mínima ideia, Márcia.
Você já foi casado?
Claro que não casado, Márcia. Eu fui casado, Márcia.
Quem é essa vagabunda aqui?
Sei lá, Márcia. Eu tô careca na foto, Márcia.
Você tá gordo, acabado, esquisito, feio. Só sobrou de bom um olho verde, um barraco com piscina, você.
Meu Deus, mas eu já entendi já, Márcia. Essa foto aqui é do futuro, Márcia.
Se é futuro, por que esse porta-retrato horroroso, essa pochete?
Exatamente. O futuro é vintage, Márcia. O futuro é vintage.
Conhece essa mulher casando com você?
Não, você não conhece. Não começa a pirar não com essa
Pô.
mulher do futuro. Pelo amor de Deus, me ajuda.
É a Julinha, filha do Roberto.
Que Julinha? Julinha é uma criança, Márcia. Pelo amor de Deus, é a Julinha, filha do Roberto,
Uma
Márcia.
criança, né? Que nojo.
Criança agora, mas no futuro vai ser uma mulher, Márcia.
E como é que eu vou ficar com você sabendo que você vai me trocar pela filha do seu amigo?
Calma, respira, calma. Eu também tô nervoso, Márcia. Se acalma, entendeu? Olha pra mim, o futuro é a gente quem faz.
O futuro é a gente quem faz.
Exatamente, fica calmo, meu amor. Pelo amor de Deus, eu também. Se eu for pedir lá, pede a 4 queijos, porque é bem famosa lá. Falei assim, pedir uma 4 queijos normal não, mas é de lá realmente...
O que você tá olhando pro meu marido, hein?
Que isso, Márcia?
Você acha que eu não percebi ainda, não?
Ela
Se
tá...
faz de
Com a menina, muito
ela
bom.
Tá brincando, a tia agora ela faz teatro, aí ela tá fazendo um personagem.
Faço! Você tá acabando com o meu casamento!
Sim!
Isso.
Boa! Essa é a cena que ela faz do A Maluca do Bairro.
O principal ponto fraco desse filme, 10
Cara, choque de cultura é muito bom.
mandamentos, é o sotaque. Todo mundo aí nesse Egito Antigo é carioca. Isso é um erro histórico inadmissível até para Edir Macedo. O certo mesmo, pela neutralidade do sotaque, era colocar todos os atores ali capixabas.
E tem muito capixaba bom por aí.
É? Fala um.
Mas Maurílio,
coitado.
foi só por causa dos cariocas desse filme que misturaram essa coisa alegre da loja de suco com uma história tão pesada quanto essa, que a nova temporada de Malhação vai se chamar Malhação Pragas do Egito. Você sabia disso?
Alguém tem mais um ponto fraco?
Ainda tem Malhação? Ainda existe
Filme
Malhação?
10 Mandamentos. Excesso de ator careca. Que é uma praga do Egito, a calvície é uma praga do Egito sem cura até hoje. E eu vou repetir, não há cura para a calvície. Deus nos jogou essa praga e a ciência nos abandonou.
Bom, velho.
I heard that you created the word Riz. So, listen. In my room, just me and my homeboys, just trying to see who got more Riz than the other person. We start saying...
O que significa Riz, que ele falou ali?
Boys, just trying to see who got more...
Just trying to see who's got more Riz than the other person. More Riz é o quê? Tipo, mais... Tipo, mais molho? Tipo, isso?
Riz than the other person. We start saying it on stream. They take it, TikTok times it, and it's over with.
No way.
Yes, it just blows up. Everybody saying Riz this, Riz that, and it becomes a
Carisma,
word.
chaveco.
I did not know that was going to happen at all. Like, I'm so serious.
And is it short for charisma? Is that the truth?
Ah,
That's what people say, but like when I first started saying it on my stream, like I already knew the meaning for it, so we just kept saying it. Like it just was catchy, and we just started saying it. But that's a good analogy, though. I'm not gonna.
Cara gigante, assim, é muito famoso.
I feel like I invented the word Riz too, with you, yeah.
Eu conheci a live dele quando teve a parada treta do Drake com Kendrick Lamar, tá ligado? Porque o react dele, cadê? Pô. Kai Cenat, Kendrick Dropped. Quando o Kendrick Lamar lançou, tipo assim, se eu não me engano, né? Tipo assim, o Kendrick, a They Not Like Us, né? O Kendrick deixou ela meio que pronta. Aí, acho que quando o Drake lançou a parada, ele lançou alguns minutos depois, não foi uma parada assim? Não lembro a ordem. Deixa eu ver aqui, ó. Timeline. Drake versus Kendrick. Queria ver esse track by track timeline. O Drake foi o primeiro, né? 13 de abril. 19 de abril, o Drake mandou de novo. Aí, 11 dias depois, 30 de abril, o Kendrick respondeu. Aí, 3, ele mandou... no dia 3, o Drake mandou Family Matters. Aí, no dia 3, o Kendrick já mandou o Meet the Grams, né? E aí, no dia seguinte, ele mandou No Like Us. E aí, acabou. O No Like Us acabou. O No Like Us foi, tipo... Aí, eu lembro que, tipo assim, eu conheci ele por causa disso aqui. A reação dele, tipo... Ah, tá. Não, mas tinha o... Quando o Kendrick... Pô, eu queria ver o Kendrick... Quando o Kendrick lançou uma música nova, tá ligado? Pô. Pior que a música do Drake é melhor. Cara, eu não escutei, só escutei No Like Us, eu acho. Pô, não tô achando, velho. Porque a reação dele quando... A reação dele é bizarra, né? Quando rola isso. I see that people. Tava vendo TikTok, né? Parei aqui. Vamos continuar vendo algumas coisas, porque não tem nada pra fazer até o jogo começar também.
Rapidinho, porque isso aqui é realmente Carlinhos Lebon apresentando as pessoas. Rapidinho, deixa eu apresentar. Posso apresentar? Rapidinho, porque isso aqui é realmente Carlinhos Lebon apresentando as pessoas. Não é a primeira vez que você faz isso, não. Posso te apresentar de novo, você se importa, meu amigo?
Eu acho que eu já decorei o nome.
Mas vai ser coisa rápida.
Pode.
Vamos lá. Bom, esse aqui é Carlinhos, como você conhece. Talvez não tão bem como a gente conhece ele, porque esse aqui é um filho da puta, né? Advogado, tem amigo que é espancador de mulher e que defende um pedófilo todos os dias. Bom, essa daqui, essa gracinha aqui ao seu lado, ó, nossa Renatinha. Sabe ser humano burro? Tu escreve pessoa burra, o Google dá todas as redes sociais dela. E ela quer ser engraçada, mas a gente ri com ódio da gente mesmo. A vontade, às vezes, a gente dá uma facada no olho. Tá aqui, essa pessoa maravilhosa. Chegamos nela, o sol da manhã. Luísa, o amanhecer da minha vida.
A Luísa já sabe que vem merda, né? Ela...
É que é um poço de carência tão forte que ela fica com gente merda só pra poder dormir de conchinha e falar, ai, eu sou amada, né? Porra nenhuma, ele é carente.
E você? Agora alguém tem que falar dele, né?
Agora sim. Agora foi. Chopinho, quer o chopinho? Traz o chopinho aqui pro rapaz aqui. Eu queria pedir aquela caixa.
Amizade,
como é que
pô.
é aquele negócio?
Todo mundo... Você já parou pra pensar que o Juninho Pernambucano é um dos jogadores mais subestimados da história? Talvez as únicas pessoas...
Mais subestimado da história. Será? Ele é pica, né? Gosto muito dele, mas... Mais subestimado, um dos mais subestimados da história.
Que dão um valor justo pro Juninho são os torcedores do Vasco e
os do Vasco.
Até porque só no Vasco são 2 brasileiros, uma Libertadores, Carioca e o São Paulo, mas quando ele chegou no Lyon, ele fez algo que nem o Paris Saint-Germain, com investimento bilionário, conseguiu fazer ainda: ganhar 7 campeonatos nacionais seguidos. Quando ele saiu do Vasco, o Barcelona fez de tudo para contratar. Rivaldo participou da negociação, ofereceram um caminhão de dinheiro, mas ele já tinha dado a palavra ao Lyon e cumpriu. O time francês era desconhecido na Europa, não disputava Champions, nunca tinha sido campeão francês e o torcedor já estava acostumado com isso, até o Juninho chegar. 2002.
Eu venho notando que de uns anos pra cá o pessoal vem tentando implicar que o Juninho é o Pirlo brasileiro. Acho que é bem diferente, né? O Juninho era mais ofensivo, não era não? Que o Pirlo. Mas em falta, cobrança de falta, é porque o Juninho tem uns gols de falta de muito longe, igual do Pirlo, né? Mas o Juninho é mais pica, hein? Batendo falta. O Juninho é um dos melhores batedores de falta da história, né?
Até 2008, o Lyon, que nunca tinha sido campeão, ganhou todos os campeonatos franceses.
Pô, mas...
Chegaram 6 vezes no mata-mata da Champions, que nunca tinham chegado. Juninho fez 100 gols pelo clube, sendo...
Pô, mas falar que o cara é pica por causa do que ele fez no campeonato francês, pô, legal, de boa. Foi pica lá, mas sei lá. O Alex fez uma parte de coisa no campeonato turco também, tá ligado? Sei lá.
43 de falta, quase a metade do
Dá pra
total.
comparar mais, né?
O Pirlo falou que aprendeu a cobrar falta vendo ele. O Messi falou que jogar contra ele era perigoso por causa das faltas e levou gol mesmo assim. A França
Não, ele era muito pica batendo falta.
Juninho como o maior sul-americano a ter jogado na França, à frente de Raí e Ronaldinho. Sem contar que depois ele ainda brilhou no Catar e somando a carreira...
Não, o Juninho era pica, pô. Lógico, era pica pra caralho, pô. Mas não por isso, tá ligado? O que ele fez aqui no Brasil foi pica. O cara ganhar a Libertadores pelo Vasco é pica, tá ligado? Teve muito jogo bom dele pela seleção brasileira. Um dos melhores batedores de falta da história, pô. Os números dele, assim, são pica também.
10 títulos nacionais.
Só isso, tipo assim, ele é pica, sabe? Mas, pô...
O mais bizarro é que depois...
Não sei se é um dos mais...
Nenhum time que ele jogou voltou a ser campeão.
Assim, as pessoas acham o Juninho ruim, tá ligado? É algo assim, pô, a galera subestima o Juninho? Acho que não, pô. Todo mundo acha o Juninho pica.
Como dirigente esportivo, e se hoje o mundo conhece o Vasco, e principalmente o Lyon, tem muito na conta do Juninho, o reizinho. E se você...
Coisas que pra mim são só pra mulheres. Sentir frio.
Pô, sentir frio é só pra mulher?
Eu tô com frio.
Tá com friozinho, né? Tá com friozinho, vai dar esse cozinho seu aí, porra! Vai dar o cu então, você tá com frio.
Cadê os músculos? Cadê, tipo, a massa corporal?
Não tem, só tem pele, não tem massa, não tem músculo.
Alguma coisa alta demais pra pegar. Tipo assim, eu não consigo pegar, que tá muito alta.
Pior que é foda isso aí mesmo, velho.
E o Brino é um hobbit, né, velho? Coitado, ele é baixinho, né, mano?
Cara, eu preciso pedir ajuda pra um homem de verdade, eu fico triste. É triste, velho, é humilhante, velho. Dá uma angústia.
Pula, faz alguma coisa.
Tá, pular é foda, velho. Não consigo pular no mercado. Imagina alguém, olha, eu tô assim, ó.
Pior é pular e não alcançar, né?
Não dá.
Vai se vão pro draft.
Gostar de esporte. Eu odeio esporte, mas tipo, tu vai me dizer que tu é guri que não sabe jogar um futebol? Não sabe jogar um basquete? Tu não sabe, sei lá, gente, jogar ping-pong.
É o único vídeo que tem meu praticando esporte, eu entro no campo de crocs. Nossa senhora, que vergonha. Eu não sou nem um pouco homem mesmo, então, né?
Comer brigadeiro quando tá mal. Eu não imagino um guri triste, vou comer brigadeiro.
Pior que todas as vezes que alguém ficou triste e comeu um brigadeiro era uma mulher mesmo. Mas eu comeria um brigadeiro. Mas eu não faria. Eu acho que realmente talvez é. Tá certo. Esse aí eu vou concordar com essa. Cara, não...
Ficou triste com o meu brigadeiro, é foda. Eita, testa de... o Canavi vai jogar. Deixaram o Canavi jogar de Nafiri de novo. De novo.
A bit of a uphill climb to go up against, especially since, Cream today has performed considerably better than anything we got from him at first stand. So the Yone game in particular is very strong. Obviously, we still don't know what champion he's getting in this game, since the shades could be flexed between him or 369. But as you called out, the fact that Nefiri is locked in, this is the first time I'm seeing a Nefiri being paired with a Poke and Siege composition, but the theory, I imagine, is you chunk them, and as soon as they're super low, you set the dogs on them, and you get the resets going.
Yeah, and if they ever go on you, you just press W. It's fine, Goodbye.
Goodbye and good night.
Yeah, control mage taken away, going up against the Aurora. I think that we don't have enough CC to pilot a Vlad here. If you are Cream, to course Vlad into Aurora. Actually, we saw really get popular with Fearless.
Esse time da Tesa vai pro MSI ainda?
We do have Cream, of course, access to any all champions in the Rolodex. No Fearless bans, of course, in our best of ones, and does decide to go for the ever-growing and popularity Rise in the mid lane. So that Empowered Rune Prison could give nice direction for Nefiri, some gank assists, and also Jace plus Rise as solo laners, really strong and really hard to move. These guys are really tanky. MF is not the champion that can move these champions later on. If you pick MF, you are
Dun, 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 dun,
all
dun,
all
dun,
again, man. There's
dun,
nothing
dun,
else you got going on, and I guess that's the plan for OMG.
Well,
I don't like it.
Besta, Aurora. Cara, a Tess baniu o Gwen headside, né? Com medo de tomar Gwen blind. Que bizarro, mano.
but with Alistar still available, kind of risky to blind that in the face of Crisp. So, going for something a little bit more safe.
Ah, a Renata tá banida. Eu ia falar que a Renata aqui acabou o jogo. Brown aqui rola, será? Brown aqui é God, hein? Brown aqui é muito God. O pai sabe de algo. Não, Brown, Crisp. Brown é muito forte aqui, mano. Brown, mano. Brown, vocês têm Rise, cara.
I think this draft is much better for top esports. I don't see how Jace and Rise can be moved out of their own lanes.
Vocês têm mais range, vocês têm Rise. Era só ficar Brown mesmo, é isso.
And your carry is Misfortune, who is not the best when it comes to dealing with tanks. And you are going up against an Alistar as well that
O cara falando que MF não é bom pra lidar com tanque, que não acho que é assim também. Mas que tanque? Tá chamando o Alistar de tanque? Pô, tá de sacanagem, né?
The scaling that we've seen on the grass Jace or just the Rise, you know, you're gonna go Roa Seraphs, potentially you're getting tanky one way or another. I think it's gonna be really tough to move either of them, and the way they play off each other in sides, it's gonna be a hard game if you're OMG against a team that you're already disadvantaged against. So I don't love the approach they threw out for this one.
All right, so tell me, Matt, what is the only hope then for OMG? Are you just banking on massive cheese ganks and just getting this Misfortune snowballed and just super ahead of the item curve? Is that the underlying hope?
I don't know all the matchups for Nefiri jungle, but I'm wondering if you hit a Q as Nocturne, if you're able to keep up as Nefiri tries to run away early on. So like Aurora, it's not free push into a Rise, but you can definitely contest it. Maybe you can get up in the face of anything. Nothing's free push into Rise, I know.
I think if Nocturne evades you on Nefiri, you just get next to a wall, you hop over with E, and you laugh at Nocturne, who doesn't have ways to scale terrain.
Yeah, the Q's a nice buff though, and again, like that is.
Bom dia, Felipe Spartani. Salve, mano. Bom dia, Recurso. Salve. Dia de Brasil vs Argentina. Qual a tua expectativa pra esse jogo? Porrada, né? O Rafinha já falou já, tem que dar porrada. Eita, beleza. Ai, podia ser um First Bloodzinho ali da OMG, hein? Ia ser hype.
Linfeng and Hung, maybe Moham if he can get out of this lane from Starry and look for a decent roam timer. That's how you can get your snowball going. Kanavi forced away. Linfeng is really trying to at least get some vision down on this red buff and get some major intel on top esports.
Ele tinha que ter pegado o Brown, velho. O Brown era muito bom contra... Parava MF... Brown é muito forte contra Nock, muito forte contra Ambessa, muito forte contra Nautilus. Cara, Brown era muito bom aqui nesse jogo, velho. Brown era muito bom. Eles queriam algum engage, né? Algum CC de engage, assim. Sendo que, pô, o Alistar também não é um engage pica, tá ligado? O Alistar é um engagement tipo coffee, assim, né? Você vai num alvo só, geralmente. Eu gosto de Alistar e Rise também, porque você pode jogar o Alistar atrás, no flank, e a galera sai correndo, e do nada o Alistar tá no meio de todo mundo, dá um Q em vários, né? Mas eu preferia Brown. 100%.
That's where my concern is for OMG. Just again, they have to play this game so fast and so clean to make sure it's a win. It's kind of the issue that top esports was running into at first stand, Rafa, where you have MF, and if you don't play an MF comp well early on, your game can end really quickly.
Yeah. Small win. OMG get the level 2 push first, so they're able to get this wave crashing in. I still think for the next 3 minutes that there is a window to try and punish a flashless Rise in mid lane. That will have to come at Moham getting a chance to get out of this lane and look for a roam timer and be willing to maybe sack his own flash or just really force the advantage. Because as you said, if this composition doesn't play fast enough to really just snowball the game, then yeah, it's pretty hard. As Kanavi suspects that someone's invading his jungle and realizes that his blue is under pressure, and I don't think Kanavi is gonna at least go into it right away. The roam from Moham.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, nicely
Oh,
done from Kanavi.
Oh
and
my gosh.
that stings for Hung.
That's a killer. And again, OMG for me, like this is, I think, the right idea or the path to victory that I could see if you're able to get up in the face of Naafiri early on as the Nocturne, who can be really strong, especially in duels. You land that Q, it's a great steroid. A couple nice steroids on Nocturne in this kit early on, but not going to feel very roided out after having that blue buff yoinked. And now Kanavi.
O Kanavi mata aqui e acabou o jogo, né? Crisp tem flash, dá flash Q. W pra trás. Slow ali agora. Solta os cachorros, Kanavi. Mohan sabe que tá morto já. Não quer gastar flash, é isso. Kill pra Naafiri, deixaram aqui pra Naafiri ainda, tá? Imagina a moral do cara.
I mean, our man threw a dredge line into Narnia after getting bonked by Crisp. Unfortunately, it just wasn't it for Moham. As he falls.
Nocturne ganka aqui, hein? Será? Será que dá tempo da Naafiri chegar? Tem o Nautilus agora, tem o Crisp também. Kanavi pode estar aqui. Nock tá ali também. E aí? Vai ter treta. Ah, o Sterry veio direto do bot já, né? Só que ele vai estar com B atrasado, o Sterry, eu acho. Matou. A fita muito forte, só que tá louco. É, falaram isso aí também.
Oh, nice toggle there. Observers making us do a little bit of second guessing, the way that Kanavi definitely overstayed for that buff a little bit, but hey, good contest, good defense coming out from OMG. Again, the camp being defended. The fact that Hong was able to at least take away the respawn Raptors is decently nice. So the good consolation prize here for the Nocturne, who was able to start with the Phage, and of course with OMG picking up that kill on the bot side, they did utilize the strut passive on the Misfortune. They sent her up towards top side, and this has not been responded to by Top Esports. So potential that we have early grub take here for OMG, which again, I think they need to do this. They need to make plays early. I think this is good from OMG, and would be a little bit surprised if Top Esports actually decided to contest.
Kanavi getting the jump on the Linfeng. Level 4 to level 6 on the Aurora. Linfeng still has not popped the Between the Worlds, just trying to bait Kanavi in. There's the flash, and maybe Kanavi's just
Opa, Kanavi morreu, hein? Não, o Nock não tem flash, mas ele tem o quê? Olha o passinho do Kanavi. Olha o passinho do cachorrão. Jogou muito.
So that should be grubs that go over to the Nocturne. As yes, Kanavi was able to live, but not for free. So is Hong gonna try and get going on these? Does have smite for one, but gonna be forced off the others. Realm warp.
Oh,
goodbye. Okay.
Meu Deus.
Oh boy, you know, OMG feeling bold after being able to force out Kanavi, but just not respecting Top Esports' ability.
Esse jogo passa os 30 minutos. Cara, foda falar assim, mas pode passar, porque não sei quando vai ser o primeiro Drake. Tem umas coisas assim que muda muito, tá ligado?
Getting a little frisky.
Yeah. At least OMG's bot lane has one timer to force.
Parece que tá difícil, né? Mas a OMG tem alguns clear wave também, né? Então talvez até precise de Baron pra fechar o jogo, tá ligado?
I'm sure the Top Esports will have a chance to look again, but Kanavi not going to stress about it. Wants to continue power farming towards the bottom side of the map, maybe play towards Jackie Love onto Harry's.
Cara, uma coisa que cada vez eu tenho mais certeza que acontece muito é o jogador, ele... o jogador menosprezar muito outros jogadores, tá ligado?
state of OMG and their snowball. The only person that's really gotten to kill was Starry, just being
Tipo assim, jogar muito sério contra... No caso da Tesa aí, tipo assim, a Tesa acabar menosprezando demais o OMG, porque sabe que o OMG é um adversário mais fraco. E jogar um pouco mais relaxado, tá ligado? Cada vez mais você vai reparando, sacou? A gente vê isso em muito time, né?
Yeah, I mean, again, like, as time goes on, this game gets very hard for OMG in their composition, and even look at the top lane CS differential so far, 369 up heavily in this matchup that...
É, knock atrás é muito ruim, né? Hoje eu acordei igualzinho o Heng, como?
And top esports pretty much getting free scaling in a majority of these lanes. Cream never got punished while he was down a flash for the first 5 minutes, so seemed like a missed opportunity.
É, a extensão do jogo durar um pouco mais se a OMG ficar recuada, com medo de fightar, de lutar, tá ligado? E até não ter muita pressa, né, pra ganhar o jogo, só resolver controlar o jogo mesmo e tal.
At some point, I feel like OMG just need to pull the trigger somewhere. They, like, yeah.
I think a lot of it was that, like, first play was spent trying to invade the blue buff, which Kanavi was able to secure. Like, that was a time where Moham could have walked mid and they could have tried to punish a flashless Cream, but they kind of wanted the pressure and wanted to go try and contest.
Sure.
But, like, a few things for me, I mean, we talked about setting the Fury behind. That's not been accomplished by OMG. Talked about the issues of playing into a tanky comp when you have lower damage carries. Like, MF's not the kind of champ that's going to, you know, carry your late game damage DPS.
Sim, às vezes é melhor só ficar suave mesmo, Jota. Não fazer cagada, né? Ficar de olho e tal. Vai rolar a mesma play, tá? Chris vai dar flash Q, vai empurrar alguém. Não, agora eles vão pro dive. Ah, vai pro dive com Ryze. Pô. Ah, e a Tessa agora snowbala muito, velho. Ainda matou a AD Carry, ainda vai perder o wave. Ninguém vai morrer aqui.
Clinical stuff from top esports. If there is ever a chance for OMG to really punish the kind of the risky and the playfulness that top esports, that happened, you know, a few minutes ago. Seems like top esports are now all business.
10-minute row completed for Kareem, who has 2 kills to his name. First feat also secured here for top. And, I mean, how easy was that dive? You get to realm warp in, you pop Unbreakable, and you don't even need to use your jungler's untargeting ability to get out of the tower. It's just Alistar presses R, and that tower doesn't exist anymore. So, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I'm not sure you sound the most convinced in your own statement there.
Oh, I mean, it is. It's just pretty hard to like outplay if you're Starry or Moham. I think Starry ulting the wave was a really nice.
Pô, isso é bom mesmo, é.
Didn't matter because you're 4v2 and Chris found Alistar can tank it.
Yeah, they pretty much did everything they could do, and unfortunately, it just did not matter. You brought all the cards to your hand at the table, and the enemy team just had a better hand.
Na filha carinha do Sarolu. É, então, o Bush tá falando isso ontem. Oh, o áudio tá ruim, tá? Olha isso. Isso aqui é a Twitch? Tá estranho o áudio aí pra vocês também? E é só o áudio do jogo, né? O áudio dos narradores tá de boa. Não é a Twitch, não. O que o MG tá querendo fazer aqui, velho? Vocês estão querendo fazer o MG? Nossa, o coisa errou ainda. Mas o cachorrão foi atrás. Olha o Canavi como é que tá. Soltinho, soltinho. Nossa, olha o destaque. Tem flash, a Aurora tem, vai só vazar. Nem precisou de flashar, hein? Flashou agora.
That's a flash out of the Aurora at the expenditure of Kanavi's own flash, and OMG starting to feel the tightening of the death grip that top esports won exact on this game.
Yeah, it's a 2.5K gold lead for top esports, and again, just
Eu tô vendo o Crack Shine e o Tatu picando essa Naafiri na LTA. Mano, vai ser pickleban essa porra. Mas do jeito que o negócio já tá tendo muita prioridade, até começar a LTA, vai ser Red Side banindo e Blue Side querendo dar first pick nisso. Opa. 369 bobeou ali, hein. O flash dele nada a ver, né? O flash pra poder desviar do Hulk ali. De entrar, sei lá. É meio estranho. O Atés fight agora de volta ainda? Fight, né? Mata todo mundo agora. Nossa. Nossa, dá pra matar mais, hein? O Canavi tá com ult ainda, né? Ou ele não gastou? Ou é o reset do ult? Ah, o Canavi ulta em 2 aqui pelo menos, ó. Ultou em um, ultou no outro. Nossa, mano, muito quebrado isso, né? Esse reset do ult da Naafiri é muito bizarro, velho. É, o método Gwen é foda, mano, não tem como. E aí tem a Naafiri também, tá? Naafiri 3-0, vai ficar 3-0 agora.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, it's so tough for OMG at this point. Again, already down Moham on the Nautilus, who threw his depth charge into the untargetable for the Naafiri. And then Crisp just takes aggro, goes down, trades himself, and does not even matter. It's just top esports able to win. This game, again, I really felt like in draft, this game was very top favored, and it's just like, how do you break as OMG? How do you break these solo lanes? And also, where have these Nocturne ults been, man? Like, we rushed Hexplate. We haven't seen it all yet. And when top esports, they send the house at the Nocturne. Like, that makes it...
Meu Deus, os caras não param de morrer.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of damage. My goodness.
Paper Nautilus.
Empowered Q plus early's Yumu's rush does...
Folks, this is why we hate Nautilus, by the way. You are so squishy. Like, don't get me wrong. Your kit's, your R and your Q, awesome at the kit. The shield too is a good champion. He needs some numbers though. Yeah, he's a bit lacking in the numbers department right now.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Lin Feng also struggling into the rise at the moment.
Yep.
As you alleviated your concerns earlier on during the draft, they're starting to show as OMG are now, struggling in not only both of these solo lane matchups. They have not been able to play fast enough to really accelerate the game. Crisp was thinking about a dive onto Harry, but, 369 content with just pulling them away.
Ó, vamos ver o quanto que a MG vai segurar esse jogo aí. Eles têm que ficar... Eles não vão fightar nesse Drake agora nem a pau, né? 1 minuto ainda pro Drake também.
As now OMG just gonna try to hope and pray that they can at least trade objectives while they're down 4,000 gold.
A bright side is that Grubs were split, so able to actually, trade if you want. I'd say this is very much a win for OMG. I mean, resources were split a little bit, but the fact they're trading outer for outer at this point of the game is not terrible. That said, there's other ideas. Realm Warp in, Crisp.
Esse de 26 minutos eu gosto muito, mano. Porque... Cara, só dá ruim se o outro time dá GG sem Baron. E, mano... É difícil dar GG sem Baron, tá ligado? Não caiu nem a torre do mid ainda, sacou? Pô, a tendência é o que? É até ir abrindo vantagem, atacando aos 20, 20 e poucos e tal. Eu não posso responder a sua pergunta, Mota, porque eu tô na co-stream, mas a galera do chat pode aí também.
I think that's just a really poor play from Moham and Starry. You need the flash when it works, okay? The flash is out, though. That's deep.
I mean, they knew the verse had no flash, but there's not enough damage to really supplement that paranoia.
Nossa, olha a Tess matando todo mundo. Nossa, olha só, velho. O Canavi tem ult de novo, né? Vai ultar? Não, não tem ult mais, não.
Just excel in this jungle role, man. Top esports, making it look good. And I think for future rounds, playing into top esports, This champion is always going to be on the menu if it's open for Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi does look like he has practiced this. He
Nossa.
has a good understanding of it. I don't think Neferi is the most complicated champ in the world to play, but
É, ó. O que resta pro MG fazer agora? Só ficar sentado na base. Não, matou muito mesmo o Shin. Isso aí acontece. Tá matando, tão matando demais, né? Mano.
To really be bashed by the community and come back and put together a performance like this day one back in LPL.
Yeah.
I definitely think that speaks to some resilience of this team because, I mean, all of China had just their microscope under these guys at first stand. They did not play well, right? They really only beat TL. When you walk out of that tournament, I mean, that's a disappointment if you are an LPL team. Historically, the second strongest region that is the one that competes with LCK the most for the top region. So I think the fact that top esports, again, this has to be a bit of a confidence boost for them. Just be like, hey, we can't return home, be good. Hopefully first down was just an anomaly.
Yeah, I mean, you are in this group expected to be the first seed. Anything less,
or top two for sure. Yeah,
I mean, top two, right? But if you're not getting first seed, you know, then the alarms start setting in and the concerns start, you know, ringing in the fans of top esports. I think something like the international performance that was shown by top esports left a bitter taste in LPL fans' mouths. But this is what restores confidence. This is what.
Não, MG, não lute agora, MG, que vocês podem tomar GG muito rápido. Isso. Defenda sua side lane. O atacante tá onde? Tá embaixo, né?
Leading the charge with in the group stage. And if you can not only carry this into 3 solid wins, go into your second round and get, you know, a majority of the wins again, you are walking into the.
Não sei porque está dessa luta mid. Cara, é porque a comp da MG meio que só vai pra cima, né? Eles estão tentando dar um pick-off, fazer alguma coisa assim, pra tentar ganhar algum espaço no jogo, mas eu também não gosto não, tipo. Mas é meio que assim, foda que é meio que a única coisa que eles podem fazer pra tentar ganhar, tá ligado? Ou agora, tipo. Eu acho que tentar fightar em objetivo e tal é pior. Eles não podem mesmo, o MG, sacou? Eles têm que tentar fightar antes de o objetivo nascer. Tentar achar alguém, sabe? Tentar pegar alguém fora de posição e tal. Porque às vezes numa dessa, vamos supor, você pega um Ryze aqui, ó. Fora de posição com Knock Aurora, explode o Ryze, aí você ganha um bounty, ganha uma kill, às vezes consegue puxar uma torrezinha, tá ligado? Tipo agora, o Harry ali com o Ryze ali, se ele fica ali baitando e tal, aí ó o Knock indo. É isso que eles têm que fazer, tá ligado? Mas assim, não tá dando muito certo, né? O Knock morreu e o cara vazou. Mas tá ligado? Eles têm que tentar fazer isso mesmo. Nossa! Ah, ela só ulta aqui e sai, não? Nem ganha ultar também. Até só vai atacando aqui, não? Ah, aqui o Creme morre. Nossa! O Creme não morreu. Meu Deus do céu. O Kanavi não morre. Kanavi não morre. Kanavi não morre. Meu Deus, que porra foi essa, velho? É isso, mano. Caramba. O Creme não morreu, saiu com nada de vida no Ignite. E a Nafiri, ela só cura muito, mano. Que isso? Surreal.
Like what he's able to do, these point and click, on demand, untargetable. It's filthy.
Awesome. It's
absolutely filthy.
It is disgusting, but it's awesome because it's in my
God.
Ai, vai atacar em Baron aí logo, Tess.
And I can't even finish the thought.
Imagina.
Okay, we can't even see the Cream escape as he helps shelter.
Cara, a MF não ter ultado, velho. A MF não ter ultado no ult do... Na hora que o ult do Nautilus caiu no Ryze, eu não entendi, tá ligado? Pareceu, sei lá, o cara deve estar meio tiltado, alguma coisa assim, não? Que isso, gente? O Atacan? Pra que ganhar o jogo agora se vocês podem pegar o Atacan e o Baron? É muito mais divertido. Isso, MF. Leva a wave toda. Meu Deus do céu. Eles vão ganhar o jogo agora. Volta aí, vai fazer o atacante, Tess. Vai fazer o atacante. E o Baron. Cara, eles não estão querendo fazer... Eles não querem fazer o atacante, eles estão só... Será que eles estão achando que o único jeito deles perderem um jogo é algum objetivo e tal? Eles perderem fight em objetivo? Cara, o Kanavi tá fazendo o que ele quer no jogo, mano. Olha isso, velho. Acho que o Kanavi morreu aqui agora. Trollou, tá? Boa, Kanavi. Boa, Kanavi. Muito bem. Gostei, gostei, gostei. Vamos puxar... Nossa, se o Kanavi mata MF ali, acho que é GG aos 24 ali, né? Opa, esse cara morreu. Morreu? Morreu não. Ah, agora ele morre. Eles vão fazer o atacante enquanto isso. Bom, 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 bom. Isso, Tess. Se mata mais alguém, deixa o Kanavi brincar. Vamos brincar um pouco, Kanavi. Vamos se divertir, cara. Solta, meu mano.
Big game from Kanavi. Yet again on this Neferi pick. Oh, okay, we're gonna get a replay.
Tess só quer humilhar os caras. Isso, Tess, tenta humilhar eles bastante, assim. Meu Deus, volta pro jogo live que eu quero ver quantos minutos a gente já tem de jogo.
Congrats on the 115 gold, 369.
Baron, vocês têm que Baron, né, Tess? Vocês não precisam disso, vocês têm que Baron, pô. Nossa, mano. Véi, vai dar merda, vai dar merda. Isso, puxa bastante, mid, aí depois volta. Aí tem que puxar top também. Ó, MG, vocês não podem fightar nesse Baron, MG. Vocês não podem. Meu Deus, Mohan, sai daí. Sai daí, Mohan. Não, não, não. E o Baron? Opa. Meu Deus, sai daí, Nocturne. Você tem flash, Hang. Não, Hang, por favor, não. Meu Deus do céu. A Nafiri só mata todo mundo. Meu Deus do céu. Ambessa, não. Não, não. Não, 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 não. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. 1, 2, não. Ah! Ah!
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports did a lot of barking in that one. Unfortunately, OMG really kind of went down with
2 segundos, velho. Não, não foi, não. Foi? Quanto tempo que foi?
They were playing series. They were taking teams to 5 and split 1. I thought that Linfeng was out. They were playing together, and now I don't know if it's the fact that they're stuck. It's a point for
his prowess. 13,000 gold.
But it wasn't a here for OMG as they find themselves 0-3 in the.
Não, não é, foi 58, eu acho aqui, ó. Nossa, velho.
Yeah, like of all the interesting things that happened today, obviously top versus NIP is the big match, but the fact that OMG is 0-3 and I did not have a good day is not very inspiring for them in this group moving forward.
Yeah, considering some of the miracle performances they got in their group against JDG in the first split, that's what gave us a little bit.
Tem a explosão do Nexus, são 3 segundos, o cara falou. Sério?
At least just, you know, competing for third seed, but 0-3 and the way that FPX really.
Meu Deus, se tiver isso mesmo. Deixa eu ver se na pay do mais já tem.
in a very difficult position going into their second round, which we'll see in a few days' time. But for top esports, man,
Ainda não tem os dados do jogo aqui, não.
this is how you bounce back from a disappointing international tournament. You slam your first.
É, não, mas pior que a outra foi 27, né? A outra já era mesmo, mas se essa aí... Nossa, aqui é muito atrasado essa API.
This is how you get the momentum rolling. This is how you start off not only, you know, a new patch and a new split overall, because at this point there's nothing you can do about the past. All you can do is just work towards trying to win the split again, if not at least make it to top 2 so that you go to MSI and
O cara falou que... Ah, o cara falou que... Todo mundo tá falando isso aí. Não bateu, pelo menos, né? É, mesmo assim, tipo...
I mean, you can't ask much more out of what top esports did today, regardless of what the past was. I mean, much to your point, but still looking back at those games, top esports dominated the
Vamos ver, vamos ver, vamos ver.
Rift today. So, yeah, can't really complain.
Vamos ver se tem essa API aqui. Pô, as API ainda não tem ainda. Parece no pós-jogo? Cadê aqui o negócio da LPL? Ainda não apareceu o pós-jogo então, né? Esperar aparecer o pós-jogo aí. Opa, cadê? Cadê a minutagem? 26-1! 26-1! Ai, meu Deus do céu. God. É, o outro eu também queria pegar 26 também, velho. Caralho, velho. Chamaram um VAR, mano. Que isso, que surreal, mano. Essa explosão roubada, 3 a 5 segundos. É isso mesmo, velho. Caralho. É, rapaziada, hoje eu tô menos uma UPA atrás aí. Beleza? Pessoal, é o seguinte. Quem ainda não tá no meu Telegram, vou mandar o link aí pra vocês. Deixa eu só dar uns recados aqui rápido. Quem não tá no meu Telegram, cola lá. Sempre que eu faço uma aposta, eu mando lá no meu Telegram, beleza? E quem ainda não tá seguindo meu canal do YouTube, se puder dar uma moral, cola lá e segue meu canal do YouTube, dá um like na live, que eu tô fazendo live lá pelo YouTube também. Se você puder entrar no canal, seguir ele, quem estiver vendo aí, dá o like na live. Quem ainda não tá seguindo o canal, seguir o canal e tal, ajuda demais, tá ligado? Ajuda demais. Eu vou desligar a live aqui e agora às 11 vai ter live do Mais Esportes, eu vou estar lá presente também, tá? Mas eu vou desligar a live aqui e hoje devo fazer live do circuitão da primeira série de Cade Kabum, tá bom? Então vou estar ao vivo aí do circuitão em Cade Kabum também. Quem quiser colar comigo também, estarei aqui. Tranquilos? Valeu aí todo mundo aí, viu? Amanhã estamos ao vivo também aí de novo.